So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed the mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I walked through fire, I see myself, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Raise that level up. Raise that level up.
The kind of love I got for you don't take no for an answer. It's like you came out of the blue and moved me like a dancer. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can't do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and everybody in the room don't seem to light me up like you do. Nobody works at attitude like you. I know I make you feel the same way too. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Yeah, yeah. Can't get enough there with you. Go break the rules like you do, and we'll keep shaking together. We're making moves like we'll be dancing forever. No time to lose, we're taking what we're given. Come hear the news, we've lost it all too. So give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get
sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. And you ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, bist du laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht.
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here. It is the final day of the group stage for the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and honestly, I'm excited, man. These groups have been pretty fun so far. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with T-Gov once again. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good on it. I'll be honest. I've had like 3.5 hours, 4 hours sleep. So I think once I get into the first game, we'll be good, but might be shaky on the pre-show. All right? I'm gonna pre-warn you. Normally, people are like, "I'm doing great," but no, let's just be real with you. All right, this is gonna be a struggle, but I got this. All right.
Sorry, I heard you crack open the good old monster right as this day was starting.
Sure,
You're like,
yeah,
all right,
we are sponsored.
get it right in the veins. Let's go. I'm sure that'll help a little bit. Thank you, Monster, for keeping T-Gov alive. No, we got some great games ahead, dude. It's we of course get to see how these groups are gonna solidify. Obviously, as going into the final day, it's a make or break for a lot of these teams. Unfortunately, for Wawitas, they have already been mathematically eliminated, as well as 9 Pandas. But bragging rights are still on the line for these guys. They want to try and get as many wins, get as much experience under their belt here, obviously, before the next tournament, which that's you gotta wait for that. So
I think because we're now not in DPC, these type of games might be more volatile. Because before, you were still kind of somewhat locked into having the same players and whatnot until the roster shuffle opened up again. So it's like now for like teams like 9 Pandas or Witas, like we're covering both of the games we're covering today, the series. We have one team that's already eliminated, right? There's only 2 teams eliminated, and we have both of them straight off the bat. And it's now, the logic is, for example, with Wawitas, are they going to stick together? They're a stack, not an org, a true team. So it's like if they already know, like deep down, it's like, this isn't going to work out. We already know that. We spoke about this over like last night or something. This series could be a little bit weird. Or on the flip side, it could be wait a second, guys, we've just lost everything. We're going to have to go back to the region, head in our hands. It's not good. Let's just do some crazy stuff. Like, we don't care anymore, and then they're the scariest team. So I really hope that both teams go for the second half of that statement, because you never really want to see the team that looks, defeated and just out. And this is honestly the most enjoyable Dota is when they're just like, you know what, boys, what do you want to play, mate? You want to play Tinker? All right, we play Tinker game. They just do anything. And then they drag these teams down. It's like Secret, for example. They need to win to think about maybe getting some like tiebreakers for top 2, right? If they drop a game, boom, suddenly they're now like lower bracket team. Maybe even still eliminated potentially based on blacklist.
Yeah, I agree. And we're going to take a look at those standings right now, just how these groups have kind of fallen into place. Obviously, this is Group A. This is one you and I have been covering all up until today, which we'll get a little bit of Group B. But Azure Gaming Gladiator sitting at the 6-2, Bet Boom and Secret in the middle at 4-4. And obviously, like we said, depending on what happens with the Azure Gaming Gladiators series, because they are going head-to-head. If it ties, then that's it. There's no tiebreakers for first, second. I mean, they're already going to both be at 7 wins. They're for sure through. Whereas Bet Boom and Secret, they need 2 zeros in each of their respective series in order to actually, have a chance for tiebreakers. So we'll see what ends up happening there.
And Group B, of course, G2IG. I think they started off the day, or at least the group stage, not shaky, but it was like, oh, they lost to Tundra. Ooh, really? And then suddenly, boom, they turned it back around, right? They beat Liquid, they beat Falcons, they beat LGD, right? And now they're sitting quite pretty at the top. And of course, the real story will be Tundra are playing Falcons later today. So whoever wins that will get 7. If they are to win, will get 7 wins and lock themselves in. If they draw, it then potentially opens the door for Liquid, if they can beat LGD, to then force out another tiebreaker. So again, it's kind of like interesting to see in that regard. But I think the main story is how G2IG just went from losing to Tundra on day 1 to then just crushing everyone else. Like, you can't just take day 1 results for face value.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. There's actually the potential for a 4-way first place tie in there, right? Like, you have 4 teams that could finish up at 6 games depending on their series. Here's going to be the schedule here for the mainstream. It's going to be Azure versus Gaming Gladiators, and this is the one we were just talking about. This series is a big deal. If it draws 1-1, then obviously they're both going to be pretty happy because they don't have to fight for a potential tiebreaker. But obviously getting the 2-0 is ideal for either of these teams. And of course, like you said, the big one between Falcons and Tundra after that. That's going to be a great one.
It would be interesting if the teams have this logic in mind where it's like, why are we fighting each other, boys? What are we doing here, you know?
Why don't we work
game
together?
Like win game 1, right, with some like Chen, CK type strategy, right? And then game 2, they're like, okay, let's pick Meepo into Earthshaker ET, you know? Let's just do some of these shenanigans. But no, yeah, I honestly would love to see if they tour that. But what? Yeah, and then Blacklist Bet. Just trying to look at these other games as well. I'm trying to work out like where the spice is going to come from, you know? And like realistically, the spice for me is, of course, on our stream, please, is the fact that I just want to see these eliminated teams just do like one final slap to the face in the tournament, you know? Like just before they, you know, pack their bags to the airport, I just want to be like, you know what? The reason why, and then Secret or G2 wasn't able to get to certain position was like, why did they drop that game? And they're already out. You know? I want that storyline to kind of persist for the next week there. And maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't, but you know, well, I guess we'll find out in about 6 hours' time.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you though. I think that is definitely some of the most fun potential Dota when the teams have literally nothing to lose and they're just like, all right, we're gonna do something crazy that we, you know, we're theory crafting for this patch. The patch is almost over anyway. You're not gonna get another chance to use it, so you know, just send it. You know, why not? Which I mean, we really don't know how soon until this patch. This thing could launch tomorrow for all we know. Like tomorrow is or I guess 2 days technically is like patch day for Valve, so it could just drop right at the beginning of the main event. But we'll have to find out. You know, now or never, I guess, for these teams.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember like the history of patches, and I'm pretty sure we've had patches during tournaments before. It's not as if it's been a unnatural thing, especially obviously in the online world. That's like they go hand in hand, right? But for LAN events, I think it's been at least a couple times that come to mind for me. And you know, Frostivus is a big event. You know, 99% of the player base, they want to play custom games. The 1% or even less that are playing in their competition, I'm sorry, mate, but Father Christmas, you can't stop him. He needs to come through and deliver those presents. So it would be an absolute treat if it was this week. But alas, if it's not, we shall see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go and take a look, of course, at the well-known Team Secret. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, how the community had a lot of backlash, but I loved your insight into this, where it's like people just were like, I can't believe they're just running it back. Like, why are they just, you know, they had not the best performance with some of these players in the past, and then they just bring them back into the fold, and now it's working. So I love this team. I think they're super fun to watch in general. Yesterday's series was a blast, but we'll see what they can do here today against Wawitas. I'd love them to pull out some, you know, interesting drafts, of course. Maybe we'll see Puppy once again playing the Shadow Demon with like 15,000 net worth for some reason.
I think that's the thing that's always a secret, right? I think if they can hit their groove with both their take on how they want to approach a draft, but then their kind of insurances and where the farm comes in. Like Puppy, of course, scaling is always very useful, but I think the biggest highlight for me from yesterday's games was against the Betboom one, right? They're playing up against something like Naga Siren. They've got some Lone Druid, Wraith King. The game looks kind of weird. Then they start winning the game. It looks great. They're making this like kind of like semi-comeback. And then unfortunately, they just get outplayed in the fight. So their loss against Betboom and why they're now in contention for like this awkward, not really fully controlling their own fate type situation in regards to like upper bracket. It is because I think they just got slightly outplayed in the team fights. And I guess that's a good thing to say for a team that's kind of new to being back to international scene. Because it's like, if it's only like the small little team fight in that one game that is like the biggest issue, that's not the worst thing to have to fix up, right? Compared to, unfortunately, Wawitas, where it was like, you look at their games and it's like their drafts, there's like feels off, their play just felt off. Of course, they are eliminated, so things aren't clearly connecting. But I feel like maybe their regional play may have been stronger, but as soon as they got to the international stage, they just fell apart. And I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are thinking the same thing. I'm a little bit worried for the region, because now that we are in this position of no DPC, only one slot most likely will be going to the region for most tournaments, unless a team makes a deep run and unlocks that invitation to then open up another qualifier slot down the line. Then they're going to have to go back. The whole region's going to have to step it up, right? Because one slot coming last, it can't be the story for SA for this year. Like, we're going to need to see either some roster shuffles that click, or we're going to see the rosters that are already made, like, for example, this one, that find their groove.
Yeah. I mean, it's a region that's not short of talent by any means, right? Like, there is some incredible players, as we just saw, obviously, one of the best offlanes in the world poached from SA, now in Western Europe, playing for OG. So, obviously, they didn't qualify to this event. Secret made it over them, and it is what it is. But it's I'm going to be curious if we see a lot more stuff like that. Like, if we're going to be seeing these players like migrate out of the region to where they can have more opportunity to play, because it's similar to the situation that's happened in North America over the years, right? Where there just was less competition because of there isn't a lot of density of high tier players. And so, like, you eventually cap out, right? And you make the Quinn move of, all right, I'm going to Western Europe. I'm going to play on a tier 1 team in Western Europe. And it's like the hyperbolic time chamber of Dota 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that one unfolds. But my one wish for the next set of tournaments that we get down the line is to see SA kind of make that resurgence. I think, unfortunately, this time around, the regions had a little bit of a shtick, and I think it's also kind of maybe gone back to, like, for all the years that it's done so well in international space, I think we've kind of rewound the clock 4 or 5 years in regards to their international play, and now they are just a little bit of a lost region for now. So I'm excited to see that kind of rebirth for that scene. And again, maybe this series could just be the final nod to the region, right? Like, they get a 2-0 against Secret. You're like, okay, they can play some Dota, and then we settle back down as everyone just watches the main event.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at both our predictions and the Twitch predictions, I feel like it's not that surprising considering everything. I don't know. I would still like to see a close series. I want to see Wawitas, of course, to put up a good game here against Team Secret, at least proving that they are capable of, having the that level of competition. We saw it against Bet Boom in that one game where they actually pulled it all together. But we'll have to find out. As of right now, we are going to be going to a short break, and we will be back with our first game of the evening, everyone. This is, again, Team Secret taking on the side of Wawitas, and it should be fun. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르
Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready to jump into our first game of this evening. It is, again, Team Secret taking on the side of Wawitas here, the final day of the group stage. A must-win for Team Secret, obviously, if they want to get at that shot at the upper bracket here for the playoffs. But Wawitas have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever and deny them. So we'll see what they can do as we get ready to jump into the draft. All right, so I got to hear from you, T-Gov. What do you think are we going to see any like major change-ups in the draft, do you think? Because this is, again, a Wawitas with nothing to lose.
I feel like when I look at Wawitas lineups anyways, there's already a little bit of like, I guess, confusion within their draft. So if outside of picking Kunkka, Centaur, maybe, Brewmaster, then the drafts each time have had a slight variation. So I would like to think that maybe if they can get a solid opening, like one of these heroes, then they can be as creative as they want to be, right? But I don't know. It's such a hard question to answer, right? Because it really just depends on the mindset of the team, right? On how they want to approach it. But all I want to see is just some good drafts from Wawitas. It's like when let me mention some hero pairings, and then you can kind of gauge if you're liking them so far. So it's like we've got Tree plus Grim. We had an Ember Spirit, for example. We had a Storm pick into the Lina. We had Pugna Jakiro support duo. We had a Batrider mid, which honestly didn't look too bad, but I don't know, I feel like there's something in the draft that confuses me sometimes with this team. But again, I'm hoping this is the series. I really want to see a close one, even though on paper it should be very much Secret favored.
Yeah, I agree. I'd agree with you, absolutely. Excited to see the first picks, and it's going to be the Lone Druid. This is something we've seen a lot. They did play this yesterday, and like you said, it looked really good, but just got outplayed in the team fights in the ultra late game, and ended up dropping this game at 61 minutes. I don't necessarily think it was, a fault of the Lone Druid at all. I think Secret just made a couple awkward positioning mistakes, right? I think it was mostly that top Roche fight where the game kind of spiraled out of control for them, where they happened to lose some crucial heroes. But Boom looked really good on this when he played it in the offlane yesterday, so I'm curious if that's where they want to keep it. It could go to mid one in the mid lane, but overall, as a result of that flexibility, always a really strong first pick overall for Team Secret.
Yeah, I think especially because when you first pick a Lone Druid, when you enter the second phase draft, you're going to see two heroes. And then you can pick, for example, like Ogre +1, right? You can get his Puppy Ogre, you get some position 4 hero, your supports are revealed, you then see 4 heroes, and then you close out the draft of that phase with unflexing that Lone Druid. Is he going to offlane? Is he going to mid? And it doesn't look too bad. It's just going to be a very standard, strong laning and kind of group up style of lineup. So for Wawitas, we just need to keep this in mind, right? Start adding some layers of how do we find this Lone Druid? How do we kill him off? Are we going to be ganking him early? Are we going to have just immense team fight that the Lone Druid can never really force his team to hit objectives, because when they go there, they just die, right? So it's just respect what the hero can do. Respect the fact that Secret has flexibility in it, and then make sure that your draft has good foundation. They do already kind of look towards the killing aspect though with the Weaver. Of course, Weaver in laning phase against Lone Druid, you can kind of Sakuchi past the bear, get into a good position to right click the main hero. But on the flip side, if the lane doesn't go too well, a couple sentries and it can be pretty rough.
Yeah, it looks like they go back for Panda's Ancient Apparition, which he's actually been playing a lot, I think, this tournament, despite their only one win. It did look very good in that game, so I'm okay with the AA pick. I will see. I am curious what they decide to pair it with, because this makes me feel like it's definitely not going to be your carry Weaver, right? I think this is likely to just be Knight's hero, so we'll have to see. I just don't see AA Weaver being an incredibly strong lane,
Yeah, it's like double range. I feel like it's the type of lane that you feel good for like the first 4 minutes, and then eventually like a Vanguard comes out or something, and you're like, obviously they're potentially playing into a Lone Druid, thus Vanguard wouldn't be in question, but the concept still holds true. For Secret, I still would just love to see either Ogre or Nature's Prophet for Puppy here with +1.
Oh, there's your Vanguard.
Sure. The thing is though, when I see Centaur though, I don't instantly go off lane because there are a few players in the world that have played, Centaur 5, right? Kuroki's done it, Puppy's done it. I think Fata might have done it as well. Like, there's some players.
5 seconds.
Realistically, it is just off lane. Let's not get carried away here, but
Dire team pick.
Could go to the 5 if they really wanted to have some fun.
No,
and then the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is. I'm gonna go back to my original logic rather than the meme logic. Like, I just want to see the Puppy Prophet here, and the reasoning why I was leaning on that one originally was because when you see two heroes like Weaver AA early on, they are relatively fragile heroes, right? Like, if you TP incorrectly with a Sprout, Weaver will have to obviously buy Quelling Blade, but his move speed is based around Sakuchi. Even if he has a Quell, if Sakuchi's on cooldown, he's quite a slow hero, right? So
Yeah.
Puppy can offset quite a lot. And the Vanguard timing from the Centaur, double ranged safe lane potentially, isn't going to have too much fun. If they flex the Weaver to a support position though, in the 4 position, then there is opportunities for, let's say, like a Troll Warlord +1 style safe lane. That could actually do okay here, but drafting it doesn't feel too good. And, okay, we see Timbersaw.
Not a super common pick, but I know Oscar in previous patches, this was one of his better heroes before the Timber kind of just fell into oblivion. But yeah, we'll have to see. I think overall decent against Nature's Prophet, obviously Lone Druid as well. And they round out an Earth Shaker here, which I'm hoping this is the mid shaker for Dark Mago.
I wouldn't mind that. It could also just be it's a super old school combo, right? The AA plus Earthshaker, right? It's a TI winning combination, and I'm potentially not too opposed to it. They do have just flexibility within this, right? Shaker could be mid 4, Weaver could be 4-3-1, Timber could be everywhere else as well, right? But Secret, they look at this flexibility and go, sure, lads, you're trying to keep everything quite open, but we're just going to keep picking really solid heroes for ourselves, right? You've now got Lone Druid in the mid lane, Centaur in the off lane, with potentially a bit of creative flex, whatever, and Razor for Christmas. Like, I could easily see Centaur being 5, Razor being your carry here. Like, that's the thing with Puppy. You need to always, you can't look at things at face value. There's always a little bit of logic there. And if we ignore the flex and just respect what the heroes provide for Secret, it is just going to be the speed in which they group up, right? I think Lone Druid naturally buys quite cheap aggressive items, the Diffusal Blade, the kind of Harpoon. Razor likes to go for Falcon Blade into either kind of Manta BKB territory. So in about 10,000 net worth on these side lane cores, or even just mid lane if it's Lone Druid, they're in the map, they're doing stuff, right? So for Warriors, if they don't win the lanes, they might potentially just not have the damage to eat through that aggression. So we'll see how they kind of close out their draft.
I was going to say the Spirit Breaker I was worried about in phase 2 because we saw heroes like Ancient Apparition and Weaver really struggle to this already because they have no way of really killing this hero. They go to the Puck as well. I honestly am with you. I think as soon as I saw the Razor, my gut went to this as a Centaur 5 because it just plays well with the Razor lane and he needs a body in front of him for sure. But
they can also just body with the Prophet, right? Like that's the thing.
I'm just wondering if they're trying to dodge the Lone Druid mid because the Shaker into Lone Druid is just the freest Lone Druid lane or the freest Shaker lane. Like he just crushes the Bears CS. So I'm wondering if that's why their idea with the Puck ban is they're thinking they might put the Lone Druid back into the off lane here for Boom. But
I think looking at Warriors draft, I personally would like to see Centaur Razor lane together, and then Druid and Prophet lane together in the off lane, and then you pick up just some type of mid lane, like some Invoker, just something that just sure you're gonna get denied on, but your team contribution will just be so annoying. I think like a Vessel in this game will be super clutch. I think Timbersaw, the reason why this hero fell off, of course, was reactive armor is less effective in how you kind of just tank up, let's regen. I think it's a couple patches ago. So now people are going for max spell damage on like your first and second spell, getting like a blink dagger, the Kaya. So you're kind of playing a bit more of like I'm in, damage, reset quickly, play on the fringe of the fight style play. Of course, you're still tanky relative to other heroes, but you're not as tanky and unkillable as before. And with that logic, I think it's pretty cool to see. And
it is the Evoker. Good call.
Yo, hold up. Yo, okay, secret. If you're in the room right now and you can hear the draft, you know where I am, boys.
PayPal, you can find him later. No, I think this was. This makes the most sense to me. I like this idea a lot. The Earthshaker, I think you can still keep mid, and I would personally like a carry pick here and put the Weaver as the 4th Timbersaw, because Weaver's a great vessel builder as well. But it also just makes the Razor lane really difficult playing into Timbersaw and Weaver. Like, he has no real good static link target, so he's just playing around Plasma Field maybe. And they go for Lumire's TA, which they might lane swap actually, because I know he's done it before, but we'll see. I know it's not bad into the Lone Druid.
Where are people picking heroes? It's a 4 position. Okay, Centaur. All right. Yamich takes the reins, and so position 4 Centaur was, I think, first introduced competitively by TSM when Ari was on the team. He tried it a couple times during TI, but yeah. So for Secret, at least, I think they are a very, very tanky lineup with very strong laning presence. And I think for Wawitas, I'm a little bit scared. Again, I feel when you have a Weaver in the off lane, a TA safe lane, like double ranged hero that also like buying the same items, right? Like both want to buy a Dragon Lance, both want to buy a Desolator, both want to be that type of hero. And now the Weaver can't do that. And the plan B can't really be Auras because it's a Weaver. So I think Dark Mago, even though he's had quite a troublesome series, it's all on him to once again kind of make moves on the map, whilst his double ranged physical damage side lane cores need to do something, which is a little bit out of meta, I feel. So I am going to be favoring Secret in this game.
Yeah, I will say the thing with Timbersaw too, that with like one of the reasons we saw this hero fall off a lot, especially we were seeing him a ton. Like I think Whisper was like one of the people that kind of pioneered some of the Timbersaw offlane builds, but we saw him stop picking it as soon as they changed the Aghanim Scepter, right, away from the double chakram, and that was what gave you so much burst damage timings. Like you would just have like blink, Kaya, Sanj, Aghanim Scepter, and you'd find a hero, blink on them, and they'd die. And now the Aghanim Scepter, it is still very good, but with games going later, you're guaranteed to see a nullifier come out. So it's just, this Timbersaw doesn't have like this super strong, like really powerful burst mid-game timing anymore, and now it feels like his late game got, slightly nerfed as well. So a couple different factors maybe, but excited nonetheless as we are getting ready to jump into game number 1 here of the day. For those of you just tuning in, it is Secret taking on the side of Wawitas. Should be fun, man. I think this will be a fun series. At least I hope so.
Every time you say that, I always think like, what if it just isn't? What if it just isn't fun? What if you just started the day going, I hope this isn't a fun series? I'm waiting for the day that you just break Cryptic. Just the day you break.
It's like every day. I actually a big fan of like Nature's Prophets going TP level 1 nowadays as opposed to Sprout. Just because I think it's really good to be able to just instantly rotate if you need it, but that bonus physical damage always is nice. But he gets out 2 great wards.
Yeah, it's going to help kind of scout out general rotations. I don't know how often they'll be coming from the top side of the map, because normally you want to find the Shaker movement, because Shaker is a hero that for position 4 you buy boots relatively earlier than other 4 positions and like to kind of poke your head into other lanes. Either way, so you have opted to kind of put vision towards the top side of the jungle, maybe scouting out the stacks. Mid one is getting jump though and deleted in 2 seconds.
4 runes, but the first blood for the offlane Weaver. Gold wise, it's definitely a negative for. It's actually so crazy to be thinking about it. It's like you actually get more gold for 4 bounty runes than first blood. but
no.
okay. They're just gonna block it. I guess that works too. They'll force it into the wave. Top lane though, the return kill as they take down Lumiere. So
Ward's paying
benefits
off.
of having teleportation available under Nature's Prophet. That is the reason right there. And I love that Yamich starts this game with a Windlace, just giving him a little bit more move speed, and the fact that like Hoof Stomp doesn't have the wind up, right? You can actually like just run down a hero and get the stomp. It's cool.
It's also the fact that he's playing into double ranged heroes, so he knows if he goes boots, it's going to be relatively illegal. You never really buy boots. You never buy boots 1 on 4 anymore, right? Like you need the stats, you need the resources. You don't have any armor on the centaur as well. So if you don't have any move speed and no armor, what are you bringing to the lane? So I think this is like kind of
Vibes.
the middle ground for him. Yeah, just
He's bringing
good
some
luck.
vibes.
You do you, King, I believe. But
Yeah.
he's currently vibing with Panda around the triangle.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Panda's
Puppy's
probably
TPing
dead
as
here.
well.
I mean, these are 2 insanely high damage heroes. The Blood Grenade not even necessary as the Stomp comes out. They re-aggro the creeps, and Puppy gets another kill.
Where's my Sata shockwave, huh? Give me some of that boom Hadouken blast into Panda died to the neutral creeps. But yeah, not the best start. Puppy, of course, being very, very active, and I guess one of the benefits of having the Weaver offlane will be that Sakuchi to disengage from the static link outside of which every other offlane that doesn't really have mobility get forced to getting drained. But yeah, Secret, they're going to look to continue finding kills.
Oh man, so close. They almost get the bear top lane, but good position there from Boom. Gets the resummon. The
I feel
TA
like-
is really struggling CS-wise here.
Yeah, so TA struggles into Lone Druid because you like to bully heroes, not the summons of heroes, right? And now Boom, of course, he's going to be able to tank up the Mail Strikes with the bear. He also died early on, so there was a little bit of an advantage going to Secret. And I think he knows in the back of his mind, if he steps up too far to the lane, Puppy will just TP in, right? Like, there's no reason for Puppy to have to lock himself into bot lane, because Crystallis, with a Wraith Band, with a stick, with the Shaker position 4, like, one fissure, sure, it might prevent Crystallis from getting back to his tower, but there's no real major kill threat on this safe lane Razor. So it means Puppy can be as, as Puppy as he wants to be, because he doesn't have to kind of be bot lane.
All right, there is one thing I want to talk about, and it's the fact that Dark Mago in the mid lane is doing very well on his Timbersaw. Because we have seen a lot of games where he was either kind of sacrificed in the draft, or just they didn't have a good matchup and just got absolutely crushed. But for him now, he's farming. Like, he's 18-7. He's getting good amounts of XP. And I'm curious to see if he can actually hit a timing that's going to help, because he will definitely need to, based on the fact that this top lane, once again, Lumiere is in danger. He's trying to keep himself alive, find a kill onto Yamich, but the Sprout from Puppy as he makes his rotation, and now they should be able to just dive him. Yeah, the Root comes out. This top lane is a disaster.
Yeah, I think it's close to being an unplayable lane right now for the side of Oritas.
Is he going orb? Oh, he already has the orb. Oh my gosh, I was gonna say, I'm curious if he was gonna bother going orb of corrosion, because I've seen lone druids get starts like this and they buy like a literal 6-minute diffusal blade and then just come to lane with the diffusal at 6 minutes and start killing the support over and over.
Shaker
They
walking to
brought
top
more
as well?
help. Yeah. Yamich
Nice fissure.
is in a really rough spot here, so this should be a kill onto the Centaur if he can get close enough. But the Roots catch TA again, so he will not be able to be granted the kill. Either way, they still pick it up for Panda.
Yeah, going back to mid lane, this Timbersaw, he is going for kind of like the old school skill build, right? Going for multiple points in reactive armor. We'll see if he opts to go for more points as he now starts to put 3 into Whirling Death, but into an Invoker that it has, of course, very good damage, being a universal hero, but I think Timbersaw, you expect him to CS well, right? When he has this type of build.
Yeah. Yeah, he
trying
needs
to
that
think,
Soul
like,
Ring very soon.
Yeah, it's like he needs
Otherwise,
Soul
just has nothing to
Ring.
play around.
Like Soul Ring, Mana Boots, and a team, right? Like, of course,
Yeah.
Timbersaw thrives on catapult waves, but when Nature's Prophet can TP in, when Centaur with Boots Windlace will be very quick to move around the map, and TA does die top lane. It's near impossible for them to actually play a normal safe lane here. They're just tri-laning. And Panda, he's also getting jumped and probably dying as well. They just keep dying in the top lane.
2v1ing. Yeah, the bear, if it gets one attack, that is going to be curtains for Panda here. Is tries to pop the fairy fire, no stick available, but the orb of corrosion with the slow should be more than enough, and another kill. And your top tower is gone. Like, the catapult is still alive. Yamich is tanking this tower as long as he possibly can along the side of Puppey. And with that, your 5-minute catapult should clean this up. Lumiere is getting super aggressive. Wraparound from Knight. This would be a great kill. He needs the auto attack and he gets it. Okay. Good play there from the Shaker, honestly, on that wraparound.
Yeah, Puppey had decided to take a trip to the left, and of course Centaur only had like 100 HP to his name. But I was expecting the bear to instantly start right-clicking away and maybe use the Sprout, but of course probably a little bit too greedy, especially when you see the positioning for the Shaker there.
Look at Puppey. He TP'd back top immediately and kills the tower. This
Very
guy,
nice.
dude, you're kidding me. I mean, he's got
There's
no
a thorn
boots.
in his side, in their side, sorry. Look at him waddling away. Go on. Waddle, waddle.
Shaker is going to run to the ends of the earth looking for this guy.
Oh, the courier might spot him out. Yeah.
Oh, Courier didn't see him.
Go, go,
It's
go,
on.
go, go. Get him, Knight, get him.
Oh,
he doesn't
no,
care.
Knight doesn't care anymore. He's over it. We're going to see some rotations to the top lane here as Chrysalis has eyes on Lumiere thanks to this ward, and Puppey is going to use that to his advantage as well. Tries to get the block here on the Sprout, but Yamich. Oh, pig pole. Actually, sir. Oh, no. No way. What a stomp indeed. Go for the dive out of the tower. Chrysalis should be able to finish him off. Oh, my goodness. That was like the last pixel of that stomp catches him. And mid lane, Puppey immediately TPs there and helps pick off the Templar Assassin. Or, I'm sorry, the Ancient Apparition.
We haven't actually touched on this yet, but they picked TA last in the draft, right? Last in the draft. Razor's like a very good counter to a carry TA. Because Razor naturally, as we watched Timothy get jumped in the mid lane, stomp and dead. Like, I'm a little bit surprised now that I've actually kind of processed it that they picked a TA into one of the better counters for this hero, and we're yet to even see the Razor have to threaten this TA. And the reasoning is TA is quite a melee style ranged here, right? She knows to get into the middle of it, and she's just getting jumped again. Like, Boom is crushing this top lane, mid one, trying to disengage.
Great rotation from Oscar here. Yeah, he needed that. Courier turns it back around as he TPs home. He'll be fine. So yeah, I was actually, when I saw the TA come out initially, that was like one of the first thoughts. I just completely forgot about that matchup until you just mentioned it again. Yamich here trying to run away, has Oscar and Lumiere in pursuit. I feel like this should eventually be a kill, but this is going to take a little while. Good stomp. Trap, though, with the slow. Lumiere is looking for the meld strike, and he will get it. All right. Helping this TA get back online. He needs the experience more than anything. He is super underleveled compared to this, you know, Chrysalis Razor who's level 8 already.
Yeah, everyone on the side of Secret is doing very, very well, right? Both through economy and also levels. Yamich is the sacrificial lamb in this game, right? He is level 4 to Puppey's level 6, nearly level 7. He has got boots win later. I think he's just kind of what Yamich is doing. He is the information gatherer, right? Like, he wants to go find that random hero in that spot, and then Puppey will TP in, get the kill, he'll leave, and then Yamich will probably have to go and die after, right? But it allows for plays to be made on the map. So Yamich this time jumping down Mega again. He just died seconds ago, so he's got to be careful. And dead.
He's dead again. Dude, the tumbler toy from the smoke, the night vision, just didn't have it. Really well played there from Yamich to bring the Lone Druid mid, and now threatening this mid tower, likely to fall. I don't know how you stop this Lone Druid.
I don't know how you stop anything now. It's like if you just click on Weaver and you click on TA, this was my biggest concern with these two heroes. They're the same thing.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dragonlance,
They have
Falcon
the
Blade,
same items,
Dragonlance,
they're
half
just
a
different.
Deso.
Yeah. Like one's going for a Maelstrom, one's going for a Deso. It's just, it's an absence of presence on the map, and Secret are exploiting that quite delightfully as they take their second tower of the game.
They've done such a good job at identifying like what they can even do on the side of Awito's, right? Like ganking this Timbersaw now twice in the mid lane has just completely shut down his ability to make plays. And I mean, he's looking for Boom here on the Lone Druid. In comes the Diffusal. Gonna put what damage out he can, but it's just way too tanky. Alright, I guess he's not done, considering still going for more. Puppy level 7 on this Nature's Prophet. Nearly the same net worth as the mid lane Timbersaw at this point.
And has Atos complete. Like he is ready to be active. He is ready to help provide that additional control.
Oh,
nice
cold
fissure.
snap. Yeah, great fissure indeed, but there it is. The Atos comes out. Boom chasing a Tumbler Toy over the fissure from Yamich. He does get completely melted, though, thanks to that Whirling Death. And in comes Shaker. He tries to Tumble Toy it and instead just gets immediately rooted. No Echo Slam for you, sir.
All right, who? Let's be real. Whose Tumbler Toy was worse, Centaur or Shakers?
They both had like such height potential and both just fell flat, like they tripped as soon as they landed. Stubbed their toe.
Oh god, that's great. It's like Centaur jumps into a Timbersaw, of course. How the game's going, that's fine, but he dies, and then Shaker, of course, with the Tumbler no slam. But either way, Secret, they continue to apply the pressure. 4,000 net worth to them. The way that, of course, Puppy is playing, he is scaling, he is hitting creeps, potentially going to be overtaking the mid Timbersaw at some point in this game. And that is just the way that Secret play as a team, right? I think the way that Yamich plays provides Puppy that entry. The way that Boom constantly pushes the lane forward gives them further reason to try and find fight. And they dive the tower, they see Panda. Mid one's here again to assist with the kill.
Yep. Bottom lane, they do at least find a kill there onto the Centaur as Dark Mago's able to make it out. And Chrysalis, he's committed a lot for this. Oscar with the time lapse as they pay out for more. There you go. The Echo Slam only really catches the Prophet at the end of the day. And Puppy, he's sitting on 1,400 HP. They actually can't kill him. They're forced to back away. Mid one, nice Tornado. Does manage to catch off Knight here. And that will be another kill going the way of Invokers. Oscar hits the road as well. They just couldn't, they didn't even get close to killing Puppy.
He's so tanky, right? With the 5 armor from Medallion, with the extra 300 HP of Atos. So tanky. And now he sets up onto mid. You show yourself for a second on this map, you are going to be going down. That's a mega kill streak now. Puppy 5-0-8 at the 13-minute mark. Only 300 gold behind the mid Timbersaw. Again, this is because of how Secret plays. It really just enables that aggression. And I say that they're just smoked up. Like they take top tier 2, they react to bot lane, they kill mid, they smoke. Like they're making so many plays across this map. And TA, she opted to go for the Blink Dagger early on. She knows that she can't hit creeps. She needs to have some type of timing to play on.
I actually really like that. I think if he goes just straight Deso, there's not a single hero that can play with this Timbersaw. And you have this offlane Weaver. He's been getting farm. Like he's level 10 now, but the trap just barely misses. Tumbler Toy once again. Fissure to block him off. Has to pop the Stampede. The damage from the TA with the blink will finish him off. Okay. But I mean, again, it's, you know, just your support Centaur. It's not a massive kill, but the question is if they can convert this to anything else.
Probably not. I feel like the way Yamich has been playing has greatly enabled Secret, but also there's a point where it's like, all right, you've done it like 4 times too many now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He is about 300 gold away from his Blink Dagger. When I look at Wheatus' items across all heroes, there is just a little bit of a concern of like, what is their moment, right? It's like Maelstrom is just getting completed for the Weaver. Maybe if they try and sneak a Roshan, that could be something, but They need like Hurricane Pikes. They need BKBs. It's just a lot of economy required. And Shaker's just not close to the Blink Dagger. I think if Knight maybe had a slightly better game, if he's got a kill rather than any of the 6 assists, that one blink could always turn it around. But he is getting jumped, having to use Echo Slam to try and survive, and that's die shortly
Surviving
after.
is not in the cards for him right now.
No.
So I'm curious about this Weaver. Like, what do you think the item build is now after the Maelstrom? Like, do you go the Gleipnir? Do you pick up a BKB? Like, where can he scale? Okay, so he just queues up a Gleipnir. Never mind.
And
Answers my question. Yeah.
The main question is, when will he be able to do something? And it will be a lot of waiting.
He does have a time lapse and a Sakuchi in 2-1, but he's rooted up. He can't get out. Onto the Razor, the Ice Blast connects, and Chrysalis going down. It's a big kill. There's going to be the Stampede coming out from Yamich. Gets the Bear close enough. The Sunstrike to finish him off, but the Bear is low. That's a lot of minus armor. Looking for Puppy now. Dark Mago does have a DD. The resummon comes out from Boom. Managed to root up the Timbersaw once again. The Bear, if they can kill it twice, would be massive. The Cold Feet will connect. The damage from the TA is a lot, but damage from Yamich is better. Able to finish him out, revealing that Blink Dagger. And now Puppy, Panda rather, on the run as Puppy will make his TP. And they get to Lumiere. The Cold Snap, the Vessel, the Stomp, he falls as well. They were looking for anything, trying to punish this Bear's aggression, and instead lose 2 more heroes.
Yeah.
Can Oscar find Boom, though? Oh, he found Yamich.
This Weaver went from being 3-0-2 to 3-2-2, and it's not looking too good for them right now.
Good meme, thank you. Yeah, we take a look at the replay here. It's I actually was thinking about this earlier with the like Weaver versus Sprout. Is if he accidentally Sakuchis as he gets sprouted, he's done. Like he can't move. So he has to immediately Quelling Blade, and then like you pointed out before, super slow hero. You don't build boots on it. It's rough. And Puppy backside, great Sprout, solo kills off Panda. As we're gonna go back into the live, and Knight will fall as well. The Chrysalis Dark Mago trying to find a kill. He does. Takes down Puppy, and that's a big streak as well. So it's 745 gold for his troubles. Chrysalis is in pretty deep here. Gets caught from the bugs from Oscar. Instantly cleans those up. Does not want to chase, which I think is probably the correct call there.
The universe grants my due.
Yeah, Secret. I feel like they're kind of just playing with their food a little bit, right? Like they see hero, they run. There's no real conversation occurring. It's just go, 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 get a kill, harpoon, grab back.
Yeah, the good old harpoon during Blink can be pretty interesting how that one plays out. And Knight goes in with an Echo, tries to clip the Invoker, and it's not enough. Puppy will fall. The sacrifice for the TA, absolutely worth it. The difference between the support net worths is really showing, right? Knight not having the Blink Dagger versus the Centaur, who's had it for quite a while now, making all the difference. As the Ward will once again scout Panda, surviving for the moment thanks to a Ghost Scepter. Does have Ice Blast, will try and throw it, does not connect onto the Invoker. But the Bear falling low. They don't want to commit. I don't blame him.
Not low enough. They really need to get some farm onto this Shaker. He's 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger in the top lane. Like, if there ever was a comeback, it would be around that instant initiation of the Shaker, followed up by the Ice Blast. You'll be able to delete any hero in. Timber
getting on top of Dark Mago, and the Spirit Vessel is there. Man, these rotations are instant. It feels like Puppy is always just ready to TP, calling the shots for his team.
This map is just non-existent for Dire. There's not a single thing they can really do. Like, there is no smoke play to make. There is no Roshan contest to make. There's no tier 1 tower to hit. They are victim to where Secret wants to go. And at some point, Secret might slip up.
Hold up. Do they have the Ice Blast? They do. Oh, it only connects onto Boom. Does he? Oh, he doesn't have Echo for 30 seconds. Oh, no. All right.
There we go.
Back into live we go. Oscar does get the time lapse. They take down the lone druid thanks to the ice blast, but Chrysalis looking to just finish this Weaver off, and he will do so. Lumiere looking for an opening to go in on this Templar Assassin, but might regret this one. Has to blink up onto the high ground. Dark Mago goes in as well, and now stuck in an ice wall. Has one timber chain away, but it's not there. Not fast enough. Lumiere might be able to get mid one, actually, with the TA trap there. He's thinking about it. Oh, tries to get the deny off the trap to kill him.
I do appreciate getting to watch that Harpoon replay. It was quite nice.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thing is though, Secret's so aggressive. Like I feel like actually any replay will just get halfway through. I'll just hear you going, and they're dying again. It's like, okay, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it's Secret keeping up the pressure. The map is completely closed off. 14,000 gold lead now at the 21-minute mark. The TA has completed that Desolator with the blink. The Deso can find pick off.
Mid one
is very much by himself right now.
I mean,
it's a bit unfortunate that the 644 gold, the streak does go the way of Ancient Apparition. I think if that was going off to TA, suddenly we have a shard in play. We're now talking about the Chrysalis, the next item to come through, but still. Secret, they do need to respect the fact that the reason why the game is so easy right now is because all the heroes on Dire are just independent, right? They need items to want to play as a team, and Timbersaw actually Timber chaining in to his own death.
He did not expect, I guess, a TP rotation, but I feel like he doesn't have the damage really to kill this Nature's Prophet at this point. This is what I was saying earlier. Like typically Timber Saws, you have like this Kaya Sanj, you eventually get like Blink and an Ags. It just doesn't work that way anymore.
It's kind of like,
and he doesn't tank up as fast. Like you pointed out with reactive armor.
It's like in these type of games, you need to basically respect the fact that you are getting absolutely destroyed, and your little victories in the game is when you get to farm that extra creep wave, right? Like in a stable game, then pressuring for that kill, forcing people around the map, making the map full wide will naturally feel good. That's like traditional Dota. But when you're down 10k, 13k at 20 minutes, if you're a Timbersaw there, that creep wave, that's your objective. You push that out, you run back away deep into the jungle, push out a wave, scurry back around, keep skipping. And at some point, once this logic has been applied to your entire team, yeah, sure, people are going to die around the map. You have to take some L's somewhere. You can't play everything. You will then find a moment where it's like, okay, I've got the BKB on the TA, the Hurricane Pike on Weaver. We're now gonna die to that initiation. Then they can smoke up, right? But I'm not really seeing Wawitas look for that moment. It does feel like a lot of blind death pushing down lanes without that kind of logic of maybe if we do it, but without trying to just die so quickly, it could help, slow down the game a little bit. And we'll see how it does unfold soon because, tier 3s are still up. Sure, the Aegis is in play for Secret, so they will be looking to most likely convert on their first rack soon. Big items there if you want to try and think about where Wawitas are now, right? It's the Blink Dagger and Shaker. Oh, Timbersaw.
He has a Yules. Yeah. Oh, that's a good play. That's a great way to use it. That's cool. But gets caught once again, thanks to Puppy's Aghanim Scepter as he roots up two on the backside. Does get the jump away here on Knight, but the Timbersaw is in the wrong spot. Nice Ice Blast, but the Weaver goes down. Meld Strike out from Lumiere, does find himself a kill. He needs help from the Shaker. Blink is up in a couple of seconds. If he can get to Chrysalis, it would be huge. But boom, on these Lone Druid here. Holding back the supports. Allows Secret to disengage, and honestly, that could have been a disaster, it looked like.
I would even chalk that up as being slightly uncomfortable for Secret. Like, sure, they win the fight, they gain an extra 1,000 gold from that engagement, but ooh, they were so close to finding mid one. Okay, maybe
they got him on the dust. He walked in. But backside of the fight, Puppy TPs super aggressively, trying to block them off, gets caught by the cold feet, and now Boom is looking for his target. There's your Harpoon, baby. The fear comes out, and that's going to be oh no, he's got Fetch.
Fetch.
Come here, boy.
Oh no. Just took Knight for a walk.
Dude, what happens when the dog starts walking the player? In this case, it's like the bear starts walking the player, you know?
Sorry, what did you call Boom now, Jake?
The panda.
There we go. Oh, Yamich is back
Yamich?
in. Oh my god.
This dude just does great. He's just blink force. He's like, yeah, whatever. What are they gonna do? Stun me? All right, disperser for Boom, dude. What an item pickup.
It's just another cheap upgrade, right? Especially in this type of game.
Oh, that bear is very much in a weird spot. Okay, good pick off. So the resummon will come out. And they disengage. Oscar has just kind of been split pushing on this Weaver for the last like couple of minutes. It's like secret play bottom. So he's getting closer and closer to a BKB. He ended up going back for the Hurricane Pike, which I can definitely understand in this game. Like needing to get away from this Razor, this Lone Druid, like Force Staff to get out of the Sprouts. Like there's a lot of different ways that they can control the Weaver. Well, they get Vision of mid 1 here. There's going to be a nice fissure. The chain stuns are out. Can they find the kill? The Yules to stop him, and the Ice Blast connects. That is a dead Invoker. A good start to the fight here, but in comes Chrysalis on this Razor, just chewing through Dark Mago. He tries to TP out. No chance. He's got the shard, man. He's taking you for a walk as well. Panda caught by Centaur Warrunner, trying to TP on out. The fear is there. And, of course, the fetch just to secure it. So 3 for 1. Secret not letting you get away with anything here.
Step up to the high ground. Should be able to take this tier 3 tower with ease. You'd expect the racks as well. You don't really want to be buybacking at this. I mean, I say at this stage of the game. At 27 minutes, it honestly is like the late game with how the game's been going. But waiters should be giving this one up for free.
Yeah.
They do have, I think, one more fight in them. They have the smoke. They have the level 2 slam.
Yeah.
82 expiring in 12 seconds time. Like, this is the moment for Waiters to try and just claw back something. But it will be one of the most predictable smokes as you push out that final wave. It is a little bit too easy to read this, and they are yet to actually pop the smoke. Right now, if you do want a cheeky spoiler, Blacklist is currently 8,000 gold up, taking their own set of racks in their game. And if Blacklist are to win 2 games and Secret drops 1, then I believe they also tie up for elimination. So if you're a SEA fan right now, you are really hoping Secret drops at least 1 game in this series, but based on this game, it is somewhat unlikely.
Yeah, with Puppy now passing even the Weaver in net worth, it is... I mean, concerning is not even the right word at this point, right? This dude has Ag, Solar Crest, Rod of Atos, and nearly a completed BKB. I don't know how he ever dies. Speaking of dying, Lumiere catches a Hex. It's the reveal from mid 1. Ugh, there is just nothing that you can do. With your TA being dead, you have buyback available. Nice jump here onto Boom Soldier with the Echo. Okay, Knight. There is something you can do. Just kill him if he gets too aggressive on the high ground. Yamich will find Dark Mago. He has the Yules to buy some time, and here comes the buybacks. Oscar the BKB onto mid 1. He's too far in as well. He's going to fall as the chase continues into the base. It's going to be Chrysalis to finish off the Ancient Apparition, grabbing himself an ultra kill. But he's got nothing left in the tank. If they can kite this out, they have a lot of... potential here. Yamich is just hiding in the trees in the corner of the base, but they see you, bud. You aren't hiding from anything. All right, 2 buybacks. Is it worth it? I feel like it has to be.
I mean, for the first time in the game, you get a net worth swing going the way of Dire after a team fight, right? So, I guess you take it, right? Like, it is the smallest, most irrelevant victory, but you gotta take them when they come, right? For Secret, it will just be a matter of a reset and probably go again, but this time maybe not going past the towers, just keeping it a little bit more civil.
Lumiere will be able to grab their Tormentor this time, as it was taken by Secret previously. So free shard for his team, which will go quite the long way, as they could use any injection of money. And it actually goes to Oscar. Okay, one of the better shards for sure, but he has not been able to buy it, as he has been forced to kind of tank up, of course.
So you know
Dark
when you said
Mago.
about Poppy having good farm, right? It helps that he's been part of 35 or 43 kills. Potentially make that one more.
Ooh, nice force stab from Panda there.
Yep. Sounds straight. Very much off the mark.
That's very close. Nearly getting that kill. I mean, that's a quick reaction from Dark Mago. As soon as the Razor comes out, he gets the Yules into Timber Chain. Does Chrysalis have... Okay, that was just an Invis rune. I wasn't sure if he was like smoked or something, or if he had like a Shadow Blade all of a sudden. So a 22,000 gold lead, 1 lane of barracks down. You do manage to get Enchanted Quiver for Lumiere, which is definitely probably the best tier 3 item you could ask for on this Templar Assassin. So a little bit more ability to defend the high ground from range and maybe poke down the Lone Druid. They are smoked up. Where are we? 55 seconds to Roche. Both teams know that this is going to be up soon.
Dire are
And
scanned.
Boom preemptively pops the true form. He's also got his 4 Wraith Bands completed, so not really afraid of the minus armor at this point.
They have quite nice positioning as well, right? Just hugging the trees, allowing themselves to have that additional bit of reaction time if they were to break a smoke or anything. Gem just instantly gets picked up here. Check for the high ground ward, and ooh, Panda.
Yeah, Panda was definitely scouting on the backside here, looking for something. It's gonna be death. That's what he finds. So TP outs from the side of Awitas here. Is top lane, I mean, they get some decent damage. I mean, they actually killed the tower, never mind. I thought maybe they chipped the tower, but mid one ends up finishing off the tower in the top side of the map. Do you see Dark Mago going Dagon?
He's 2 and 10, mate. He could buy anything. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like in this game he could potentially still go for maybe the Ags, right? Probably not though as well. It's probably not very good. It's dispellable.
Yeah.
It's a weird one. Like, he's unfortunately the last like 2 games, this is now the 3rd that we've watched from him, he's not had very good score lines, right? He had like a 115 or something in one game. He had like 1-9. He's now 2-10. Like, he's just had a really rough couple of days, and after a good first like 6 minutes in lane on Timbersaw, there was no kind of evolution of his gameplay, right? And I guess
They just
he buys
ganked him
Dagon
twice.
in the hope just to surprise, right? Like, that kind of feels like their play. As much as I memed his scoreline, like, it does feel like they have had this conversation. It's like, guys, if we want to win a fight, it needs to be the slam, the vortex, the every single drop of damage we have in one moment to hope to get numbers advantage. Maybe they blow up the Lone Druid after Aegis. Maybe they blow up Crispus before BKB. Like, I could see them having a cool goal, but my only concern is they delete one hero on paper. They just don't delete multiple heroes over the course of an entire team fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the Dagon, because he goes back, queues up the Bloodstone here. It's like, yes, it will one-shot like a Razor illusion, but I don't know what else it's really for here. So we'll have to find out. Maybe he's working some crazy tech that I'm not seeing. But as of right now, it is a 26,000 gold advantage. Puppy now 4th on the net worth, only behind his own course. So not even Lumiere. Okay, well, I take it back. Lumiere just passed, but it's back and forth. You know, like your support profit is enormous this game. Chrysalis, what's he got? Finished up AC BKB, tier 3 token for what? An Elven Tunic. I mean, that's fantastic. That's very good. A little bit of evasion going his way, a little bit more move speed. We see a smoke come out from the Dire. Is Boom? I mean, the Baron, I mean, it takes a decent chunk of damage, but top lane, they actually find mid one's Invoker. The Echo to slam as well. Do they have
Stampede.
the detection? The Stampede is there. Puppy's gonna try and turn it around. Gets the Hex onto the Weaver. The Meatball goes down. He's got to be able to time last, but the mini stun, it's causing way too much. Oscar forced to BKB finally.
Hurricane Pike.
Hurricane Pikes himself away. The Invoker does die here, but Dark Mago, he's looking for more. He's trying to get this Nature's Prophet. Chrysalis just standing his ground here on the high ground. Puppy with a Sprout to buy him some space, but Mago will finish him off. Okay, 2 kills. You lose the Shaker, but all of his kit's been committed. It's not that bad here for the Dire if they can keep this base alive. They're starting to take a decent chunk of damage. In comes Mago, gets the Chakram, and that finds the kill. Boom, almost goes down to the Dagon, but the true form comes out. There's the resummon. They're looking to finish off this bear once for all, but a Fear in the Root comes through. Puppy with the Sprout off his buyback, finds the root onto Templar Assassin as well. Ice Blast does not connect anyone, but it's a buyback from Dark Mago. They've got to throw everything they've got here to get this game back under control, but the Fear comes out. Dark Mago burning to Chrysalis. That's going to be a dieback. And this 3 heroes remaining, retreating back into their base as Mega Creeps have been secured, and Boom just seemingly not stopping on this lone Druid. There's just not a setup for Ice Blast outside of this Earthshaker.
It's too much for them, right? Like, they've been on the back foot nearly for like 37 minutes now, the entire game. And the Ancient is getting hit.
Oh, what a Sprout, Puppy. Adding insult to injury here. The Ice Blast finally comes out. It doesn't connect again thanks to the Stampede. Boom will be able to survive. And just like that, game 1 will go the way of Secret.
Yeah, a very, very one-sided game. Secret showcasing why you need to respect this Nature's Prophet, but also I will give a shout out to Yamich. I feel like the Puppy Prophet is punishable if Secret doesn't play around it correctly, right? Because he's a little bit greedier. He likes to hit that extra jungle camp. He of course always wants to look to help assist on those kills, but the way that Yamich did play this game, he played like the position 5. He bought boots, he bought Windlays. He was always looking for that engagement. He was always looking for that kill, because if you are this kind of position 4 that finds a, let's say you find an AA, right? 1 stomp TP, he's dead in the early game. You find a TA, you're going to stop her from farming. So I feel like the combination of these 2 supports really broke open the game. And it's easy at face value to be like, oh, Puppy Prophet is OP. But I think in reality, it's the way that the team made the moves on the map just allowed the simplicity of the Prophet to shine through, to make the hero, to make the player look so excellent. So yeah, this was a very, very good game from Secret. And once again, we're left here questioning Wawita's a little bit, but they have already been eliminated. So we can't expect them to provide the most winning performances, but you got to start saying, is it going to click in the next game, or are we just going to slowly, fade out as they do kind of make their way out of the tournament?
Yeah, that's definitely a big question, right? And I would hope that it's the first. I'd hope that it's the option number 1, but they've got to do something here. This draft again doesn't really seem to come together. You have this Ancient Apparition, you grab it in phase 2, and your only stun or setup at all for this is just the Shaker. And when Knight's dead, it's like, what do? You have no way of actually securing kills. Like, Yamich just instantly pops Stampede anytime he sees this like Ice Blast or a fight start to break out, and they just dodge all your spells, and they just kite around the Weaver, they kite around the TA, and then eventually it's going to be Chrysalis and Boom running every single one of these heroes down. I mean, they just looked so dang good this game.
Yeah, it's just, you just look at the score lines, right? It's like, I just don't value the idea of flexing the Weaver to offlane if you have the intention to then pick a Templar Assassin in your safe lane, right? It's like, you're not providing anything for yourself, right? It's just, you're picking the same hero in 2 lanes, and already at the 18-minute mark on these highlights, right? It's Secret, 10,000 gold up. They're leading from the front, always looking for the fight. and their heroes just really just amplify themselves to do that, right? You got either the vision game from Puppy with his shard, get able to slow people down, see people. You got Yamich, who's always running in up the front, trying just to soak up some spell or to do something. And then behind it, you have all the tower damage in the world from Lone Druid, the control from the Invoker with his Vessel, cold snaps and tornadoes, and then Crystallis, who's just been that constant threat of, well, I'm also the carry in the game. My boys are doing all the heavy lifting, but if I turn up to a fight, we're going to easily win the fight, right? So It was just like the perfect storm for them. And it is just a product of Wawita's just consistently drafting themselves these lineups that don't really have a fallback plan. It's either own the game of momentum or pray, basically.
Yeah. I did kind of just feel like where this game ended up going. I mean, Crystallis, like getting to play his Razor, I mean, it's one of his absolute favorite heroes. If he gets the opportunity to go for it, he's going to. And it looked a little bit interesting based on the draft, like when it came out, because you see this Timbersaw and you see this Weaver, and you're like, all right, these are heroes that are actually decent enough at playing against this playing against this Razor, you know, being able to dodge out some of the static link, but he just farmed, and that it worked out quite well. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Acer player versus player, the matchup. Puppy versus Panda, a little bit of a one-sided here, considering Puppy was the fourth most farmed hero at the end of this game. Yeah, almost catching even mid ones Invoker. Like, he just started this game out so good. He was 5-0-4 in the first 15 minutes, I think is what you said.
Yeah, he had an incredible scoreline, and in the early game it was insane, right? But just knowing that he was part of 39 kills out of 48, right? It's testament to the player and the way that Secret did play that game. And I feel like this head-to-head, it unfortunately does obviously put, I had to pick Panda because it's like 5. You have to put position 5 and position 5, right, to some degree. Yeah. But I think it's mainly the idea of, if one draft has an Ancient Apparition, which Panda is playing, you need to amplify his game as well, because Vortex is a disgustingly good aggressive spell. Cheap fights, skirmishing, you want to look for kills. So you need to draft for what the hero needs. You need to have position 4 that wants to consistently fight, not a Shaker that wants to play on the back foot. You need an offlane that can initiate to utilize Ice Blast setups, not a Weaver, right? And it's like, if these things are getting discussed now, on the flip side, you have a Prophet. What does he want? He wants heroes that constantly want to engage. There's a Lone Druid, there's a Centaur that can start a fight. Boom, So it's like, I feel like one team's drafting to enable every hero, and another team just isn't hitting that beat. And I feel like for Secret, at least, respect the Prophet. Now you have to respect Lone Druid a lot with this team. There's a lot of heroes that are kind of coming up into play again that are, of course, specialties of time, but in this tournament, they are leaning on to absolutely crush some games.
Yeah. Well, we got one game left for both of these teams here. Well, potentially. Secret could maybe go to some tiebreakers after this, but definitely one game left here for Wawitas. We'll see what they can do. We're going to be heading to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back. Again, it is game number 2 of Team Secret versus Wawitas. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 Scream out
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt
This current's changing, changing.
still about
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the short break as we are getting ready to go into game number 2 of Team Secret versus Wawitas here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. And man, I love the establishing shots. They're gotta be some of my favorite things about these events being all over the place.
No, yeah, it's a beautiful country, right? Yeah, you know, it's very cinematic, and hopefully, some of the people out there actually get some time to go explore the country. Of course, when you go to an event, it is just Dota, 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 Dota. But maybe this time around, they actually get to have some days off and go enjoy some of the local culture.
Yeah, every time I feel like I've said I'm gonna go to like a Dota event, I'm like, okay, this time I'm gonna give myself like 2 days, or I'm gonna just go, and then I'm gonna go vacation, like do all the touristy things, and then those 2 days that I supposedly set aside somehow vanish, and then I'm like, wow, I spent every moment inside of an arena, and I don't know what I missed, but you know,
you
one of
wouldn't
these
change
days
it
I'll
for the
figure it
world.
out. Yeah.
There we go. I mean, it's a hard code to crack, and what else is pretty hard if you're an SEA fan right now, right? Because Secret, they just won game 1 against Wawitas. That means that Secret are currently on 5 wins. Blacklist, sure, spoilers, they beat BetBoom game 1, but that puts them only on 4. So the only way that Blacklist can keep themselves in this tournament is if Secret drop the next game to Oitas, and then they win the second game versus BetBoom. Otherwise, we're going to have both South America and Southeast Asia eliminated from ESL Kuala Lumpur at the conclusion of the group stage, which is not what you want to see from two regions that have provided so many upsets over the years once you get to the playoff stage. But yeah, they could be out, could be gone.
Yeah, I mean, every other region at least has a team that's for sure through to the group stage, or at least has multiple teams, like as we've already seen, 9 Pandas is eliminated, but we've still got BetBoom from Eastern Europe. LGD also, their life is at least in their own hands later today, as they're going to be taking on Team Liquid. So LG has to 2-0 this, because they are at a 1-game disadvantage. If it draws 1-1, LGD go home and Liquid will advance. So it'll be interesting. This is pretty much the game that has, I would say, the most on the line for Secret at the moment. Like Wowitas, like we talked about earlier, they can really just drag other teams into the mud at this point, is that's, really the only thing you can do once you've been eliminated.
No, it's also just so strange to think that a team that has 4 losses could also, which is Secret right now, by the way, could have the potential chance of also tie-breaking for an upper bracket position, right? Like when I say 4 losses, I mean they have 2 draws and 1 series loss, therefore resulting in 4 game losses, right? But still, just having that scoreline, but still going, wait a second, we have that chance. It's like for Secret, they just returned to kind of the international scene, right? They've been locked within the European region for basically the entire year. They went from a Div 1 team to Div 2. They've rebuilt a couple of times. They went to Div 1. They never, again, it's always been a lot of, maybe this is their time, but to at least return to some form, but they've been always looking for it. And yeah, the fact that they are 1 win away, plus potentially another series going their way if certain teams are to win, to then having tiebreakers, it's pretty exciting if you're a Team Secret fan.
Yeah, I feel like the DPC, fading away is probably a good thing for Puppy and the rest of Team Secret. Not necessarily because I don't think they're a high caliber team and that they could reliably stay in Division 1, but I think just the way Puppy is as a captain, I think benefits him having these shorter bursts of, okay, let's prep for this tournament and come up with some very strong ideas that we think are going to work well, as opposed to playing 2 months of Dota and hoping that it was enough.
10 seconds remaining.
I think as well what people forget with DPC is
5 seconds
it was
remaining.
incredibly good for tier 2 Dota, for the kind of general structure of the scene. It was incredible. Wouldn't change it for the world. I honestly miss it. I do. But
I do too.
There also was something where it kind of drained the identity of a lot of teams and players and even talent, right? Because it was just like one construct of Dota, right? You wake up, you play your month of your league, you play 1 series a week, you then go to your tournament that you spent a couple months qualifying for, waiting for, you play your tournament, you rinse, repeat. There was no character to it. There was no real flair that enabled teams to have to rethink. I feel once we enter the new year, if there are variations in tournaments, moving from, let's say, the ESL event to another TO to another TO, even if it's the same patch, just the actual process of moving from event to event and just that kind of just cultural changes or whatever, it instigates different concepts and ideas, right? And that allows for meta to be even deeper, thoughts to go further. So I don't know, I'm excited for the quality of Dota to, I think, improve now that DPC is gone, but I really do hope that we get some type of tier 2 elements shine through next year. But again, that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day, but we'll see.
Yeah, I got something cooking for that, but we'll see. I think the biggest problem is that no one wants to put in the effort to put any sort of Division 2 or Tier 2 scene together, because it's let's be honest, it's not profitable.
It's not.
And Valve knew that, and that's why they just kind of get rid of everything. But man, I would love for them to somehow bring back a Division 2 of the DPC exclusively, and just be all right, if you I mean, at this point, it would have to be on like ESL because obviously Valve's not doing anything. But like if ESL put together like you can pick one of the leagues to play in type of thing, like EPL Division 1 or EPL Division 2. Like it'd be cool. I'd love to see stuff like that. But again, it's just there's so little incentive for anyone to put that amount of effort into running these types of leagues because
we'll see next year, Cryptic. Maybe, you know, maybe, but you know, alas, we do have this this game now as we fade away from our thoughts and feelings and Secret. They get the Tusk themselves. I think I'm a big fan of Tusk. I think I actually love it more in the 5 role. We saw it a lot during TI where a Boschko and Seed Secret would play it, but we're not going to see it in the 5 role because of Jakiro. But 2, I guess this is into the minds of Secret now, right? Like when we just go for the Lone Druid, they're going, okay, so we now have a gap closing support and a hero that plays with attack speed a lot with Jakiro. So the bear isn't as impactful because if the bear walks up, he's going to get shard blocked so he can't get back to his main bear or his main hero, sorry. There's Tusk Punch through BKB, there's attack slows, macro pies, like there's a lot of stuff to hurt this bear throughout the entire game. And it's a very rotation heavy combination as well. Like these 2 heroes, 4 and 5, should be looking to walk around the map like minute 8 onwards, maybe even earlier, use those twin gates and just get some kills, set some pace in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going for the nature, theme here on Mowitas at the moment. I am a little bit curious how they're going to play this Lone Druid because I don't think we've seen Mowitas grab this so far. If I remember right, it was banned against them quite often, but they do manage to snag it this time. I do agree with you entirely that Secret's answer already to the Lone Druid makes a lot more sense to me on paper. As the Tusk has already, like you said, looked very good. But now we got to see where they want this Lone Druid to go. So we're going to see the duo of the supports, the Lion, the Tree, and Protector, kind of hiding the identity of the Lone Druid at the moment. As they'll eventually pick it. It's not 18 anymore, is it? Is it still considered 18? I don't know. 1, 2, 3.
Go ahead, get counting.
1, 2, 3. It is still 18. Okay.
There we go. I think for Wheaters, though,
5 seconds.
they're still opening themselves up to getting, let's say, Razors. I feel like Secret could very comfortably go like Razor plus what like, I'm trying to think of what like the offlane it could be here, but still, like, let's focus on the carrying for now. But Wheaters, super low damage. Okay, Brewmaster. Nice
That's
dispel for the living armor. But
yeah.
But Wheaters struggle a lot again. Like when I look at their heroes, Lone Druid wants to make plays, but he needs damage. And the reason why the previous game went well is because Centaur and Nature's Prophet, the damage that they apply early on was good enough to give the Lone Druid access to the tower. But Wheaters doesn't have that built into their lineup now, right? Lion, he's a lane enabler, not a lane like fighter, right? Like, so he basically secures farm, but he doesn't go, I'm killing you in the lane, right? It's just, we chill, we exist together. And same thing for Tree and Protector. He can sometimes find kills, but often the lane will be somewhat stable or kind of just, I leech seed you, we heal, you run away, reset, right? So I'm just worried that time is not what Wheater's friends once again. And they go for a Morphling, a very scaling carry. Yeah, it's a good lane for sure, right? Morphling and Tree into some most likely Brew Tusk. Morph should never die in that lane. It is illegal if he does. So he's going to have a very good time just hitting creeps. They already banned out the Invoker.
As opposed to Brew Jakiro and then Tusk Razor?
That's true. No, it could be, Brew Jakiro. I think I would prefer to see Puppy on the Jakiro just because of what the hero is, but also knowing how Yamich just played the previous game, I think I could easily align with what you were thinking with the 4-position Jakiro, because it's kind of what Tofu did in Gaming Gladiators a little bit last year, where he would play some like Bane position 4, but then you'd have like an Ench or a Chen on position 5, right? It's your 4 player is playing the 5 heroes, but he's still exploring the map like he's a 4, right?
5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious. I mean, the Morphling, the main reason I can imagine they pick it up here is obviously it is a great counter to the Razor, at least in the carry matchup. Like, this is something that Razor really struggles with. Super high armor hero, can steal your static link, and of course, just dishes out substantially more right-click damage. But whether or not it's enough. Like you said, he does scale a lot, and you have a little bit of a timing mismatch. So if the lanes do not go well again for Wawitas, I don't know if this Morphling is going to be able to be that, you know, end-all be-all carry that he needs to be this game. I love the Invoker and the Necro Bands, though. These are very good against Lone Druid, which makes me feel like this is potentially a mid-Lone Druid.
It could be. It's also just good for the game, right? And I was actually thinking that Wawitas... sorry, I think Secret could have gone for Pangolier themselves, but Wawitas, they steered it away. A Pango for Secret would have been exceptional with Diffusal Blade to punish the Morphling, backline jump for Lone Druid, and now you got to think of a mid. Ooh, this is a rare time that I'd actually say like DK doesn't look too bad. Like instant point and click stun. You can get like Ags and Manta and stuff. But what am I saying? We're in the Huskar era.
I was
Crush lane win game.
Oh gosh.
Were you thinking Huskar, boss?
No, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking to myself right before the Huskar pick. I'm like, this Wawitas draft seems more composed than their last some of the drafts they've had previously. And then you get Huskar, and now I'm like, well, now it doesn't, because this Pango has absolutely no game at all.
It's one of those things again where I always feel, and I've said this so many times, and I'm sorry if I'm like a cracked record at this point, but I feel like Wawitas often have just like a disjointed logic by the time that they get to their final couple picks, right? Where it's like they wish in hindsight something else within their draft was slightly different, right? But in this game, you pick Pangolier. It completes your lineup in the fact that it can make all the moves. The supports often don't need to move to mid lane because it's a Pangolier. He pushes it out. He'll get a rune. He'll come TP over, Rolling Thunder, bada bing, bada boom. Game's pretty good, right? You'll get your quite greedy side lane cores into a position where they can play out the game. But then the Huskar comes through, a hero that it's not as if it's a surprise. We've seen it earlier in the tournament by Secret, by Gaming Gladiators, by I believe Bet Boom as well. Like it's a hero that has been popping up, and it gets let through, which is fine. They respected other very good mid laners, but now if you remove Pangolier from the equation, what's their map play available? Right, it's a tree line and Lone Druid trying to move us 3-tier tower, running into ice paths, shards, brew splits. You know, it's like I'm really concerned for them. It's all on Dark Mega. The last 3 games he's played, he has had near double-digit deaths in every single game. But this is the one where he really, really needs to find some magic. Punish that Huskar pre-armlet. As he steps up, get for that kill. I need to see unconventional rotations from the supports. I need to see some tree, some lion, just making those big moves to mid. If you kill off the Huskar, if you give Pangolier a game, then maybe there's a way for them to enter this mid game. But if it goes as expected, if the last pick mid one Huskar just gets a free passage through to hitting the creeps, hitting the jungle, getting that armlet BKB, then this could spell disaster for the final game for the South American team.
Yeah, I feel like Dark Mago has to be so just like demoralized with just the fact that he has had he just has had a rough tournament, but also like this is how many times he's just been so heavily counterpicked in his lane. It's just got to get to a point where it just feels so sad to be playing these mid matchups over and over. All right, let's take a look. Good ward, deep ward in the top lane here from Knight, and mid lane we see the obs coming out for each of these teams. Bear doing a little scouting here, trying to find maybe where this ward might be placed, but Yamich, not going to let him do so. Did I lose your T?
No, I'm just chilling.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Sometimes it's nice to sit back and just hear my play-by-play, talk about the runes.
Okay, well, 2 for 2 on the runes. Nothing too special there. And Lumiere on this Morphling gonna take actually quite a bit of damage here from the Brewmaster as well as the Jakiro. So gonna have to start swapping all that agility away.
Ooh, interesting enough. Also, Puppey goes for the liquid fire level 1. Often, you'll see a lot of Jakiris go for dual breath, but the damage really comes into play at level 2 dual breath. So I can see why opting to go for liquid fire level 1 would be better.
Against
no mana
Treant?
spam. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Tree's half HP from it.
Yeah, Cinder Brew, super low cooldown, and you're always going to have the liquid fire damage, and Treant having the second longest attacks, attack backswing and second lowest attack speed in the entire game. So that liquid fire goes... I mean
when you look at the damage of it, it's basically equal, right? It's like 20 burn damage on liquid fire for 5 seconds. Or dual breath is 20 burn damage for 5 seconds, right? So
yeah,
it's lot over the time. It's practically the same. So yeah, I can see why you would go for it. And he has no mana problems now. He doesn't have to think up mangoes or clarities. He can focus on like getting that wand or getting that extra stat item to play the lane, and it's quite annoying. No, I like this a little bit. Yeah, and I'll see if Hobo Harry likes it too. He is the European Jakiro specialist.
Ooh, mid lane, Dark Mago, he'll be okay. But he needs to get to this bottle stat. He is 35 gold away. Mid one. Oh, dude, it's going to be very close. Both these people are going to get that level 3, and there it is. Burning Spear is online, and suddenly Dark Mago's lane becomes no longer approachable.
But the way that Huskar plays it, right, he's always sitting below that 50% HP threshold. Oscar is getting jump top.
Yeah, very nice jump there. I mean, that's the effect of the Razor Tusk we were talking about. Chris was actually taking a beating from Knight, but he's got plenty of bonus damage stolen, and he popped a Mango instead of the Fairy Fire. I think might have been a little bit of a oopsie. Had them on the wrong slot, maybe.
But a couple things now coming into play here, right? The reason for the Tusk pick is, as you see, the shards onto the Lone Drib. As he tries to run away with his main hero, he gets caught back. And looking back to mid lane, you know, with mid one, he naturally plays on half HP. It's all about, for Dark Mago, find that chance when pre-armlet, he can get that extra swash, that extra little jump in, and try and go for a kill, especially if Lion is able to free himself up from top lane and then throw in an Earth Strike from Fog as well. Like, mid one can awkwardly die in this matchup. Like, there are scenarios for it to occur. They just need to find that very sim opportunity, as Panda does get jumped. I say jumped, just awkwardly walked out in the bot lane and dies. Yeah,
he gets the Leech Seed out, tries to help bring down Puppey, and it is very close, but waveform online. Puppey dodges down to the south, though, and Lumiere will not find him. So, good movement through the tree there. Did he get the... I mean, the Lotus got eaten anyway, but either way. Yep, Dark Mago's mid lane going about as expected. 22-10 to 8-1. Not looking so hot.
No, not at all.
Yamich gets the root finally, and that will trigger out the blood grenade as the spike comes out, and they finally get the kill. Okay, just walked them down.
If I'm tough there, I'm pinging my Razor. I'm like, boss man, you had a Lotus. I'd have Lotused you. Why don't you want to Lotus me, huh?
Yeah,
these calls.
Yeah. They play for themselves always.
All right, so what's our agreement for this mid lane? Are we going to talk about it? Or are we just going to politely accept that the Huskar is slapping Pangolier as expected? Like, what's the deal?
You know how you just kind of like look, you put some investments away and you like check back in like 20 years type of thing?
Sure.
We'll treat it like kind of like that. Like, we acknowledge, like, all right, we put some money here. The money is mid one, and we'll see how the investment pays off in a few moments. You know, give it a few minutes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look at bot lane then, and we can just ignore this this horror show that's happening in the mid lane right now. Of course, Morphling is doing relatively well on the farm, right? 26 CS to the 12 denies. Panda has died in lane, but soaking up an extra little bit of damage there. I think net worth wise, side lane's looking like normal, right? Like the game.
Yeah.
If Pangolier obviously was able to play the lane, hero matchup doesn't allow him to, then it would just be a very even game. All cores are, you know, within touching distance of each other. And oh no, what did we said? We're gonna circle back
Big
to mid. I just there we
rotation.
go.
Hold
Yeah.
on. They're bringing the numbers, but they know
Here it
about
is.
this. Like, they had vision. They just didn't see the Lion TP, and you were correct. You play on half HP, you can eventually get punished. The level 3 Swashbuckle does it. All right, so the investment we played, taking a downturn in the market for now, but we'll see. It might bounce back. Darkmaker is just taking so much damage from these supports. He really wants to play for this rune. Has to bottle here to get over the wall. Will do so. Hoping the rune is top, but it is bottom, and it's a regen as well. Oh boy, that would have been so good for the Pango.
Now is Panda gonna die here? Because another Panda's coming from the right.
Yeah, that looks like a dead Treant Protector. Tag team, very good against this hero. Still has Shard, still has Snowball. We'll hand it over to Puppy. The captain yelling like, "This one's mine, guys. Don't you touch my kill."
No, that's always the scenario. And I'm pretty sure everyone in chat can agree. As a support, you're like, oh, sorry. I thought he was going to get away, you know? You have to fake it a couple of times.
Oh, no.
No.
How
it's
did
like,
this happen?
Don't worry, guys. I'll push out that top lane. It's scary. Yeah. The terminology used for supports is always just sugarcoat everything with the air of, I'm helping the team because I might die doing it, or they could have escaped it. It helps every time. It's the hack to not getting
they're gonna die
hated by all your core players. Yeah.
TP's in from Puppy though. Earth Spike ends up connecting onto 2. The jump in from the Treant Protector with the Leech Seed. They got him. Nice Ice Path out, but Oscar with that resummoned bear will be plenty tanky. The Snowball to safety. Oscar kind of still wanting to chase. An interesting build for him, going for an early phase boots as opposed to things like we've seen in the past. A lot of bears just going for the Orb of Corrosion, but opting for the phase boots, it seems, against the Razor.
Yeah, I think these small variations are going to be laning matched up, right? He's against a Tusk, so with that tag team, the extra bonus arm, physical damage, sorry. He is getting jumped, though.
He gets the fear,
Will be going down, yeah.
He is dead without a resummon for 60, so that is a very rough death.
I'm really happy I didn't just start praising how they approached this until just now.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah.
Because I was about to say, like, it's nice to see Wawita's pulling ahead in their off lane and safe lane. Often it has been pretty one-sided. They are jumping mid though, Knight with the Ice Path.
I mean, a lot of this Rolling Thunder was unsuccessful, but the Swash will finally get him. You gotta respect that damage. I mean, Huskar is not a high armor hero, and this Blightstone puts him at almost 0. Ooh, does he get the illusion? It's denied by Puppy. So close. I was actually wondering if he might just turn on a Yamich there, but good attempt.
Yeah, this Midbone's gonna respect the fact that Pango is still a very strong hero, right? Like, he has the CS game is Huskar favored, but these couple kills, their net worth is it's back even. Like, Orb of Corrosion is now in play for this Pangolier. He has 4 points in Swashbuckle. I love the fact that Wawitas have brought heroes to the mid lane, have punished off this Huskar. You forced him now to think about the jungle more. Oscar's had a pretty good time top. Only a recipe away from his Diffusal Blade. Well, and even Raze is rotating into top. They want to fight. They want to try and make things happen on the map, and they're doing it.
There's the matchup. The Morphling into the Razor just static links him back, takes so much of his damage, helps find the kill. The Pango, of course, in the air. Coming down, though, is they will at least find 1 kill onto the Lone Druid. So a 2 for 2 overall. I mean, that's great. Once again, they take down the Razor. Lumire's here to grab the tower. He's having a great game on the Morphling. Unless, well, hold up. Needs to be careful here. All right, he's just going to disengage.
He is, I mean, don't forget that he had the PA game the other day as well, right? Where he had, well, that 10,000 net worth at some, like, minute 15 or something. He's had some incredible farm games, right? It's just connecting that farm into it. And Huskar also gets connected on once again.
Yeah, I mean, they portaled 3 heroes bottom and leave their Huskar mid. It was just, I think it was a smoke, but that's Finger of Death reveal. And That's huge. Another death for the mid one Huskar.
Dire's top tower has
I think it's the first time that Dark Mega in the last 4 games hasn't got like multiple deaths in the first 10 minutes. Like this is,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, he's a very good player from in previous years, but of course this tournament's not been his best showing. And this game, he's kind of low key starting to pop off just a little bit. Just a little bit. 3-0.
Yeah, first time we've been able to see his Pango get picked up here, and yeah, starting out 3-0, has a arcane rune to work with. Mid tower almost gone as well. Into a really rough matchup. Of course, this is all set on the back of some phenomenal rotations.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're looking for some opening here. They'd love to get on top of this Razor. I mean, they have a lot of damage for him as the Morphling jumps over the ice path to stop him. The Swashbuckle is just so close to finishing him off, but this is an Arcane Rune, Rolling Thunder, and Dark Mago will get blocked off by the Tusk. All right, so Yamich will be able to save him for the moment. Lumiere trying to finish the kill. The Swashbuckle will be able to do so, but Lumiere is actually in a really rough spot now. Does have to be careful, does have a lot of damage they can dump. They just dropped the Bruise Split as well, so ends up being a disaster. You commit a lot for this Tusk. You don't get the Razor like you wanted, and you lose your Morphling, the hero who has been having a perfect game.
Got just a little bit baited there by the Pango, right? It's like he misses his swash. He's like, guys, I can redeem myself. Then throws in the Rolling Thunder, but yeah, I think Yamich just showcasing how good Tusk is against the Pangolier. Having that shards, being able to bounce back that Rolling Thunder, force him to move in a different direction. And of course, Puppy in a really nice position to help out his Razor there. Ice Path covering the retreat.
Yeah, that was sick.
I think for what we just noticed, like, it's annoying that occurs, but it shouldn't affect your overall game plan, right? Like, you're close to Diffusal Blade on Pangolier, you've just got your Diffusal Blade on Lone Druid. I think they want to try and make a couple more moves. You shouldn't allow Huskar to AFK jungle these stacks and buy up the BKB.
Yeah, and that's exactly where Knight is heading. The scan comes through, mid one's got to be careful, but it's not fast enough! They knew! They had so much vision seeing this Lion! And mid one not respecting it.
Hell
I mean, that's the tips, man. You're like, good job, buddy. Great job, Knight. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Second finger death stack acquired, and onto that Huskar once again. Is it frees up the mid tower? Oscar will grab it on the Lone Druid.
Has fallen.
He's not foreign, nor it's not the after how good the lane went. Just
do you
couple
remember
pickoffs here?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What you want to reminisce?
Do you remember yesterday when you were talking about the history of mid one Huskar?
Yeah, it took him like 6 or 7 competitive years to win a game on Huskar.
And he did start winning. He won like what 3 in a row, and actually had really good performances.
Yeah, he's on a 3 streak right now. Yeah, he's undefeated on Huskar in the last like 3 years. I mean, it's kind of one per year, but still.
He got that's the thing. He got 2 antes. Like maybe I can go to 2 games of Huskar a year.
True, he's up in the ante. Yeah. Probably like, you sure you've hit your Huskar quota? He's like, don't worry, boss, I got this. You know, I'm done with those days.
Yeah. They got vision of Lumiere here, a smoke and a wraparound, looking for the Morphling, as Yamich just T-posing on him, and you might regret this, sticking around this long. Lumiere with the waveform away, the Macro Pirate does come in, trying to morph as much as he can. Actually, he didn't morph. He is now finally, but it was not fast enough. That's 1 point in the attribute shift. That is not fast enough. So
he's gone all out, basically just fight, right? Going for the 4-4-1 build. He wants to be able to poke his head into the corner of engagements throughout the adapters, throughout the waveforms, and yeah, he does go down it. So he helps that Brewmaster with the Vessel, with the levels on Puppy, 4 points Jaw Breath. There's so many forms of slow. Pre-Manta, Morphling will just be food if he does farm too aggressively, and that has been the case now. A couple big deaths on this Morphling. A hero that you kind of expect to do a little bit more disciplined farming patterns on, and yeah, Panda also is to go down. They try to go for the Lone Druid, but isn't the way.
Radiant are scanning.
So it
mean,
does
either
feel like
way,
secret
good pickoffs.
arcs. Yeah, they're nice. I think for secret at least, they respect the fact they got a little bit outplayed in some of their greed, but mid one is 1200 gold away from the BKB, and Tusk is very close to the Blink Dagger. Yamich getting jumped mid lane.
All right, I like the patience there from Dark Mago not to overcommit into the Tusk. Like shards just make it really hard for Pango to secure the kill there. So does not let that one go. Just goes for a little bit of harassment damage. One big note though, Knight has the Blink Dagger on Lion. It is coming out on the Courier. So a potential good find for them if they can. Oh god. Oh oh mid one. Not again. Dude, he was looking for the armlet toggle to just right? get. Yeah, he's gonna go to the Ancients. They're gonna wrap all the way around.
And there's no scan available. And you can see on the map they're drawing. They're saying that, guys. That Yamich has already said that.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's number 3. Oh. Oh boy.
Oh no. The thing is that you can see how the minimap secret was communicating about how like the jungle is scary, don't go there, and then like Midborn was just trying to like push the limits on farming that extra camp.
That was such a good smoke immediately.
No, it was very nice. I think Knight has had quite a stellar game as well, right? He just understands that he needs to find this Huskar. And yes, Huskar has pretty good magic resistance, but when he plays on only armlet level of HP, Finger will still be so impactful with that 600 magic damage that it does apply.
Yeah. I mean, that and the 4-point Earth Spike, right? Like that immediate 900 damage burst will kill anyone. I like that 300 to 400 HP range, even if you are a Huskar.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think secret is they're now starting to respect the opponents a little bit more now. But I wouldn't be surprised if they try and make some big game-breaking plays soon. Especially with the tag team of Tusk, the Huskar with the Burning Spears. Like Roshan is available at any minute if they get the right pickoff.
That's
now, even
true.
Jakira is a very good Roshan taker. Just mitigating Roshan's damage output. And that's often the issue with early Roshan takes. It's not the damage you do, but the damage that Roshan does back to you. So if you can stop him from right-clicking you and then bashing you, you'll happily trade like 30, 40 seconds to get an Aegis at an earlier timing.
That's a pretty cheeky bait there. They try to force like a reaction as they want to like pretend like they're going to dive mid 1 bottom, and they instant TP 3 heroes. So putting those on cooldown is Knight might be in some trouble here as he's running all the way across the map.
Ooh, blink on blink.
It was an immediate scan into blink out very quick.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm too much of a fan of that type of play. I think scans are a very valuable resource, and to put it on cooldown now, it's 2.5 minutes until the next charge comes up.
Yeah.
Especially when you have pretty good item timings from Moetus appearing, Harpoons on the horizon, you've got Manta already complete, Shadowblade soon. Like, these are times where Radiant could be making their own plays, but Secret instead, they got the BKB on the Huskar. They are very strong, and they are smoking right into this Roshan. This is such
smoking into the Pango.
Move.
He's got a haste. Can he get the Rolling Thunder off is the question. He definitely can, and he's going to try and turn it around, find the Tusk here on the side, who might just be the freebie, and it will just be a... Wait, the Finger of Death did nothing. I don't know what he hit there, but now mid 1 jumps in, pops the BKB, looking for the Morphling, but a great overgrowth there from Panda. He's still got a Manta available, but Knight on the backside getting chewed through by Boom. A nice Earth Spike to buy him a little bit of space. Oscar's Bear will tick down. He's got a resummon available. He's going to use it, but... you gotta be careful, sir. The swashbuckle, they take down the Huskar. Oscar still standing pretty here, looking to go after the Brewmaster, has no mana left. They turn their attention over to the Razor as well, as the Morph comes out, gets him with the static link, and Boom is all left. Did he break the ankles? He did break some ankles. Okay. Knight heading back the other way, not gonna find him. So you get... I'm assuming you're gonna get Roshan. They'll just take the portal to bottom. Oh, wait a minute, Knight. Uh-oh. Wait, well, that was an awkward blink. Okay. Trying to get himself back as far away into his base he can. The TPs are coming through. Do they have a way to stop this TP? It's just going to be Puppy. The fear comes out and the damage from the Lone Druid will secure himself another kill. And, see, well, they brought him to Tormentor. They might as well finish that.
The fight lasted so long that the constant chip damage of the Pangolier, the tankiness of Lone Druid, and the right clicks were there. It really shone through for Waitas there. And I think Secret, they're still yet to feel the true impact of this Huskar, right? Like, he has the BKB, he jumps in, he throws out some inner fire, but that's about it. The speed in which both Pango and Morphling can disengage, you've got Swashbuckler waveform. Huskar can't reposition as quickly, and he's kind of just left on an island and eventually goes down. Same thing like Chrysalis, he throws out his Static Link onto the Treant Protector in that fight, killing off Panda. But we are going to see it, smoke on smoke. Breaks first for Yamich. Yep.
They see mid one, man. He wants to go. Doesn't have the finger of death, but...
They had a DD for a couple seconds on Morphling. That could have been quite the jump. Mid one is currently 0-6-0. After demolishing the lane into a Huskar Pango matchup. Still yet to find his footing.
I'll be honest, this feels a lot like my standard real life investments where I'm just like, yeah, this seems like it's going to pay off. And then I look at it like a year later and it's like 80% of it's gone. We'll see. Maybe
I
mid one will be different.
Start that statement by saying, yeah, I'm looking at this as if it was my house. I was like, damn, Cryptic.
No, come on, man. I ain't even close.
I
don't play that hero. I'm not a Huskar picker.
There we go. Yeah, we have
I have standards.
Values. Yeah, standards.
All right, Aegis picked up for Lumiere.
After the Aegis, yep.
I mean, Panda's going to break the smoke, has the shard, of course. They drop the sentry. He gets the overgrowth. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. You're going to lose the tree right away. Mid one with a BKB, taking a lot of damage still from Oscar. He's got to be able to find these heroes on the backside. They get the Lion Finger Death, comes out. They lose the Jakiro. The first bear looks like it's going to fall, and there it is. They get the Lone Druid. Still in the air is going to be Lumiere trying to waveform away. Dark Mago is still alive, has a Swashbuckle as well. Will be using it to try and finish off Yamich. He has a blink up in one. He's going to be able to make it away, and Lumiere is in so much trouble. He needs the help from his Pango and Stat, but how do you play this 4v1? Well, you just waveform away, pop a Shadow Blade. That ain't going to work. The chase continues here from Boom, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. In comes Yamich finally, but Lumiere is in so much trouble. He will finally die. Dark Mago grabs a return kill. Panda comes in, gets a nice Leech Seed out. He's trying to finish off the Huskar. He gets the hit, but your Dark Mago Pango left.
It was a much better fight, for Secret this time around, right? Even though Warita's got the Aegis, the position that they were in, Jakiro from the high ground hit and like multi-hero macro pyre ice pass. Pascal was able to get right into the middle of the fight. Your Treant Protector dies instantly, breaking that smoke. And then Pangolier's Rolling Thunder is kind of tanked up by the shards once again. So Pangolier wasn't able to be in full effect. Both the supports and Lone Druid died very quickly. And I think Secret, as the game does prolong, it will get a lot easier. We're going to see the replay here, right? This is the opposite of what you want. When you have a 7,000 gold lead, losing your Treant Protector so quickly. Mid one here, it looked like he could have maybe gone down, but that Ice Path Macropire just holding through, connecting on all the key heroes, and the fight is just so disjointed. That's Bruce Split, of course, being an absolute nuisance, and
yeah,
Yamich showcasing as well, like really proving what you need to be doing on your supports, especially when you have Blink Daggers. If you're low HP, don't just leave the fight. Go hug a tree line, go play outside of the vision, sit in the fog, and then use that Blink to come back in and try and connect on that kill, right? It's just respect your limits. Don't obviously just Blink feed, but just Blink be ready to contribute. And yeah, he traded his life, but he assisted in that final blow. 7,000 gold lead, and Aegis now goes back to an even game.
Absolutely, and I mean, we saw the power of the Razor here. If he's able to just get onto the Lone Druid with, I mean, a BKB, it's very simple. You just press BKB and static link the hero. And that bear is not going to be able to chew through that Razor fast enough. So Oscar's game gets a lot harder from here on out. I think he's going the Disperser, which we've seen. Yeah, he did. So he's 600 gold away from the Disperser. So his idea is to just try and run away potentially.
Flee.
Yeah, right. Just Disperser himself, maybe the bear as well, and get away from like these Jakiro spells, get away from the Razor. Is like you pointed out in the last fight. He got a 3-hero Macropire plus the bear. So Puppy did a lot of work.
Yeah, Puppy was very, very impactful in that previous fight. Trying to jump the Huskar middle.
Huskar, the finger of death, the break just to guarantee it, but bottom lane, you lose Oscar as well. So a 1-for-1 trade on both sides of the map.
Do you remember the interview we did yesterday with Tofu? Where we spoke about how Ace died like 6 times in 6 minutes in that game, right?
Yeah.
In Dota, you have like a circle of deaths, right? Where it's like the first 3 are terrible, 4th and 5th are getting pretty cringe, but once you get past like 6 or 7, it just becomes like a state. It doesn't really matter. It becomes how you are. And I feel like this Huskar is in the same position. Like when I see him die, I'm not like, damn. I'm like, oh, sure, whatever. Like he's still got a halberd at BKB. He's still gonna contribute something, right? It's not as if they're delaying him. Like he is heavily delayed, sorry, so they are delaying him, but it's not as if it's not a hero like let's say a Lina, where being 0-7, 0-8, and you only have a Yules to your name is a different story, right? Like this is a hero that's still tanking up with his despair.
Yeah, you just become death at that point, right?
Dire's top tower is
Oh,
under
top
attack.
lane.
I'd like him to go like the AC Ags Blink kind of route to close out the build. Because then even if he does continue to get picked off, it's like he really is going to contribute something. And top tier 2 does fall. Of course, we are 800 gold away from the BKB for this Morphling. 4-star now complete on the Lion. And a Blink Dagger about to be completed for True Protector. Just some nice active items coming out
Dire's top tower is under attack.
for them if they want to group up and make some plays.
I do like the idea of the Blink Dagger for the Treant here. It allows him to not, play as far forward as he may have been already, so he can maybe get that kind of counter initiation in the overgrowth that you would really like to have. Right now, both teams just trying to farm, favoring the side of
Under attack.
Wowita's a little bit in terms of them being able to farm slightly faster.
Smoke up from Secret.
Yeah, they're gonna go.
Roshan may respawn in 2 minutes time, but
Going right to the
gonna
high
be
ground.
running into Knight and Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the stun out for a moment, but getting Oscar here is the big win. The Spirit Vessel, of course, just making it impossible for the Bear. He doesn't have... Oh, he did have the shard. He just Savage Roared already. So, unable to dispel that.
Top tower is under attack.
Great
Unfortunate
smoke.
for Wheatus there. Yeah, it's a very good smoke, but it's also one of those moments where if Lion wasn't mana draining, but instead holding the position of the high ground, the smoke would have been broken whilst they're on low. He'd have died, but Lion, it's like all these small things.
Whoa.
Morphling might have to BKB here if the rest of it. Okay, there's actually no cores coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. We're going to...
It's 2 supports and a brew. Can they get him?
He's going to BKB and try and turn it around here, but Glimmer Cape's going to protect Puppy. Boom, of course, has quite a bit. They turn it on to Yamich instead. Great find there from Dark Mago, and now Lumiere needs to be careful as in comes Chrysalis. The stun at the last second. They still, of course, have the overgrowth. He's waiting for the BKB, but a great tornado is going to send that Treant into the air, and Dark Mago just trying to run away. Gets the root finally onto the Huskar. Knight looking for an opening, has the Finger of Death. They throw it onto Huskar. He will fall. A little bit of an overextension from Secret. The 3 heroes trying to disengage now as Knight's looking for more, but doesn't have a blink for a few more seconds. Brood up on this Brewmaster. This hero is so fast, just hasted.
I think, didn't Yamich double click his blink there? The Morphling was stunned without shifting at the very start of that fight, and rather than blinking tag team and ulting, his blink went on to 15-second cooldown, so it wasn't just cancelled by the Treant Protector that was close to him. I'm pretty sure, again, my camera was too far south on the Morphling to actually see, but I'm pretty sure he just double clicked his blink, which then completely changed the script of that entire fight.
Yeah, I didn't notice. If that's what happened, that is super rough.
Yeah, again, I think
Dire's middle tower
on
is under
the main
attack.
feed they might have seen it, but my camera was slightly different. But yeah, that was okay. Not the cleanest execution from Secret there, but Wheatus, they're showing life. They're showing signs of everything. And don't forget, guys, this game is so important if you are a SEA fan. If Secret are to lose this and Blacklist are to win their next game, then SEA still has some hopes. But if Secret win this, then farewell to both SEA and SA from the tournament.
Yeah, dreams equal shattered. Roshan, a little bit of a longer respawn, about a minute and 20 seconds until it's back up. They will head to the bottom here on the side of Wawitas as they try to just start claiming this area. They actually just didn't see the ward sentry behind this gate there. A little unfortunate on the sentry placement, but Lumiere is just beelining it forward. Dude, if he actually just gets vision of mid one,
Are scanning.
the scan did connect, so they will know where they are now. Knight. Oh, dude, he gets the blink off again. All right. This guy's got a sixth sense at the moment.
He's doing very well with these ones. It's now twice in the game that he's been, what, milliseconds from death.
And he's a big part of their fight. Like the single target, like hexes, and then of course the Earth Spike is really good against the Bruise Split. He's been having a pretty great game on the line at the moment, and he's going to use it to try and punish the Tusk here. He's really far forward here on his own as Oscar comes in. They're going to have a snowball into the blink away. So,
Radiant's
he will
He thought he
be
was still
just
winning the
fine.
bear. Yeah. Secret looking to reinitiate. Puppy leading the charge.
Dark Mago.
Ooh,
Shards just off the mark. Okay,
Is under
okay.
attack.
They, of course, do have this really good ward place here. They got to start cutting the wave so they can equalize this as the Courier. Ooh, not snatched. That's going to be the boots for Oscar.
Dire's structures are
And
fortified.
Lumiere,
Radiant's
got a-
middle tower is under attack.
okay, he's going to back for the Roche. They did scout it here on Panda. Meanwhile, Secret's going to try and force him back to the mid lane. So you make a choice here. Lose your tier 3 mid, most likely, or go for the Roshan. And they're choosing the Roche.
And Secret, they're respecting the fact that at any minute there could be Treant, Lion, or Pangolier just initiating on the high ground. And waiting to get Roshan, Secret get nothing.
Did they think they were smoking across or something?
I mean, I believe they had scan available.
Yeah, they did. That's what I was wondering. I thought they would
So-
scan the smoke across or
Radiant's
something,
top
but
tower is under attack.
either way, great. I mean, that's a great turn of events for Wawitas. They managed to grab the Roshan. Their tier 3 mid is still alive. They're going to take the portal to the top side of the map and start searching. However, they might run into way more heroes than they want here. Boom. Smoke is going to pop. Knight just jumps in, finds a Brewmaster who's got himself a shield rune. Not the best target as Oscar's now trying to get out of here. Does have Panda behind him. At the moment, the bear just completely isolated. Puppy nearly dies to the Morphling, but Oscar pops the cheese at the last second, but Chrysalis is still alive. Oscar, he had 2 full health bars, but is still falling. He will go down. Lumiere takes down the Huskar in the exchange. Razor now on the run as Dark Mago with the Rolling Thunder, trying to chase him down, and there it is. Panda with the Overgrowth finally coming through. Great Macro Pirate dodges out the Ice Path. The chase continues. Razor onto no HP, finally goes down. We still have an Aegis available for this Morphling, thrown into the air by the Cyclone of this Brewmaster as Puppy stuck here in no man's land. He's going to go down as Boom will TP out. Did he miss? I think he missed on Treant. Didn't get the root from the shard.
I don't want to say it, but I mean, is
Wawitas looking pretty
doing it?
good.
Are they
looking-
doing it?
Dark Mago's Pango is doing a lot of work in these fights. Like, as long as like him, if he's not the one getting initiated on in this
Dire's
scenario,
middle
like
tower
it's
is
amazing.
under
Oscar
attack.
is just the sponge at this point. They're committing so much to killing this lone druid every fight. Oh, hold on, we have another fight that might be breaking out, but we'll take a look at the replay really quick. Yeah, dude, I don't know. What do you do here? Oh, here we go. Back to live. Well, your Brewmaster manages to find a kill onto the Lion, but you lose 2 in the process.
The key thing that we're learning here is, briefly as we saw the highlight plus that pick off at Secret, because of how squishy they are now, the fact that you have this Silver Edge, the Scardy on the Morphling, Pangolier has the Octarine, the Ags, the Diffusal, like even the Lone Druid just slowly peppering them down throughout the fights. Like Secret just have no real fight construct now. They have no way to actually help each other out. The Huskar needs like that Aghanim's, that needs that level of control. The Razor isn't able to get damage over time because people are so elusive, right? Static Link is just not effective in this game other than when it's on the Lone Druid. And Yeah, this is, who would have expected Bowitas in their final game in the entire group stage will have incredible ramifications on the group. And I've just double checked it now, but if Blacklist win their second game and Bowitas win this one, I'm pretty sure Boom get eliminated.
Oh my goodness, you are right, don't they?
I'm pretty sure. I kind of completely forgot Boom was on equal scoreline to Secret. I kind of just blindly assumed that they had one more game win somewhere, but South America could knock out Eastern Europe.
That would, that would be both Eastern European teams out, wouldn't it? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we'll come back to that after this game and see what exactly is going to unfold there. But in comes Dark Mega on the Pangolier. They get some vision onto mid one as they break him for the moment. He's trying to finish him up, but the Tusk just destroyed by Lumire's Morphling. The jump in from Knight, the Finger of Death takes down that Jakiro without a buyback. You've lost two. You're going to buy back on the Tusk. As they continue to look for more, Dark Mego rolled up at the moment, tries to swash away, gets pulled back in. He lives on a sliver of HP. Crystal he can't do it alone. Lumire's gonna lose his first life, but can they get more? Boom, the split is gonna expire. He waveforms away. Dark Mego just jumps with a swash, blinks to safety. Lumire trying to stand his ground. That's a dieback on your Tusk, but the taunt isn't enough. Can they bring him down? They do. Finally get this Morphling. And another Rolling Thunder is up. Dark Mego, wait a minute, he's gonna taunt you. Yeah. He's still got to get out of here. Up onto the high ground, the shield protecting him from these burning spears as he will make his way into the fountain. Knight. Look at Knight, dude. What? Dude, he's role-playing the plate mail build right now, for sure.
He's been on Reddit for too long, man. Knight. Go to sleep. Calm down.
That's just a troll play. Just walks mid, manatrates the support as a joke and leaves. That's funny.
It's just a prank, bro. Maybe it was just like a really deep meaning, like puppy. Oh no, okay, because he's sucking. Maybe you. It doesn't work. Anyways, no, yeah. Secret are heavily struggling in every form of the fight right now. Like, how'd you kill a Morphling, right? Like the Morphling pick, it's in the draft. You could argue it's a little bit greedier based on the logic Secret was applying, but at this stage of the game, this truly is why this hero is exceptionally good. Like Razor as a carry, you always want to isolate the enemy carry, right? You want to lock yourself into a one-on-one duel, take their static link away, their damage away, sorry, through static link, and play the fight. But it's just not happening. And the Lone just doesn't care as well. Because of that dispersal build, he can also get away from it. So this Razor is really, really struggling. Pangolier just making so much noise in the enemy base.
Blinking one? Yeah, he's out.
The shield.
Mid one is still chasing. With the BKB, he will get the taunt here onto Dark Mega. The swashbuckle up onto the high ground. He's going to try TP, but it gets canceled. All right. Mid one with that blink dagger just chasing him to the ends of the earth. That's a great find. Huge gold bounty, but it goes to the Tusk of all heroes. That's 2,200 gold for that team. 2,300 gold.
Secret, they had one opportunity to run down the lane and grab a quick kill, right? And they now kind of need to start chaining some more kills together. If not, this game will get much harder. We'll wait to group up once again.
I'm curious where Lumire's going.
50 seconds. Oscar needs to be careful. Secret, they are looking to chain some big kills back to back. Oscar, ooh, nighttime. They don't see him yet. Smoke breaks though.
Oh boy, instant low true form, trying to get the dispel to save him, but I don't think you're getting out of this one. Pops the disperser, it's not enough. A great pickoff there, once again from Secret, trying to just claw their way back into this game, and little by little, it's happening. Another big gold bounty.
Just nighttime really hurting there. If it was daytime, the Lone Droid would be jumped earlier. The high ground there, the fact that the trees block that kind of low ground section, so you can't just see the smoke gank appearing, and Yeah, Secret. Pickoffs are pretty good for them, but again, team fights aren't their friend. Roshan, it's going to be a relatively short respawn, 1 minute and 7 seconds. Will they be able to contest it though? As they do have 2 lanes getting pushed in against them. And
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So Lumiere did go back for the butterfly, and instead of finishing up the Satanic, which he had queued for a while, he was kind of debating between Satanic and Scotty, finishes the Scotty, now grabs the butterfly. So much safer against heroes like Huskar and Razor, right? Like you're not going to build MKB on these heroes. So even tankier than before, and of course, if he gets to Satanic, you have some serious issues. I'm assuming sell your treads at that point, right?
Yeah, probably. You wouldn't really want to take away any of your other items, and you're perfectly fine with no boots. Yeah.
So
Roshan respawning in 11 seconds. Both teams are smoked up. Will either of them use the twin gate first?
I mean,
no one has scan though, so this.
They
pump faked it. They know. Booms it.
Oh, the fear under the Brewmaster. Can they chain stun him down? That finger death comes out. He's trying so hard. Boom gets the split. And now Oscar's gone. A great way to start the fight. Lumiere in trouble. The Cyclone going to send him into the sky. Panda has no overgrowth to try and chase down Yamich, but you've lost the Morphling. You had all the vision to play for this on the side of Wawitas, but you just crumble at the gate. Roshan is now available. What a disaster.
He had the shift, he had Manta, it's... oh no, Wawitas, no.
Just like that. That's third Roche with an Aghanim Scepter for free. You hand that one over to what I'm guessing is going to be the Razor or Yamich. Just right to Chrysalis.
Courier has been killed.
And this game is now going to be gold favoring the side of Secret as soon as he consumes the axe.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
They have crawled back from, what was it, 13,000? Oh, I mean, more than that. Oh my gosh, they were 16,000 gold behind.
But also, don't forget that 16,000 gold it's somewhat deceptive because it's like the loss of 1 fight, 2 racks, into then Secret getting 2 big pickoffs, right? It's like 2 events are occurring right now. It's like the one event obtained the big lead, and the next event was the instant comeback, right?
Yeah.
So Twin Gates, though, really are a menace at this stage of the game, right? The fact that Brewmaster gets to go through the portal, they don't have the perfect chain control. The Lion misses the Earth Spike on the Brewmaster, so then he gets to go further north, draws the engagement kind of away from that safety of that kind of outpost area, and in doing so, yeah, Secret.
He also just has the best jungle item, right? He has the Ascetics cap, right? So they jump on him, he gets feared, he goes super far away. Dark Mago, he's gonna blink after you. Wait a minute. Yeah, big question mark. What's going on here? Sound issue, apparently. But yeah, what I was talking about is you fear Boom away, and he was in wind stance. He actually just ran away full haste, and they didn't have the stun like you mentioned, so he got really far away.
No, yeah, the Ascetics cap is so good on the Brewmaster, right? And I'm intrigued to know how Wawitas wants to respond to this. It's like, it's one of those moments where if they just initiate, they're perfectly fine. But with not the execution, then it hinders them, right? And I'm surprised that that previous fight did go so poorly. I guess Oscar dying very quickly at the start, plus the fact that they don't control the Brewmaster. We'll see how they want to approach this next engagement. But
So
Secret.
interesting here. I was gonna say Wawitas are ready to go. They got the G's out. They're just waiting on Secret to respond. Which they're stretching the legs a little bit. Who knows?
So right now, if you okay, yeah, we're gonna go when ready, but let's look at the players right now. Just all focused up.
Little circle drawn by Yamich here, thinking someone's probably top. And indeed it is. It is a double gem Treants Protector. One for each eyeball. Oh, Panda finds him. Or I'm sorry, Yamich finds him rather. We're back into the game. Is Yamich trying to just bring down the Treant Protector with the help of mid one? They got him. They get both of the gems. That's the funny thing. Maybe he only sees one. Maybe he only sees one gem. No, he sent out the courier. He sees both. All right, Tiga, what has got to happen for Wawitas to close out this game, or at least to... It looks like it's all secret at this point.
I think it's just about that initiation, like I was mentioning. I think if they can survive post Aegis, then they'll be able to take the fight after the fact. But until then, because like we haven't really seen Secret on the high ground, right? Like, how do they siege? How do they present themselves? They don't have the clean sword building damage. That does open up for the initiation to look good. Of course, Boom is going to be the primary source with his ultimate form. I've just lied to you. They do have building damage. What am I saying? Jakira plus Brewmaster. Either way.
Ooh, nice Void Panda. All right. Gets the Pango out, and the Shard's just barely off the mark. And the tier 3 will fall. So they're going to continue to try and work on this building and split. How much more time here?
Oh god, yeah. Jakira just eats through the living armor. That was...
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Real question is, what's Oscar's game plan here? He's all by himself.
They're looking for mid one?
He
gets him with the break, the Finger of Death to secure it, and that is, yeah, like you said, no Aegis.
And Lone Druid, he's in the direbase.
Lone Druid is in the direbase. If they Panda's looking to cancel TPs, jumps ahead, does find Yamich on the side here, and that is a great pick. 75 seconds does have the buyback, but your Lone Druid's in trouble, surrounded here by the Razor. He's gonna pop a BKB, in comes Huskar as well. So Oscar will go down after taking a single tier 4 tower.
That was pretty wild from Oscar. Like, the fact that he just ignores his team, which is fine, but then he commits without seeing any TP cancel. He just goes for it, and of course they're going to TP back and kill him. But now Secret, they're going to have to think next time they go to a high ground, they're not going to have the Aegis. It's not going to be as friendly, and Lone Druid will be somewhere on the map trying to rat. I think Wawitas are going to be playing their own little mini game now of delay the fight as long as possible and hope that they can cancel these TPs.
Dude, he has 9.
Oh, he's even looking for the Agdal. Yeah. Sorry, 9 finger. He's got a lot of finger damage. Knight's had a very splendid game. He has been a thorn in the side of Secret with his initiations. Multiple times he's found Huskar.
Yeah. Lumiere has a ninja gear.
Least one of the most least impressive attempts at rat, but
that is smart. He went full strength shift to pick up a shield rune, so he has 3,500 shield. He's like, "Don't worry, guys, I'm coming back."
That's cool. Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
You think they're gonna go for top reps now?
I mean, it looks like it. Dark Mega with a roll up into the Rolling Thunder. He's a little bit stuck here for the moment, but if they can find a nice opening, this is what they want. They're looking for mid one. The Science comes out, he pops the BKB. He's got a lot of health to play with. The waveform first gets him a little bit of safety here. Panda on the backside here. Still waiting to go with this Overgrowth. Has a good ward here for some vision. In comes the stuns. They get on top of the test. The Finger Death does come out, but it's not enough to find the kill. And they get on top of the Lion. Mid one will find that his BKB is still available. Oscar's Bear gonna go down, as Lumiere will fall right down into the center of him. They get the taunt as well, and the Morphling is dead again. He didn't get the shift. Panda's gone. You lost 3.
They just can't fight right now, and Oscar is just not contributing to the fights anymore. He TP'd bot lane, he used a twin gate, he came on in, he walked his bear onto a tusk, then he got jumped, had to walk away, so his bear then had it was disarmed because it's too far away. And that was about it. Like, it's pretty much like a 4v5 in these team fights. Lone Druid, he just can't do as much as we've seen from other Lone Druids. And Secret, they are relishing this. They are running through the fight with joy.
Dark Mago gonna try and go cut one more wave here, as they have no choice but to try and delay this before Secret can get to the high ground. As they're going to go one more attempt here. Boom TP's in, does have the split. They're just picking the tier 4s. They say, all right, force the buybacks. Morphling, his is available. There is no fortification. You do not have a choice. You have to spend it. They stun up the Huskar for the moment. The mana drain doing some work, but there it is. The buyback from the Morphling. Secret's got to get out, but in comes Dark Mago. Nice stun. Disarm for the moment. Doesn't get the roll up. Gets taunted instead. Mid one. He's going to get blown up. His buyback's available, but you got the Pangolier. His buyback's going to come through as well. Looking to finish off Yamich as he's taking a lot of damage here at the moment. Chrysalis, BKB force in the mid lane, but they will be able to grab the Tusker as it looks like Dark Mago combined with Knight having the chain CC. Wait a minute. No, he gets the blink. He's out, but you caught Puppey on the backside, so you get something, and boom, will TP to safety. It doesn't feel like it's enough.
No, so many buybacks used just to get a Huskar and a Jakiro kill, right? The Morphling, Pango, Tree, all buying back. I guess the trade-off is you didn't really... I mean, you lost 2 tier 4s, but at least you didn't lose a lane of racks. I think at least for Secret, they... Wait, Huskar just bought out a refresher. He has... Okay, he just got buyback. Oh, God.
Oh, 5 gold.
It was like dicing between no buyback. That was like, how much gold is he missing? If it was like 50, 60, then... But no, he does have it now. So were we to say, looking just to try and get the mega creeps here?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously is going to make a huge difference if they can get it. The buybacks are available. You need to be very careful of the Razor, though, here if you're Oscar. As there's going to be the static link, the shards as well. The Bear just going deeper and deeper into the base as Chrysalis will be easily able to clean this one up. Lumiere pops Manta waveforms away. Dark Mago needs to be a little bit careful himself. There's going to be the Swashbuckle. They get the tier 3. And Secret don't have to expend a single buyback.
The discipline on Secret as well, right? For both Jakiro and Huskar to not buy back there. If you think of other teams, other players there, like the 5 position would just slam the buyback down. It's like, whatever. I'm 5, I'm here, right? But no, he doesn't want to waste it. They realize that they can defend with just the Brewmaster Radiance mischance with the shards to try and block them off, and yeah, they do it. They hold, they don't lose their groups. I think if fight-wise now, Secret crush every fight because of just how low impact. Like this Lone Druid, look at his items. He's bought nothing in like half an hour, it feels like. He got cloaks of Wraith Bands and he's held... Okay, he just got an AC, thank God. All right, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he's seeing some gold. I'm clicking around, but okay, he was on his courier. They just got an AC, so at least buildings are full, but...
Dark Mago with the roll-up, looking to maybe find an opening into this fight. Going to try and zone out Chrysalis. They get the Primal Split for this. I mean, that's a pretty decent cooldown. As Yamich unable to do a whole lot to chase him, but the TPs, as they come through the gate, you now have Puppey. And some spells expended. 11 seconds on the Rolling Thunder thanks to an Arcane Rune, so... Not bad, honestly. There's a refresher available, of course, for Boom if he wants to be able to go for the second split. Mid 1, TPing back to the mid lane to catch the wave. Dark Mago jumps up onto the high ground, going for another Rolling Thunder, as there it is, the split. Well, cancels it with the refresher. He will use it now, looking for Oscar. Great shards block as Dark Mago continuing to just provide vision and space for his team, just cause chaos here in the bottom lane. And you got both splits and a refresher at the moment. If you don't lose anything, that's pretty great for the side of Awita. They just need to stall this out. He will clean up another set of wards here. And only 11 more seconds on another Rolling Thunder. They smoke up immediately.
I mean, there's no fortification on Secret. They can think about buildings at some point in the game. Of course, Roshan is respawning, so that's the bigger objective right now.
Rolling Thunder just thrown once again. They're looking for an opening. Panic comes in. He finds 3. That might not be the target you want, as Chrysalis is going to chase him down with the Hex. He finds the kill, gets on top of Oscar as well. The Lone Druid getting ripped apart. He's fallen as well. You get nothing. You get the Huskar, I guess, but... Oh my goodness, that doesn't feel good enough.
I'm a little bit surprised they're so focused on the bot side. Of course, like, with this type of game, I don't know if Oscar should be making the calls of, guys, we want to be fighting them this much. I understand that Roshan at 50 minutes is so important, but like, there's no backdoor. That you force 2 splits. Why not just disengage from that area and try and make a different play to occur, to then blink into their tree line and throw your lives away. Like this game, it is slipping. I mean, it has slipped away from Owitas. It is not their game to win anymore, but they are now moving to top. Just
You have an
just
axe
going to try
on
and go for
now.
it. This is what I expect them to do post-split, but here it is, no fortification. They're desperately trying to get the mega creeps.
I mean, they can kill a Tusk, it'd be great. That's going to be the BKB. Lumir is just going to pop his refresher, try and finish off the racks. It survives just barely thanks to the kick. It's on a 90 HP. Oh my goodness, Mega Creep's not secured. Yeah, Lumir is circling back. He really wants this. But if he dies,
Scanning.
he does not have a buyback. Oh, he's going to send the illusions in and TP.
So good, so good.
This guy's a genius.
The Radiants now have Mega Creeps.
Okay,
All right,
so
okay, they did it then. Okay, this is what I was expecting. As soon as you see the double split wasted bottom, like no fortification, no double split, you need to go for the mega creeps play. Everyone will be back alive. What's the buyback status saying? Not too healthy.
Yeah. We're going to see another split come out as the Rolling Thunder comes out from Dark Mega once again. Him just trying to do what he can to slow down this push. Chain stunning up the Huskar actually quite a bit. Does ever refresher available to go for the BKB? Oh, you're right. The Ancient is exposed. Great Earth Spike onto the Huskar. He gets the refresher off. That's going to be the Bear dead. Without a resummon, the throne, they got a fortification available. The Ice Path catches three. Dark Mago's got to get in here. They're looking for the Huskar. Ostra's got to get active. Big overgrowth from Panda. They take down the Huskar. That's going to be a dieback. They're looking for Chrysalis. He's going to go down. That's the Aegis. Boom. Needs to get to the throne. The Hex is there from this Lion once again. They're crumbling on the side of Secret. The buybacks coming through. The Boots of Traveler in. They want the throne so bad, but a nice Earth Spike once again from Knight. An ultra kill for Lumir. The throne isn't gonna fall. The buybacks are enough, and Secret close it out.
So close.
No way.
What an ending. Oh no, what Owitas. Oh,
shaking their heads, man.
And they're winning this game because of, like, if you rewind all the way back when Secret, they went to this top tier 3. After taking it, they took both tier 4s. If any tier 4 is alive there, we're probably talking about a whole different scenario. The desperation of Secret to end it. But when you have that many buybacks, that many boots of travel, with an Ancient exposed, it is just a matter of time. Fair play to Owitas to muscle up for so much in this game. But they just weren't able to make the decisions, and Secret, of course, through the chaos, do find victory. They are going to probably need to clean up their act as they move towards the potential tiebreakers or playoff bracket. Again, I'm not up to date on the exact results of the other series to know where they're going to be landing within the playoffs and the group stage, but yeah. What a weird game, actually.
If you're a Bet Boom fan right now, you are very stoked because oh man, you what a game. I can't even imagine just the feeling that the players on Owitas are dealing with right now, because this was easily their game, right? You had a 19,000 gold advance, or not 19, but a pretty huge, it was like 14, 15, 16,000 gold at one point. A couple really big pickoffs into a couple really bad fights, and suddenly Team Secret play the late game and they just became too strong. The Oscar Lone Druid became more of a liability, and Lumir's Morphling even, he had a couple like really like uncharacteristic deaths. Like he shouldn't have probably died in a couple of these fights when he did, like had the morph available, either had the Manta available, and maybe just a little bit of panicking in these like really late game scenarios.
Yeah, it's just this game, it got past the point of like the things that you normally practice within a scrim, and it got to kind of just like the rawest form of the game, right? It's like how you play the map in the clutch moments, the type of calls you're making, and yeah, it just felt like, I don't know if Owitas was the strongest Lone Druid team. I didn't really feel the timings really coming into play. I didn't think Oscar had the best game. And then because of that, you then had like the mid to late game, rather than it being like the, wow, the Lone Druid, you can't kill him, what, the Bear's doing everything, to just existing. And of course, Secret capitalized on that. But yeah, Secret, they escape potential elimination that they could have happened at the start of the day. They are progressing to some part of the playoffs, which is still TBD depending on other results. And yeah, Secret looking, I'm going to say good, but with an asterisk of mid one Huskar is a volatile being, but other than that, it's everything else is looking pretty dandy. And yeah, we see the score lines here. Boom, I think he had an exceptional game. I think a lot of people, again, they look at Boom returning to Secret and question marks were raised, but he is now, each game he plays, when they win, he is often having some pretty good score lines, having some pretty good stat lines. And yeah, once again, it's just like the supports on the Secret are often the MVPs in my eyes. Like Yamich and Puppy, they do so much work for this team.
Yeah.
That they often just are the unsung heroes.
Man, I feel so bad for Knight as well, because he absolutely popped off this game on this Lion, and just it all kind of just falling apart slowly but surely for them is just got to be heartbreaking for him. I will say I took a look at some of the standings, and it looks like Azure did take a 2-0 over Gaming Gladiators. So Secret, off of this win, now have a shot at the upper bracket for playoffs, as they're going to be going into a tiebreaker match between Gaming Gladiators. So
damn,
that's a super hype.
Yeah, and I just saw BetBoom, they won the second game against Blacklist. So both SEA and South America are eliminated from Group A. Yeah, so that's wild. I know we're looking at post-game graphic of this, but the group is coming to its conclusion, so we're getting all our excitement there. But yeah, just as we conclude and watch the final highlights, yeah, this is, I think, the main undoing of Awetus, right? They have the 9,000 gold lead, the Twin Gate. They don't control the Brewmaster up, allows the split to get off, and in doing so, it just breaks their lead. And these are just the errors that we've been seeing them make throughout the entire run in their groups. But I guess we should focus now more on Secret, as they are going to be playing more in the tournament. And there seems to be like this tenacity in the team, I feel, and I think that's maybe been like the Secret way for now the last year, if not longer, is even in games that just look somewhat on the losing side, they just keep going. They keep going. And I think it might be some Crystalos? No, he won. Crystal won. Crystalis ideology as well, because he's quite a charismatic carry player, where I'm pretty sure his vibes are always going to be able to help the team in these slightly more difficult spots.
Yeah, I mean, this last team fight here just kind of shows the play calling as well from Secret to be like, guys, we can end it. Like, everyone buy back, everyone bots in. Like, we're not stopping. Like, Puppy force staffing to the low side, just surviving long enough for Chrysalis to come in, just so he can also, close it. Just the headset throw. He's like, gosh, get me out of this game. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was, I mean, very good composure from Secret to draw this game out and to come back from what looked like what was definitely just going to be a Wawita's, victory here. Starting out like 0-7 on Huskar, and having pretty much lost your entire map. They did it, man. Great play calling.
No, it was, yeah. And I guess the cool thing is, do you think that they're aware right now that they have a tiebreaker to play? Because obviously they need to wait for other results. And if you just finish your game, right, you don't have your phone when you play your game.
Yeah.
And if you're doing an interview, you might not have actually spoke to anyone else, really. You might just be dragged to the interview booth straight away. Mm-hmm. So potentially, whoever's doing the interview is in for a little bit of a surprise, where they're like, oh, that's cool. Nice.
Oh, thanks. Nice. Good to know. Good to know.
Thanks. So yeah, that could be our intro if we are to do one. But no,
yeah, I think
Secret,
we're waiting to figure out who it might be available. But for the most part, like, I kind of want to just pick their brain on here on game number 2, because game 1 was pretty cut and dry, right? Like, it seemed like it's just a solid out draft. They played everything, kind of perfectly there. And game number 2, though, I'm curious if he's going to say something similar to what we heard yesterday with Ace in the offlane, where it's just like, yeah, it's okay if he keeps dying. It's all right, whatever. He'll eventually have items. He'll eventually hit level 25, but we'll have to find out. I think we're still waiting on production. Am I missing something here?
Probably. I'd assume so. We can keep yapping. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think how. Okay. We have to be careful as well, because what happens is, right, so throughout the DPC last year, when we had these like moments, the player would join the Discord or join whatever early, so then they would hear the panel before the interview. So you had to like you just know subconsciously in the back of your mind, like, that player is hearing what you're saying. So if you're going, you know what, I think Mid One played the worst Huskar in the history of Dota 2. And then imagine 2 seconds later, it's like, interview's ready, guys. Mid one's here. And then we're like, hi, buddy. How you doing? Yeah. So like I said,
You guys didn't hear that, right?
Yeah. I don't think that was true this game. I think it's one of those ones where the scoreline doesn't really reflect the play. It was middling, but again, I think Secret they are showing quite a cool grouping of togetherness wins games rather than one player having to consistently be the star player every time.
Yeah, I mean, their team fighting's been very solid, and Mid One wins his 4th game in a row on Huskar now, up to 2 so far this year. That's quite the upgrade. But it doesn't look like we're gonna have an interview from what it sounds like, so we might just be sending to a break, I believe, and we'll be back with our next series, which is a little unfortunate. Would have loved to hear from Secret, but I'm sure they're celebrating like crazy right now and trying to get out. So 9 Pandas taking on G2IG will be our next series, which should be a lot of fun. But before we go ahead and throw to a break, make sure to check out some tips, as the DHL Pro tips are going to level up your game a little bit. So we'll see y'all after the break.
Dota 2 is a video game, and video games have collision, and collision is not perfect. This simple fact is abused all the time by pro players. For instance, if you are playing Nature's Prophet and you TP on a cliff to ward, and then you realize, hey, I can farm here. Then you can get yourself off the cliff without actually having to use a TP. Simply press Sprout on the edge of the cliff and you will bump yourself off. The reason this happens is because there isn't enough space on the cliff for both you and the trees. And since trees can't move, the game takes the thing that can move, which is you, and bumps you to the nearest available location. This just so happens to be off of the cliff. This bumping mechanic has a ton of useful applications in the game. Another example is that if you are playing Tusk and getting chased by enemies, you can run right next to a cliff, then throw ice shards directly on top of yourself. If you were precise enough, then the distance between you and the top of the cliff is shorter than the distance between you and the bottom of the cliff. In other words, you'll be bumped up, and everybody will think that you're really cool. Another example is with Storm Spirit. There are a ton of places on the map with unpathable objects that you can use to push you a small distance to save mana with your zip. The Ancient is one of these. If you're walking back to Fountain, you can get there quicker by zipping halfway through the throne, pushing you to the other side. Similarly, you can blink or force staff greater distances by also using these unpathable objects on the map to bump you to the other side. Interestingly, the sides of the map count as unpathable objects, but they're also high grounds. So, you can use these forced movement spells and items to put yourself off of the map temporarily, which gives you flying vision, and essentially makes you unjukable.
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
We are back here for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. We are into our second series here fairly soon. It is going to be 9 Pandas taking up, a team that is kind of like the bottom and top of the group here. G2IG, 9 Pandas already mathematically eliminated as of yesterday, and G2IG have been sitting very comfortably at the top at 6-2. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with T-Gov, of course. Our first time being able to cover any of Group B. How you feel about that?
It feels wrong. I've not really... Yeah, okay, we'll find out. But no, I've been looking at the Dota buffs of the games and kind of keeping my finger on the pulse of the group, but yet to actually watch G2IG kind of properly. I did get to cover the Eastern European qualifiers, so I already saw 9 Pandas and their road to get to the tournament, but I am excited to see the new form of this Chinese team, G2IG. Also, it's getting used to saying these like connection names. Like PSG.LGD was a thing. Now it's like PSG.Quest, G2.IG. You really gotta hammer it home. Remember it. There you go.
Yeah.
G2IG. It actually... Does it have a ring to it? It has a slight ring. G2IG. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see it.
I was wondering when they were announcing it, I was like, are they going to be like IG2? Like as like a way of combining the two or something like that.
IGG2,
yeah, IGG2 or something. But yeah, G2IG hopefully ends up becoming like another staple name in the Chinese region as much as LGD or PSG LGD was. I mean, it'd be amazing to see them do incredibly well. As obviously, like you said, PSG has now moved into Western Europe as they are with Quest now, but this team looks good, man. They have had a really good performance so far. Like you mentioned, their only real loss was to Tundra at the very beginning of the tournament, which they definitely struggled against, but has pretty much steamrolled every series since then.
Yeah, like when you look at this team, it is just a lot of star players from the region, right? Like even, I think JT on offlane, even though he didn't get a lot of international experience due to some, obviously, did they get to TI? I don't think he got to TI, right? I believe he didn't actually. Yeah, he hasn't. But I feel like he individually is an incredibly good player in just the energy he brings to the team. I remember when I was doing Chinese DBC last year as well, we got some interviews with him, and a lot of his work he was trying to improve on was just the charisma he brings, because I think being like a SEA player but in like Chinese teams, it can often be high energy but with the discipline of like a completely different culture, right? And now that this team has shifted more to, it's kind of like majority C, it might kind of be that perfect balance where you've got like the carry discipline of Monet but with like the X factor of Baboka, but then you have like just the raw energy that players like JT can bring in. And yeah, of course, nothing stays on it as well, but alas, we're going to be looking at 9 Pandas, and this is a team that is already eliminated from the group stage. The big roster shuffle, of course, was they brought in Vtoon and Afaninja post TI, and yeah, they looked relatively strong within the regional qualifiers. They did fall short to BetBoom in their qualifying run to not be able to make it in first place. At least they did have to go for the lower bracket. But yeah, I feel like they're still missing something. It's hard to put your finger on exactly what it is, but they're not hitting their stride yet.
I feel like part of it, just the Ramses being in the off lane feels still awkward for this lineup in a way. Like he hasn't felt super comfortable there, I guess, or as opposed to him being in the carry. And I think part of that is because a lot of times in their runs earlier this year, they're drafting around Ramses, right? Like they're making sure that he has like the correct heroes, that he has the good lanes. And this time it's like, all right, go to the off lane. We're going to bring in Vtoon, which don't get me wrong, Vtoon is an incredible carry. This guy absolutely crushed it. At the tail end of this year, I think he surprised a lot of people, but they've been struggling this tournament, and we'll see, if it ends up leading to some roster shuffles or what ends up happening, post tournament. But it's time to take a look at the new G2IG, and these guys, man, they're hot right now. These guys are on fire.
Yeah, especially because they had their bounce back from day one. They lost the 2-0 to Tundra, and since then haven't dropped a game. And I feel like when you look at the Chinese region, if there ever was a time to perform, it would be right now, especially with the the stories of of course Arme has now returned. He's now on Extreme Gaming. They're still building out their roster, but if you look towards the region in future qualifiers for only one slot, there potentially could be LGD if they don't break into top 4. There's going to obviously be Asta, who are still locked to win the region. You've got G2IG, Azure. Like, there's so many teams, and if China doesn't make top 4, that is going to be one competitive region to get back out again. So I feel like if there is ever a time for a team in a region to find their form, it would be right now with G2IG. Escape the qualifiers that you had to go through the first time and try and get yourself a deep run in this tournament.
That'll be one of those scenarios where they're like, all right, time to go boot camp in another region for these qualifiers. We're going to be competing in the MENA qualifiers. We're going to compete in, Western Europe, just somewhere where there's more than one slot available. Because yeah, like you're right. If they don't place a top 4, that will be the most ridiculous run for a single slot I think we will have seen in a long time. So hopefully that doesn't end up happening, but it's up to G2IG. I mean, they look really good. Azure looks really good as well. They've already clinched themselves in the upper bracket as they did take the 2-0 over Gaming Gladiators. So they are, I mean, they've crushed this tournament so far. So we could have a scenario where both Chinese teams are going to the upper bracket immediately, which would be awesome. That would open up potentially a third slot even for the region if they continue this trend.
Yeah, it's like, I guess with the logic of top 4, it's like, if let's say Europe got 3 slots in, right, and then they're gonna have a heavy dominance in the next one, and it gets to a point where if there's a majority of one region and they're able to consistently do well, then it will just hurt the other regions potentially, where the auto invites go to, like, because right now it's 2 to EU, 2 to China, right?
Yeah.
So already other regions are getting starved. So there's potential, right, where this could be something. And also with like Team Falcons, right, them doing right now quite well. If they are to get themselves into top 4, there's no other team right now other than Quest in the region. Nigma doesn't field a team, so if they're to get top 4, then Quest is going to be very happy because, like, thanks guys, we now get our free passage to the tournament. So this system is quite comedic when you start thinking about like how the route for future tournaments, right? It's very impactful because it's so clearly presented and how it impacts the future qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean every series matters in this EPL league, and it's pretty cool. As you can see on the predictions here, both T-Gov and myself have placed G2IG as the favorites. We'll have to see what Twitch chat ends up thinking. I'm gonna guess they're probably on the same page as us, but it's maybe we see 9 Pandas. What? All right, Twitch chat, that's bold. That's bold. You guys feeling?
Is that a 50-50?
That's like a 50-50 slight advantage to 9 Pandas, apparently, which, all right. A lot of faith in Ramses. I mean, he is quite a good player, but we'll see what they can do. They're up against quite the juggernauts of the tournament so far, so.
Yeah, I think for me, when I was looking at 9 Pandas in their qualifier run, it was always, how did they draft around Ramses, like you were mentioning? But also, it's like they sometimes did like Naga Siren offlane, Alchemist offlane. They just picked like the carries for offlane and have 2 carries. And I didn't mind it for the quirkiness of, I've just moved this role, let's not be too crazy. But that's not how you play the current meta unless your carry player, V2, that is willing to basically role play being the offlaner whilst being the carry, right? So I think that there is potential harmony in the idea because, of course, certain drafts will allow for an Alk who's playing in the offlane to be OP in the game if you have, let's say, some semi-carry and safe. But I think 9 Pandas are still yet to find that balance in it, and they're still just kind of wishy-washy in their drafts to be able to get to that point. And again, I've not been able to watch their plays recently due to us covering Group A, not Group B, but we'll see if they have been able to at least fix some of those problems coming into this series and again cause some upsets. They are in a position that they can annoy G2IG a little bit. Of course, G2IG is looking to secure first seed within the group, and any game loss might drag them closer towards the sides of, for example, like Falcons or Tundra, or maybe even Liquid, depending on further results down the line.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically a potential for a 4-way tie for literally first place here in this group. But if G2IG grabs themselves 1 win, they've already guaranteed themselves the upper bracket. So that's the big thing for them. So we'll have to see. As for right now, we are going to go to a short break, and then we will be back with our first game of this series. Again, G2IG taking on the sides of 9 Pandas. And We'll see if they can make it happen. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
I'm becoming all that I can be. Let me show you something you've never seen. Time to get up and dust yourself down. Not every king wears a crown. So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line.
Okay, we are back now as we're getting ready to jump into game number 1 of 9 Pandas versus G2IG. Wawita's earlier failing to take a game off of Secret. It is now 9 Pandas' turn to try and take some games away from G2IG and maybe spoil the fun that G2IG has had so far in this tournament. I'm curious to see how it plays out. T-Gov, what do you think? Like obviously we know 9 Pandas is a good team. Is G2IG just on a roll? Like what can happen here?
Honestly, it's like anyone's game. I feel like, of course, G2IG are doing very well, but I think once you start moving towards the teams that have such veterans on them and have experience, even if they have a bad group stage, there's the ability for them to show up, right? I think the previous series, there is a lot of experience on the players, but I don't think it's the same as like a 9 Pandas who are eliminated, right? Like 9 Pandas who have a good run at TI, they make some roster changes. Yes, they do get eliminated. They've only won a single game, but I still feel like you need to put a little bit of respect on like Solo, Ramses, put it on their name. And if you're G2IG, just have that mindset and then treat this like it's a competition of winner takes first, basically. And if you have that logic, then they'll be fine. I don't think G2IG should take the series lightly in any way, even though, like I said, 9 Pandas are eliminated.
Yeah. So, looks like we finally have the draft about to pop up here. I think so. So, I will say one thing that we've seen a lot of the Eastern European teams focus on has been this hero, Pugna. And it looks like, once again, we're going to see that get banned first phase here by G2IG. As 9 Pandas will remove the Slardar, the Enchantress.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm curious. I'm excited, man. We haven't been able to watch any of the games from Group B, and I think I'm hoping for something a little bit different. You know, usually groups can have like they develop their own like potential mini meta during the group stage. So hopefully we see something a little bit different here. But
yeah, I think we already are, because G2IG is loving their Magnus, right? They're first picking it whenever possible. Also, a lot of Chinese teams are looking at Phoenix quite a lot, especially with the rise of heroes like Slardar. Having anything that manipulates attack speed, can survive the initiation in that support role will be very good. So we're seeing at least 2 heroes that we haven't been able to cast too much about, and yeah, there it is. Straight away the Magnus, especially with the Rhythmic ban as well. That's a pretty cool ban that G2IG is doing quite often when they pick their Magnus, especially when they're first pick, because they can cover it instantly with the instant Rhythmic ban into mag pick. But the lift, the fact that you can still hit spells, yeah, pretty good hero to annoy the Magnus, and also RP. Don't want to give that one away.
Yeah, it is important to point out G2IG did win the coin toss, and they chose first pick. 9Pandas grab Radiant here, so I mean, like you're saying, they have this plan for this first pick Magnus every time if given the opportunity. And 9Pandas respond with the Weaver.
So Weaver is a perfectly fine response here. Magnus, of course, very good at catch, but not very good at catching the elusive heroes that he can't see at the start. Like, he wants... Magnus needs information to be able to play a good fight, right? And of course, Weaver, out of nowhere, can just appear and... Oh, wait, it's too late. Of course, Weaver, on the other hand, is very squishy and can die in a matter of seconds inside an RP before he buys multiple stat items. So it'll be a fun little balance between the 2 heroes, but I think Weaver at least can present a high-paced game. And if the Weaver goes support, then you're talking about like Solar Crest to buff up people's armor when they're inside RP. You're talking about Aghanims potentially down the line to save people get caught by RP. So these 2 heroes, like, even though mag on paper, RP always kill, there is like fun little back and forth that you can see depending on the roles and the general playstyle of the players.
I will say I'm a little bit surprised. Well, I guess maybe not. I was gonna say, I like the Wraith King is still, I guess, really popular, and now that you do have Ramses in the off lane, it does kind of make sense that, you know, the Wraith King would get some more attention in the early stages of the bans here, because a lot of teams are kind of letting it through and thinking maybe they can just like play against the Wraith King, or I'm not entirely sure. Like, is there a reason you think some teams are not as like prioritizing this Wraith King in the off lane?
I think people realize just how slow it is, right? You're an offlane Wraith King that needs to roleplay being a Zoo hero, but you don't have any push potential of a Zoo hero until you have a lot of levels. You then need to buy like Radiance or Blade Mail and then Blink, and then you need an Axe. Like, it's a lot of economy. You need a lot of people to come to you, and that's punishable by just playing away from him or having a super aggressive lane. So I think the Wraith King concept is good in games where they last 45-50 minutes, maybe during TI, but at least right now we are seeing a little bit more aggression, a little bit more decisiveness coming out from teams that would be able to prevent a Wraith King from feeling very good. And of course, G2IG is respecting 9Pandas, because I'm not going to say they were the inventors of it, but they were the ones that liked to consistently use the idea throughout TI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course, it's just a massive comfort hero for Ramses now as well, so even stronger when your offlaner it like has that much experience playing the hero. A hero that has been getting a little bit more attention, the Shadow Shaman. So this is something that I don't think we've seen get played quite yet, but has been getting buff after buff, patch after patch, and he's a sleeper, especially with the Rubik being banned. Like, this hero can be devastating. Getting like that hex into that into the damage amp that it provides, as well as long range shackles, very scary.
Bro, what year is it? We're seeing Shaman versus Lion in a game of Dota 2. What year? God, what? Nice.
10 seconds.
Of course. So you're talking about Shaman being a little bit of a sleeper. Of course, he is a little bit of a sleeper due to the fact that he has damage amp built into his hex. This is something not to joke about, especially because often when Shaman hexes someone in the clutch fights, you are normally blowing up that hero during that time. But yeah, G2IG, they decide to go for a very robust opening, right? You've got this Magnus offlane, you give it a Lion behind, so now this lane, it's pretty hard to get kills in this lane if you're 9Pandas, because there's going to be Earth Spike, Hex, and then Skewer disengages. If you get close to the tower, you'll be under it. If you're close to your safe lane tower, then Mag can just disengage, right? So, and then you have the teamfight contribution where it's going to be Ice Vortex to enable the finger, Ice Vortex to give vision for the RP or for the blink initiation from Lion. So yeah, it's just a really, really nice opening. And for 9 Pandas, they need to punish this, I think, with just matching the team fight. Yeah, and they pick up a Mars to be able to start doing that.
I like the Mars a lot. It's great against these two supports. These are two heroes that if you happen to get the jump on, it's fantastic, and you have definitely kill threat inside the arena pretty easily against them. Also contains Magnus, right, as he's not a hero that typically likes to build BKB from the offlane, right? A lot of times you're playing for this like blink, you know, like harpoon build, right, where you're trying to just pull people back and we'll slow them down a little bit. But yeah, good pick overall from 9 Pandas. I'm curious what else they decide to throw in here, because I think they do want some damage to play around this arena. I don't know if Shadow Shaman Weaver is entirely enough, but this does potentially mean that this could be like a 4-position Weaver with a Mars offlane. I don't know. What do you feel like that?
Dire team pick.
I would. Oh, I was no.
I talked too long. I blocked you.
No, it's fine. It's all good. No one would believe me.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's such a good Zeus pick, actually.
Trust me, bro. Nah, so I was leaning to Zeus because I'm like, when you see Lion AA, the reason why you don't see the pairing too often is just because they are squishier supports, right? And my G2IG is just presenting us with the draft of, like, I think they're trying to achieve like the perfect draft of it can play into any type lineup, you know? Like, I look at this and I'm like, okay, against a push strat, they can find ways to come back into it. In a stable game, they scale beautifully, right? Like, their lanes are really strong as well. Like, this is just a really, really solid draft. But going back to 9 Pandas real quick, the Zeus with the flat 3 will provide a lot of early game tempo. You hex someone, they'll die even quicker. The Mars provides the team fight. The Weaver is the only question mark right now because it technically is being flexed between 4 and carry. I feel with Void getting picked up, you might want to push the Weaver to 4, because then you have the Weaver bugs to enable the Mars with Rebuke in lane, and then you get a carry that doesn't really care about the Faceless Void potentially, or at least sets a pace that you can keep fighting G2IG.
I really like the TA ban. I think that one makes a lot of sense. Right now, at the moment, you have a few more heroes you could go for.
I would potentially say Alchemist could be a good option.
Yeah, it's a 9 Pandas. Yeah, it's a 9 Pandas classic for sure. Even into the Ancient Apparition, though, you think it's good enough?
So I think people might go, what? But there's an AA. But I think instantly the rebuttal is there's already so much desire to fight with the Mars that you want to try and pressure the amount of farm that G2IG need. Naga actually was a very good option as well. It's a very good ban. I kind of forgot about that hero.
I was thinking an illusion hero of some kind. I forgot about Naga's, but like my brain went to like PL or like Terrorblade, but Naga is just a much better version of that.
So the reason why I was talking about Alchemist is because G2IG, they lack a little bit of map play early on with their heroes, right? So the Pangolier fixes that quite beautifully. Super active hero, Diffusal Corrosion can do all of it. So if 9 Pandas were to go for, let's say, an Alchemist, your timing in which you have Radiant's BKB Blink is when the Void is still looking to potentially farm that item. Of course, Empower will help amplify that. So the pick is incredibly risky and maybe a little bit too volatile. But I do feel, I don't know if there's a carry pick that will perfectly allow them to outscale how scalable this lineup is from G2IG. So it's trying to find the balance of good laning presence, but can get you out of the game. And okay, they go for a PA. This is it's going to eat up the supports.
Yeah.
But my only fear is, actually, I don't really have a fear for the hero. I think, of course, you can get into any game, but it really relies on 9 Pandas having good execution, because G2IG, they have so many fail-safes built into their lineup that unless V2 just absolutely pops off, there will always be an opportunity where a Pango or a Lion or a Void or someone's going to find this PA, and there's plenty of control to 100 to 0 her. Of course, there's going to be like absolute artillery coming from behind with the Zeus or the Mars or whatever, but I think G2IG's lineup is very, very stable, very scary, and 9 Pandas are going to have to really exploit the amount of damage they can pump out with the highest physical damage here in the game and the highest magical damage here in the game, right? Like, they're going to have to really utilize these two heroes to try and punish G2IG.
I mean, I like the combo of the Zeus PA, right? Like, you talked about the fact that the Lion and AA are already really squishy. It like leads into the Zeus pick really well. And now you can capitalize that on a PA who's, for the most part, just going to be blurred up. And if a fight happens or a fight's about to happen and you can start with the Zeus ult, it's pretty much a green light for this PA to try and grab one of these supports before the fight even starts. So we'll see if they can make it happen, though. I do agree with you. I love G2IG's draft. I think it's very straightforward. JT has been very impressive on the Magnus so far in the tournament, based on the Reddit clips of him cliffing hero after hero. So see if you can make that a common theme as we go into game number 1 of 9 Pandas versus G2IG. I mean, looking at the draft, you're leaning for Dire here?
I'm a big Zeus enjoyer, so...
Me too,
yeah,
man.
But no, I think I am leaning G2IG. Like, if you were to ever present like drafts to players and go, okay, which one would you like to play? Like, if you had to play it in any type of game, I feel like this is like close to perfection in regards to the draft that does a little bit of everything, right? It can play fast, it can scale for late game. It feels like the type of draft that you would see at like a TI main stage because it has like so many layers built into it. And on the flip side, like 9 Pandas, they are one of the most aggressive teams from Eastern Europe, right? The way that they play Kiyotaka, how many times has he been diving past towers, getting the death stare from Ramses? And this draft really leans into that. So I think 9 Pandas are in their comfort with how they want to play this game. You've got the Alpha Ninja Weaver who's going to go find out all the information. The Ramses can scale on the Mars and kind of be like a pseudo carry if he wants to go for like potentially those type of items. And yeah, we'll see if they can execute on it. But when 9 Pandas need to find the fight, of course, G2IG will happily respond. So it's all about 9 Pandas execution in this game.
All right. Well, JT holding the skewer has the high ground ward here, waiting to see if there's anyone that he can ruin the early game for.
30 seconds to battle.
Dude, I will say Kiyotaka probably was, in my opinion, like one of the most improved mid laners, I think, of all of 2023. He had, like, the glow up was real with this guy. Bottom lane. A little bit of a fight here potentially at this rune as V-Tune and the Weaver are ready to go. The Sakuchian, he snipes it as JT takes puts a pretty decent chunk of damage here into the Phantom Assassin, but they're going to turn to Baboka, who needs to be careful as Solo's coming in on the wraparound, and that will be a stun coming out. A dagger in one. The Sakuchi, will it give him the vision? It does. They want to give it to V-Tune, and it's there. So Phantom Assassin starting this game with the first blood is going to be very good.
That is exactly what you want to see, especially because they were giving it away. You know, other teams, they just, you know what, we'll steal this and who cares? We've got the first blood, continue with the game, right? But V-Tune already getting that kill, helping out a lot. Solo, though, getting pressured instantly. This is a deceptive lane, right? I think Magnus, I think people always forget how much damage he can do, especially when he gets like a couple points in Shockwave, plus then the Earth Spike spam. So this is going to have to be a lane that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Maybe more kills are to occur.
Yeah. Mid lane, a lot of damage already being thrown out between these two heroes. Is Kiyotaka just going to try and shove this way and get to this bottle as soon as possible. Just about 10 gold, so he'll have it pretty dang quick.
Alright. Start of the game for the side of G2IG will be all about farm efficiency in lanes. Like, they can potentially go for kills if they overstep, but when you have Void in one lane, oh, Baboka dive bot.
Yeah, this was actually pretty sick from Solo. They
Level
baited out
2,
the
yeah.
stun. He was super low, pops stick, and just goes for the shackle, and he's like out regenning the damage that JT can do with him with the right clicks. And V-Tune with that Blightstone just is 0 armor Lion.
Yeah, I mean, you get the first blood, right? So you've got extra XP there. You get level 2 and instantly capitalize on it. If Mag or Lion was to hit level 2 themselves, then suddenly you've got skewers and hexes and you're near the tower, right? But 9 Pandas do utilize that advantage once again. Early kill lead going the way. And I think that's kind of going to be the whole story for 9 Pandas. Where can they get the kills? How can they make the game feel a little bit too quick for this lineup that needs just a little bit of farm in them before they want to play Dota? That's Sakuchi able to disengage from top lane.
There's a good amount of damage that came out there.
I mean, they're diving the tower, right? They're putting themselves in vulnerable positions, but they're affecting the CS. They are pressuring Monet. It kind of feels like all 3 lanes for 9 Pandas are going exceptionally well, right? Nearly 15 CS on all 3 cores, and the CS away on PA and Mars.
I will say I'm curious to see how Ramses decides to build this. I'm a big fan of just like picking up early bracers and then phase boots and then just like trying to sustain the lane without having to like necessarily make a bunch of rotations early. So we'll see what he ends up doing.
Yeah, I think going for 1 bracer, like phase boot Soul Ring, is the way to be independent. You can also go for a 2nd bracer as well if you'd like, but being off lane and not like a mid, for example, you don't have bottle, so you do need some form of mana regen. I think to close out the build, I say close out the build, that's all cheap items, but to enter the mid game part of the build, I think just BKB Blink is the most stable form, utilizing Shard as well for the 2-man spears. And we rarely see offlane Mars go super greedy. I think only Amar or ATF is the player that might sometimes look at Armlet, Deso, and the potential of right click, but that would actually be, I think this game would be one of the most perfect times for him to go right click on Mars. Just because of how like he can put Pango, any hero to half HP basically.
Yeah.
In this game. With a full combo with like Deso and whatnot.
And mid lane very close, like Kiyotaka and nothing to say, just like fighting over the water rune. Bobica saves it, but top lane we're gonna see a fight break out as X Nova gets caught out by Ramses on this Mars. And I mean the double bracer plus the extra gauntlet as well. This dude's hitting for 82 damage. Add the Weaver on there. That's a ton.
Yeah, this lane is so potent. If you don't respect the minus armor from the swarm, 1 God's Rebuke is gonna send you back to base, and it clearly is the case. A 3 kill lead now for 9 Pandas. Close to 2k net worth. It was just kind of teetering on the edge there, but the 9 Pandas will be very happy with the start of this game.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see where Ramses goes with this, like his next starting item, right? Because he's sitting on like 650, almost 700 gold now. And we're going to see a dive here behind the top tower. Solo makes his rotation up here. A ward does get dropped. Roshan here just for some emotional support, but it looks like they're gonna try and just chase this Shadow Shaman to the ends of the earth. Yeah, there you go, the good old Ice Vortex for the Vision. Shaman has to be careful, he's actually gonna survive thanks to the stick, and now Bobica is stuck inside the pit, is gonna chase for X Nova. God's Rebuke gonna do some serious damage, down to negative 6-7 armor. He will be able to get out thanks to the time dilation. On the other side, Solo still fighting it out with the Lion, will eventually die. And Lion, he has a Healing Lotus to play with, so he's not actually he's not in that much danger here.
Ramses doesn't want a single piece of this. Weaver's like pinging the line like, help me, and Ramses like, nope.
Oh, the Courier actually provided vision into the tree, and Bobica is gonna run, drops. That is the most.
He missed the kill.
Oh man, what a ward. He got bored, He's like, I'm over this. I don't have mana for another. I don't have a Sakuchi coming off anytime soon. Oh man.
For the kill, why not? Oh, we have all chat. Why are we all chatting?
For the event.
Something happened.
Oh, I guess Kiyotaka's really happy. He just got his plane tickets, I guess. I don't know.
Got him.
I don't know. Memes aside, I have no idea what the smiley was before. Poor nothing to say there. The wholesome answer of the double sad.
He got a haste rune, I guess, and he was just like, hee hee, have fun. Meanwhile, whoa,
no.
That's a big kill. 2 points in shackles early will definitely help do that.
Yeah, I am loving the way that 9 Pandas are trying to break the map, right? I think that's the way that Solo has utilized the Twin Gate, pokes ahead. Sure, he does eventually die, right, in the prior engagement, but B2 just does not need any help. He is fully free farmed. He's rushing the Battle Fury and he's only a recipe away. He's going to have such a quick Battle Fury.
Yeah, no boots, nothing. He didn't need it. Like, they could not apply pressure in this lane, and he's having a fantastic time. Ramsey's here, caught by the time dilation. Can't really God's Rebuke without being slowed even more, and this one's going to go the way of Monet, so he finds some revenge at least. That being said, they did... Oh, no, okay. Bobica got his other Wisdom Rune. Okay, so just 1-1 on the runes.
I just can't believe how quick this Battle Fury is.
Yeah, seriously. It's...
Why is... No, wait, what? No, why is he bringing out his...
He sent it back. Okay, I was going to say the same thing. I was like, you're 150 gold away, dude. This is the wave to the Battle Fury.
Yeah. Mid lane, though. Nothing to say. We'll be dying.
Ooh, gets the kill just in time, but a skewer on in from JT. Gonna try and chase down X-Nova. The raindrops actually saving him. Nicely done as he's trying to just chase down this AA. Throws the blood grenade, slows him up. Bobica with another Earth Spike to follow it up, and JT will have the damage to find the kill. So double kill for the Magnus. And honestly, like I said earlier, JT has had an incredible performance on this hero so far in this tournament. And this is no other exception.
Yeah, and not only that, the Magnus, he's going for the Orchid, right? So he's looking to be able to continue playing pressure, find the PA you can prevent the jumps. The Zeus, he can't jump as well. Even the Weaver, Sakuchi. There's going to be a super high value way for Magnus to play out fights without only having to hit an RP, right? And PA with the Fury online now. Pre-9-minute Battle Fury, 5,000 net worth. And you got to give it to JT. He himself is also basically toe-to-toe with the PA on the net worth.
Enjoy Dota.
Oh man, she got Spark of Courage as well. Probably one of the best jungle items you could get on this hero. Just raw damage for you. So yeah, V-Tune's off to the races, man. He's gonna be very, very, very scary. And you can leave the Weaver bottom. It looks like Afo Ninja is just, he's chilling.
Yeah, he's just happily just farming up bot lane. It's kind of what you want to do in this type of the game, right? You want to be able to stabilize yourself, push out the waves, especially when PA goes jungle. There's just an open free lane. And Weaver also is very elusive. So if he was to go down, it would be due to multiple heroes coming in to try and kill him off, which just further amplifies the farm. For 9 Pandas, this entire game will be about how do they break from the lanes, no, not the lanes, but the farm pattern first, right? If you do it incorrectly, if the PA feeds away a kill, suddenly that's an Aegis towards the side of G2IG, then that's when this game could get a little bit spicy. But back and forth action should be the storyline throughout this entire one. I don't see a single team just running with the game from 100 to 0, as Zeus does go down in the mid lane. Not typing any smileys now.
They get the Hex here on Monet, maybe just space for them to disengage. As... well, Tiebreaker on the side. They get the time, just time locks the, or I guess time lapses away. So he's all right. Trying to poke down the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, and you can see Ramsey is just going for the normal build, right? Double brace of Soul Ring. Solo's in the bot lane. Trying to jump onto JT. Gets the Shackle. Zeus is TPing though. Do they have enough damage though?
The Hex damage amp, is it enough? Oh. Off the mark there, and looks like he's going to be okay. The appearance of nothing to say should help out quite a bit.
It's still crazy to think that JT's got higher net worth than the PA. Of course, JT is basically like a PA, right? You have your own form of cleave. You can farm as efficient, right? But quite the game from him.
Oh my goodness. They just dump the damage a little bit too aggressive there. He gets the jump away as well. I mean, the ward drop right onto X-Nova. He's gone. They commit the RP just to go for the Shadow Shaman, but Solo can just continue to play around these. Bobica finally finishing off Kiyotaka on the backside. And it will end up being a 2-for-2. Plus the wards going the way of G2IG, but maybe force 5 heroes into the triangle?
They do 4-5 heroes, but you do then overlap the mag to Void now. So Void will start being able to utilize that in power. So a small, I guess, positive note from that move.
Yeah, true.
But they're going to have to clean up some of their
Top tower is under
individual
attack.
players there, I feel like, from G2IG, right? You're missing the ultimate on AA, of course. There's a Shaman next to you. Then the Pangolier jumps in and just dies using really kind of any spell. It's just a little bit disjointed from them, and
Dire's top tower has fallen.
the cores continue to farm.
All right. So we can see Ramses. He's about to have a Blink Dagger. He is having a great game as well. I mean, the double bracer, phase boots, soul ring, all done. Only a couple hundred gold away. As we're going to see Monet queue up the Maelstrom. So a little bit of piercing available for him if he manages to get that timing. But still, looks like we're going to see a smoke to the top lane. The Ice Blast connects. Nicely done. And Ramses will go down.
Yeah, it's a pretty big kill. I feel like Ramses was just kind of role-playing ATF there. I'm never going to leave my lane, just hit creeps and become a core, right? Not a core, but like another carrying. Nice to get that pick off. And I'm loving the Orchid pickup from JT. It's going to be very annoying in these fights. I think Orchid is so cheap that certain heroes can utilize it so well, right? It's like if you just stumble your way into this, any fight pre-20-25 minutes, if you get it quick enough, can be so disruptive.
Oh my goodness, goodbye.
Dead again. That's the phylactery.
He's just not respecting the Zeus damage, and that phylactery just popped him. You know, we used the shield crash. You didn't get the barrier at all, so very nicely done.
So much damage coming out, and we mentioned it in the draft, right? As soon as you have PA plus Zeus, it is just an incredible amount of diverse damage, and it will be very hard for G2IG to itemize for it outside of dictating the game and controlling when these spells are used. Nothing to say
Radiant
has
structures are fortified.
struggled a little bit in the last 4 or so minutes, but with the Diffusal Blade, with his team behind him, kind of looking to make a go here. Zeus doesn't have a lot of mana, has a regen rune though.
Solo's alive. Ice Blast does connect. He might go down. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Bobica is going to get isolated away as they will just go ahead and look for Ramses. They do bump him up onto the high ground. They don't finish the kill. The phylactery just trying to slow him up. There's going to be the blink, the spear into the wall. It might be nothing to say. He goes down. No, it gets a nice save, and there's a big chrono. In comes V2 on the backside. Does get the kill. But yeah, Zeus is gone, and now an Orchid will help finish off this Phantom Assassin. Solo just hobbling away. The spear trying to push JT away. The shackles will not save you, my friend. As now they're looking for more. Potentially 5 heroes here if Ramses can't survive, but he gets the blink at the last second.
Middle tower is under attack.
9 Pandas, they kite out the start of that fight, you know, but then they continue chasing, they continue looking, and the team fight capabilities from G2IG just really come to light and completely rip them apart. Like, there's a PA with a Battle Fury and nearly Deso at minute 16 coming up, but I think it's just a little bit too early to fight. We are going to see a replay here, but the fact that 9 Pandas look to take this fight is kind of wild, right? You know, Ramses on low HP. I think they might get a little bit baited by the idea of the spear, but the spear pushes him even further away, and then quite a late TP from Monet, but indirectly perfectly in time because he gets the big kills and P is just in the river. He didn't respect the Orchid from the Magnus, and there is no way a PA can be left alone when there are this many forms of control and Orchids pre-BKB, and the fight continues. We come back from the replay package, straight away into more kills. Ramses going into Bavoka.
I mean, he's going to get him. The Ice Blast, though, does connect. Again, push down to the low ground, but plenty of damage to follow this up, and he'll be able to finish off the kill. Now in comes the Weaver, trying to do what damage he can on over to the Pangoliers. The bugs do get cleaned up. V-Tune is here. There's going to be the Orchid. I mean, time lapse available, but just barely gets off. The RP will get faked, but he doesn't get a chance to rethrow it as V-Tune will get the double kill instead.
Some poorly used spells there from the lads, right? You got the skewer back to not hit the swash, and then he doesn't want to use the RP because maybe the Soulburn would do it, but the Soulburn doesn't do enough damage from the Orchid because he missed the swash, and a lot of errors there from G2IG. But still, you can just see how much team fight that they have, how much desire they want to fight with, and
Dire's middle tower
this, of course,
is
has the
under
Blink
attack.
Dagger as well on Pangolier, Blink Dagger on Lion. They got triple Blink Daggers and a Faceless Void. if you show for a second, you are just going to get absolutely battered by the heroes. Oh, Kiyotaka, you were very aggressively positioned there, Chief.
This man has no fear, I feel like, every time I see this. He's always playing super aggressive. Well, Roshan is up. V2 goes in, can tank this very easily on the Phantom Assassin as Solo drops the wards. And this will be an Aegis going the way of 9 Pandas here. Relatively early, too, so I like this a lot. Thunder God's Wrath to scout out the side of G2IG as an immediate smoke comes out as well.
Yeah, and the PA, she pivoted. She didn't go for the Desolator. She went for that BKB. So now PA has BKB. The Mars, as you see here on screen, also close to BKB. A couple components away. I think that's when 9 Pandas will be the most excited to make some plays, unless opportunities present themselves. Retune can get killed though. If he gets initiated on by the Lion and or the Mag, and then covered with the Chrono post-Aegis, it still can go down twice. It's not as if it's a classic game of I have Aegis, you have only the Chrono, right? There are plenty of forms of pick-off to be able to punish a out-of-position V-Tune. I think
there's no way they get Ramses, but good position there from the Weaver to just scout these rotation down from both supports.
But his inventory looks so ugly. It's like, he kind of wanted a Lotus Orb, but now he wants a yours. It's like, yeah, the Weaver's tossing and turning which item to go. I think someone might have told him off in the team, like, do not try and buy that item.
Yeah. Well, Mimon, mid lane, Kiyotaka is completely alone here. As there is a blink reveal from Bobica, as it will help close the gap on Kiyotaka, the Finger of Death, to secure it. So, being just that far away from his team, gonna cost him quite a bit.
You gotta be careful. Like, JT didn't break his smoke, so he's still continuing his charge down towards either Ramses or Solo. It looks like they're gonna be going for Ramses here as he farms at the Twin Gate. If you look at the minimap, they are collapsing in. Is he gonna go for it? Oh,
that was very close. Very close.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So do you think this Magnus eventually like converts this to a Bloodthorn for the True Strike, or is he at this point he needs to get like his BKB harpoon type of stuff to play around?
I feel like this is kind of the concept of like you don't need to upgrade every item, and I feel like this Orchid should just be the casual Orchid. Okay. And then he returns to being in Magnus, right, where he can go for his BKB, he can go for like refreshers, he's got Shadow Blade in his quick, like do all of this stuff. And then down the line, you can think about it, right? Because this is also an item where in 25 minutes time, he might just set it and buy a different item, right? Like maybe he needs a 4-star or he wants like the Aghanim or something, right? Like this is just, it's the casual early mid-game item that allows him just to do things, right? So, but also, yeah, again, he could upgrade it, but I'd like to see this as like a disposable item depending on the state of the game.
One thing I'm really impressed on, like V-Tune had an incredible start to this game, but Faceless Void, like Monet, is just neck and neck with him in net worth at this point. The Mask of Madness, Mjolnir, combined with the occasional empowers from the Magnus, has turned him into an incredibly farmed carry.
I mean, all three cores in G2IG want to push out lanes, right? You've got the Swashbuckle, you've got Maelstrom with Empower on the Void, you've got the Empower on the Mag and Shockwave. Like, if they see a creep wave, it's dying. And 9 Pandas, they can do the same thing, but they are under threat the entire time of maybe I get jumped. Whilst 9 Pandas, their initiation, they need to bring the team, right? If they want to go for a kill, it's drag the Mars with the Shaman and the Zeus. You know, it's a lot of like teamwork. For IG, it's they need one Lion or one Pango together with an AA across the map, right? It's a lot easier for them to find pickoffs. So that's why you see them kind of freely doing this stuff. And Ninja's kind of weirdly tanking our Tormentor here with his bug.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm curious if they were gonna go for it by trying to use like the minus armor for the bug plus the solar crest, of course, but decides against it. It is very scary going for the Tormentor there if you're not positioned with, you know, you're probably your Mars who can be the one to really set the team fight if something breaks out. So V-Tune just scouting around with the blur. We'll get some vision on Nothing to Say. Also, X-Nova, that's going to be the target he goes for. Just 2 crits back to back. Oh, baby. And now the question is, do they find the Pangolier? That's the target. No spear available, so he will be forced to Rolling Thunder and up onto the high ground.
Yeah,
now they can go for the Tormentor.
They're going to take it, but I believe Weaver also sold his Ring of Health, by the way.
He did? Wait, what?
Yeah. So earlier we clicked on his inventory. He had part components to yours and a Ring of Health. He then clearly wanted the yours over the Lotus Orb. So yeah, he's sold his Ring of Health. I've checked his corridor. I've checked everywhere else. He's not like dropped it anywhere. So yeah, he just...
He didn't just give it to someone else to have a casual, because I know like that's one of those items you can still share, right?
But I cannot find it. Don't worry, I've done the homework.
Wow, that's funny. I don't think I've seen that in a while.
Like normally selling items is like tactical post 30, right? Because like you do an item build and you realize, wait a second, I kind of don't need this one, so let's quickly sell this for that, you know? But so early on to do it, okay.
Dude, JT with his Invis rune.
Yeah, he's doing Invis rune, he's ready, but also 9 Pandas are very much ready themselves, right? You've got the BKB still on the Mars 9-second charge, you've got the PA with the Deso pickup. Like they are primed and ready to find the fight, and both teams have the same idea. They're smoked up. Of course, Magnus himself picking up a BKB, so yeah, it's really this next fight is on who finds the jump, who gets that initiation, because both sides have the tools to completely break their opponent. Neither team has a scan though, so the smoke is a little bit difficult. But as I was about to say, that one team has a Zeus, which was used.
You're like, there they are. Okay, and they're all smoked. So onto the high ground we go. Play around your own ward vision. You don't want to risk getting jumped on. And I'm pretty sure JT with his Invis rune saw the original smoke from 9 Pandas and teleported to his team, and triggered their own smoke to try and just play it out. But Kiyotaka is just playing on the opposite side of the map. Does have bots, of course, that he can join his team with if he needs to. But Zeus with just that Thunder God's Wrath, is it enough? Like, or does he kind of need to be in these fights?
Oh, he needs to be in the fights. When you have Phylactery and Aetherlens, you are such a threat from the backlines, but it's all about resources. The issue for him is, if he gets seen, he instantly dies, right? Like, we've already explained the 4 ways in which G2IG can initiate, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised, if X Nova went for Shard Blink at some point in this game. Like, that's how much jump that they can have on their team. And it's why 9 Pandas aren't really excited to cross the river and make the biggest plays, right? They smoke up, they didn't have scan, they don't find anyone. Instantly, they're back to, like, mode farm, mode defense.
Yeah.
Like, you look at Dire's Lab, you do not want to run into them. Like RP, Rolling Thunder, Earth Spike, Ice Blast, Chrono. Like every hero has something.
They know they're going for this. The arena comes out. The spear will catch. Nothing to say, but they need more. The shackles were there, or the hex rather. And they will finish him off with Kiyotaka. Bobica on the backside. Ice Blast catches the PA. Safe for the moment thanks to the shackles from Solo. But there's going to be the Chronosphere from Monet. And on the backside, the RP from JT catches the PA and finishes him off. Monet getting the damage done as he takes down the Mars as well. The Weaver in some trouble. Forced to time lapse. Gets out for the moment, but the gem still saved. And Monet will continue to chase here as he is just dumping out the damage. Kiyotaka cannot do it alone. So a 2 for 4, a big win for G2IG as they also, of course, stole away that Tormentor at the very beginning.
They just can't match the fight. Like even when you lose the Pangolier at the very start, the time it then takes to walk down that kind of high ground area to find more kills. Monet just walks in, he Chronos too. Mag walks in, he RPs the PA. Like they take 2 fights separately. JT with the Orchid has a skewer, so should... Oh, not in time.
He's trying to get the gem, but he's dead, man. Monet is right after you. Oh, no. Well, Bobica's like, you're not getting my gem today, sir. Not happening.
He did gain like 2400 XP for that. You probably chalked that up as worth.
That's pretty worth. Yeah. Okay, actually, that's definitely worth. That is a holy heck of a lot of XP. I mean, it was like a level and a half, basically. Oh, big arena comes out. Ancient Apparition first to die, and NTS will join him immediately after. So Ramses with a great find.
Yeah, I think Pangolier is going to need some defensive item now, right? He's got the axe for the damage, but he's going to need some like Aeon Disc or Shard or just anything. And yeah, they're tipping him. It's... I mean, I'm guess 9 Pandas are just happy that they're in a winning position, right? They've only won 1 game in the group so far, but they're still enjoying. They're still trying their hardest to further annoy G2IG before they are, of course, again, 9 Pandas are eliminated, by the way, just in case you aren't aware, guys. They are currently last place in the group. They have no chance of being able to make it to the playoffs.
But they can possibly prevent G2IG from going to the upper bracket. So it is possible if they 2-0 them and some other things happen. But they do scan out 9 Pandas here as they are just waiting for Roshan. So the question, you know, on their minds is it actually up? They're just going to sit here and wait 40 seconds. So that's good for G2IG. I mean, there's plenty of space.
Wait, is V-Tune actually looking to go for an Octarine on PA?
He did pick up the Ags already.
Oh my, thank God. No. I'm like, please, man. Do not make me even try and analyze this one, boss. Like, you need like a basher or anything, but not this, thank God. Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
How to play game, hide from opponent. If opponent don't see you, maybe they don't end game.
Perfect, perfect. Well, here's the smoke from IG or G2IG. I mean, they've spent the Ice Blast, of course, but I mean, who cares? They have 4 massive ultimates. The Ward Sentry comes out, or that will get removed here, so they know exactly where they are. Smoked up on the backside. Weaver here in the trees trying to break said smoke. They get some vision of him. JT goes in, gets to skewer the pullback, but a nice use to buy him some space. Monet gonna jump in and he finds the Zeus. The arena comes out. He gets the Lion, but it's not enough damage by himself. Bobica will survive thanks to that Ghost Scepter. The Hex onto the Faceless Void. Do they have the damage? They don't. Solo can't go for the Shackles as JT goes in super aggressively, pops his own BKB as he doesn't really have a choice, but V-Tune needs to be a little bit careful here. Ramsey's looking for a Blink Spear opening, but 5 heroes from G2IG still alive as the Ice Blast comes off cooldown.
Do they still have RP to play around?
They still have RP. Oh my goodness. You've got to find something. Spear will put Monet out of the pit for the moment. But it's Bobica in the trees with the help of the Ancient Apparition.
Can they go for a steal?
I mean, you've got to do something here. They go for Ramsey. He's got no BKB. Monet grabs the Aegis. The Skewer puts him back into no man's land. As V2 will go in, he takes down the Lion. The gems on the deck. The kill onto the Magnus. He doesn't get the RP. V-Tune's BKB doing work. The Ice Blast clips him. So he needs to get out. Weaver with a Yules to buy him a little bit of space, but buyback from Bobica means they've got the follow-up stun and they will reclaim their gem. V-Tune and Solo looking for something. It is a 2v4. Does he do it? This guy, he's been playing spicy. Oh my gosh, X-Nova guesses and gets him. No way.
9 Pandas are doing a pretty good job at like constantly poking that fight, right? But of course, G2IG, they are so strong. It doesn't really matter. Like, if they want to be cute with their Blink Daggers, eventually they're going to go down. Aegis to the Void, cheese to the Pangolier. 30 minutes into the game, 7,000 gold lead. And JT, he's going to be kicking himself in that fight, right? He had an opportunity to hit the RP. He delayed it for a second and then died to a PA crit. Luckily for them, it didn't really matter. He did take 2,037 damage within the single hit.
Did he have bugs on him for a long time or something? Like, I don't feel like he has that little armor, but I'm guessing it had to be he had bugs.
It's... Yeah, you're gonna see it right here. Yeah, he got clipped by the bug, and as he was standing there, they killed off Ramses, and he turns around, he gets the RP, but boom, instantly goes down. And you gotta say, for 9 Pandas, like, it's a pretty okay contest, but if I put my realistic hat on, it's like, are they actually ever winning fights right now? Like, I'm not seeing the trajectory of the game ever going their way, outside of maybe if they pick up like a Hex of Mars down the line and they can find some quick picks, but
Radiant's bottom tower.
It really is near impossible to out team fight G2IG.
Yeah. You say down the line, he's about halfway to the Hex. Like, Ramses is getting there, but yeah, I think you're right. Like, there isn't a scenario in which you're like, we can finally take the 5v5 fight, right? Like, that's not going to be a thing. Kiyotaka needs to be able to survive the Chronosphere, which for now has been impossible. Monet has done a very good job at finding the Zeus and just punishing him for existing in this game.
I feel like maybe even the Weaver Aghanims could be the comeback factor, because I'm not seeing an item from 9 Pandas right now that is explosive for them. But a Weaver with an Axe, the cast range of course did get nerfed since prior times, right? Like when it first came into the scene many years ago. But
it was like 900, wasn't it?
It was a lot, yeah. I don't know the exact number, but now it's 500. So you have to be very close, and that might hurt you if you're getting too close to maybe like gem range and mag siege you or a lion or a chrono or something, right? But that could be the saving grace for 9 Pandas if they can survive this first Aegis.
JT's ready to go fishing, man. He doesn't have the harpoon, but he does have an Ag, so Horn Toss is online. If he gets an opening to go for this Zeus, he will absolutely take it. Ice Blast going top. They actually find Ramses on the Mars. The chain stuns are there. Monet looking to finish him off. He's going to be forced to BKB, but the Bashes will find the kill. Solo with the Hex. Can they finish him off? He's got an Aegis. They would love to pop it, but the damage is not there. They are afraid to follow it up. And oh, the Yules to cancel JT, but it gets the BKB of V-Tune in the process.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A nice pickoff once again for G2IG.
Yeah, it's a short reset, and ooh, they're trying and take the Aegis.
I mean, you have to get this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they do. Bobica T-posing with the life drain, literally unkillable. No, get the exchange there. So you basically sacrifice your shaman for the Aegis. They will toss the cheese over to Monet, and he's like, "Nah, dog, I don't need this. I got a Lincoln's."
I mean, he's also close to MKB on this Faces Void. He's had a near perfect game, 8-1-5, 358 CS. MKB is now complete. If he sees a hero, they're gonna get deleted. There's just not enough defensive tools in the 9 Pandas kit, and that is one of the problems with, I guess, the lineup at this stage of the game. Most of the heroes kind of play for themselves, right? Solo, he's got the Aethelins and the Blink. Ninja, he's trying to help the team out, but you're only contributing your items and your bugs, right? You're a support weaver. There's not much you can do when you're behind this much.
Radiant's top tower.
So we'll see how they do navigate defending their high ground.
Yeah. I feel like this is one of those games where the Faceless Void's 25 talent could actually go either way. Like the Chronosphere AoE is almost never picked up, but because of just, like you said, the lack of like the ability to save these heroes in the Chronosphere, this could be one where he's like, I'm just going to throw the Chrono and try to get literally whoever I can.
It could be the case, yeah. And V-Tune just used BKB to take Tormentor. And JT
Which
just found
JT's
him.
got him. He finds him. The BKB is there. The Skewer into the RP. The follow-up from Bobica. The Hex. Ramses with a nice arena, but the refresh out from JT. Oh my goodness, they get the Mars as well. Yeah, that's a rough one.
What a disaster.
You get a Tormentor and lose 2 heroes.
Especially because, like, taking Tormentor as a PA, you have to BKB to not take the return damage. And then you globally announce, hey, we took your Tormentor. So, rough.
But hey, Shaman got the shard. So yeah, that's worth it, right?
Yeah, it's pretty worth it.
Well, 44 seconds, no Phantom Assassin, 30 more seconds until the Mars is up. And this is just green light for IG, G2IG to try and close this game out. Of course, JT just fishing for these Horn Toss into Skewer back.
Even the Lincoln's thrown onto him, just so he won't get used the next time he jumps in.
Yeah. Really smart.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, tier 3 will go down. Gives him a second fort to play around, so it's a little bit scary to go even further up onto the high ground there, as they will see the ward sentry placed on their own high ground. So they gotta take those down. All right, and G2IG just head back out onto their map to farm, and he did go backtrack on Monet. I guess against PA and Zeus, it's pretty good, you know?
Yeah. I feel like anytime you're in like an explosive game, backtrack is king.
Bro, do you see the ward that is placed in the Dire jungle?
Yes, they do. They do have a ward inside the pit right now.
Oh, I'm sure that was a misclick.
Yeah, it's
we don't talk
fine,
about it.
Yeah, don't worry. We're not even going to show it on purpose, just so you don't have to see the misery of them. Baboka, smoke breaks.
Solo gets the blink out. Quite nice. A counter smoke immediately from 9 Pandas. They're looking for Monet. It'd be a great find if they can get him. The Thunder God's Wrath is there. Ramses comes forward, gets the spear, but there's no damage to fall. He's too far away. And Monet's just looking for his own entry. He gets the Phantom Assassin. And Monet will just destroy him. No save coming out from the Weaver. The Axe is not there quite yet. Ramses hobbling away, trying to survive this fight, but it is not going to be there. NTS with a double kill now on the Pango. Dude, I mean, it looked like maybe they were going to try and play like the fight when the smoke immediately popped, but they waited. And they just got split up.
Yeah, they have to try and find like the perfect initiation, right? They need to try and prevent the counter plays of Magpie. They want to catch the Void. And if they catch the Void, then there's going to be an RPO rolling Thunder. Like, there are so many layers to the team fight of G2IG. I think that hesitation is because they're like, wait, this is not who we wanted to jump. It's too late. You're already dead. And PA into Void. Sure, there's maybe early points that you can take that fight, but JT's just in the base. He's gone fishing. He's found him, Zeus.
Yeah,
he's dead.
He got ice blasted for a moment. They just GG out immediately.
Yeah.
JT once again having fun times on this map as G2IG will take game number 1 here. Further solidifying themselves, or I guess permanently solidifying themselves in the top groups with their 7th win. They are guaranteed that upper bracket now.
Yeah, I think there are a couple things that we learned from this game, right? It's JT Magnus. It was dominant in the DPC in the Chinese region, and now on the international stage under the banner of G2IG, it is equally as dominant. The man that you see on your screen right there in the first chair, that is JT. He is the Magnus master from the Chinese region. Maybe if you, you know, I'm gonna give it to him. I think honestly he's up there for sure, and yeah, it is incredible stuff. And I think this draft, it just looked so good. Like when I see each hero getting picked, it doesn't feel like there's an exploit coming out from 9 Pandas. They're not looking at these supports and going, this is how we'll kill you relentlessly in the early game, or this is how we'll shut down your map, right? They do pick a PA in the hope to try and blow them up, but picking a PA, there's a Void in the mix, right? The Void will always just count. It was a little bit weird from 9 Pandas. They never really had that pick themselves up and go forward mentality, which you kind of need to do against a lineup that has mag and a lot of scaling built into it. And in doing so, they just slowly won the game very methodically.
I mean, it's not very often you see like a Phantom Assassin get an 8.5 minute Battle Fury and then struggle to keep up with the net worth of a Faceless Void, who, by the way, didn't go Midas. Like, right? Like this is Monet just going Mask of Madness, Maelstrom into Mjolnir early on, and he just had a near flawless game, 11-1-10. Like this was just an all-star performance from him once again, and it's just kind of what we've come to expect out of Monet at this point. Like this guy is a beast, honestly, and his chronos were always on point, whether it was catching V-Tune on the Phantom Assassin or the multiple times that he caught Kiyotaka Zeus, just removing it from the game, removing it from the fights. And this Weaver Aghanims just came out literally as they lost. Like as the throne was exploding, the GG comes out and they're just like, all right, we got the Weaver Ags now. We can counter the Faceless Void.
Yeah, I think I'm losing faith a little bit in this Weaver pick. Not 9 Pandas picking Weaver, but just the idea of it. It's like, I'm seeing teams pick up Weaver, flex it to like offlane or support, but then when they finish their draft, it's like the flex of Weaver is fine, but the heroes you picked after don't also respect the potential flex of the hero, right? And in this scenario, you have Mars Weaver, a very potent lane, that's fine. You then have a Shaman. Okay, so early game, you got a lot of pressure, but then as soon as you transition from early game to mid, Mars has to be everywhere, right? Like if Mars is not in every fight, Zeus can't stand at the front, Shaman can't stand at the front, Weaver only gives vision through like his existence. So I think 9 Pandas kind of lost himself in their own draft here a little bit, because Ramses is a greedier offlaner. He isn't just going to buy one item and run with his team the entire time, like we saw Ace do yesterday on his Dazzle. We're not going to see that, and therefore they never got to really punish JT or any of the lads. And JT wasn't playing Ricky, just to confirm. You can't see him on screen. That was on Magnus. And yeah, I think next game from 9 Pandas, I don't mind the type of aggression they're bringing. I just think they're kind of like one pick away from their draft being able to make moves. But also, I just cannot. I'm just so excited when I see this lineup from G2IG. It is like, it could easily be like top 3 best drafts for any game of Dota. I feel like it just does so much in so many different variations. It is such a clean looking draft.
Dude, Bobica on this Lion did so much work this game. Like the Aeon disc as well, going into the late game, just made it impossible for him to get initially like blown up. And when you have this line, he's just like, yeah, I can chain CC down at least one of your heroes, drop Finger of Death occasionally as well, or just like bait out the initiation. It's just super rough to deal with. But NTS, I mean, he was kind of like the sleeper story of this game as well. Like he had a fantastic game on this mid lane Pango. Obviously, he has like 6 deaths, but he's involved in 26 kills. And did a ton of damage, which is the highest hero damage on his entire team. As we'll take a look at the Acer player versus player graph here. I was going to take a look at Ramses and JT. And despite Ramses having what looked like some pretty solid arenas, the scaling potential of a Mars versus a Magnus, or even just the ability to farm, you can definitely see in the stat line here.
Yeah, I feel like Ramses kind of wants to be the offlaner that JT is, because JT is happy to scale, but also he really wants to fight. And I think Ramses is still kind of finding himself in that role for an offlaner. And until he does, I think 9 Pandas will always be struggling at the international stage. But I cannot emphasize how important it is to respect this Magnus from JT. Like, it is such a good player-hero combination. I don't have the stats for it. I'm pretty sure he has some incredible stat lines for him on that hero. And going into the next game, maybe look to ban it out. And the thing is, though, when we say that, you ban it out in the first phase, you're now suddenly letting through maybe the Phoenix or the Slada or something else along those lines. And other teams are even respect banning Meepo in the first phase against G2IG, right? So it's like there's so many niche hero combos that are forcing the draft against this team. That is when a team is at their best, right? How many times in the history of Dota has a team just controlled the draft because like they've got 3 or 4 OP heroes that aren't even like meta-driven heroes, but they're just available and they need to be respected. So yeah, I think G2IG is on the trajectory of being a very, very fun team to see, to watch, And yeah, hopefully more of like the Western audience and stuff does kind of connect with them now that they also have the G2 part in it. It'd be nice to see other regions getting kind of some of that Western fan base kind of move around, so we aren't just always, oh, Western Europe Dota and whatnot. Like, this could be a good team to kind of start that journey outside, of course, from LGD from last year.
Yeah, I want to say you're wondering what the stat line is. He is 4-0 currently on the Magnus. So he didn't play it in the first series where they lost, but so far he has won every single time. So probably something to keep paying attention to is his performance on this thing has just been so stellar. And Magnus is just a terrifying hero in general. And I loved his item build this game. So clearly very flexible, very versed in how he wants to play it. So we'll see what happens. But I believe we're going to be throwing to a short break here as we get ready to go into game number 2 of 9 Pandas versus G2IG. Any idea like what 9 Pandas can change here? Is it just draft related, or is it mostly like just put G2IG like in a out of their comfort zone?
I don't think you can put a team like G2IG out of their comfort zone now, because they are kind of hitting their stride. I think if anything, it's just make sure you have a plan that has consistency to it. Because like this plan gets a little bit lost in the mid game, right? Because it's just like one player needs to do a lot. So I think just tone down that aggression with a little bit more just kind of scalability, and then you can go toe for toe, right? It's like I think it's like 9 Pandas were like one pick away, like I said during the cast, like they're one pick away from their draft being very good for the type of game they want to play. But I think they just missed one key pick, and then the repercussions were a couple missed plays, and then it's practically over, and just hoping that they make mistakes in the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, well, we are going to be heading to a break, it seems, as we, like I said, get ready to go into game number 2. Before we do, though, we do have a special video lined up. So go ahead and take a look at some DHL adventures coming your way.
Is your life a mess? Have you devolved into full gamer gremlin status? Well, get your stuff together and go get yourself a job. Perhaps an IT job over at DHL. That's right, my friends. It can get better, and it will. So apply today.
The kind of love I got for you don't take no for an answer. It's like you came out of the blue and moved me like a dancer. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can't do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and everybody in the room don't seem to light me up like you do. Nobody works at attitude like you. I know I make you feel the same way too. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Yeah, yeah. Can't get enough there with you. Go break the rules like you do, and we'll keep shaking together. We're making moves like we'll be dancing forever. No time to lose, we're taking what we're given. Come hear the news, we've lost it all too. So give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough. Love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, get enough, can't get enough.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur as we are getting ready to go into our second game of our second series. It is G2IG versus 9 Pandas. And yeah, it's been a fun series so far. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with T-Gov, of course. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Feels weird. It's like the final game of the groups. Like this group, I feel was less intense than other ones. You know, like previous events, the group stage has been like intense, like so many games. This one feels a little bit more manageable. Like as a viewer, as a caster, probably even as a player, right? Like 2 best of 2s a day. That's pretty healthy per team. And then also only having 3 streams rather than what is it? Normally sometimes we have 6, 7, even more sometimes. It's like this feels like just a nice amount, so you can actually keep your finger on the pulse of all the Dota. Yeah,
it's definitely like pretty easy to follow most, if not almost all of the games that are happening. It's 2 groups as opposed to like potentially 4, which, you know, that was chaos. But yeah, I love it. It's been a really fun experience. I'm sure for some teams more so than others, but at least for us, it's always a good time working these ESL events. They always put on a good show. Here we go. Take a look here.
It's a good statement. Wait, is that money? Ramses, you can't put money into the game. It's not going to help you, mate. You need to just get better by yourself, okay? I'm sorry. There's no pay to win in Dota. He's just forcing local currency through the monitor, like, please, I want to feel victory.
Oh, no. I love it. And we will see some changes in the first phase of bans as JT's Magnus overall first ban here from 9 Pandas. They do not want to deal with this anymore. They get rid of the Slardar, of course, and we will go ahead and see the Pugna once again removed along the side of the Chen. And the Wraith King, this time they will prioritize getting rid of the Weaver. This leaves a lot of heroes in the pool, actually.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like we're seeing the part of the tournament where the teams who are winning are now slowly dictating things a little bit more, right? Because the easiest way to draft against a team that's winning, it's like, okay, what's the last 6 games they played? How are they winning? Grab that, paste it into your bans, right? And then suddenly the whole bubble of the meta is like, wait a second, this is still in the play. And 9 Pandas, they get the Enchantress. Other prominent heroes that haven't been banned out are going to be the Grimstroke. There's still the Tusk. We've got from G2 at least. There is Phoenix still available. Primal Beast. Like again, like there's so many. Dazzle got through, of course. That's only a team-specific ban. Primal Beast. There's so many. So many of the big meta heroes are in play now.
I love this. I like the Primal Beast a lot. I'm a little bit curious, like what they want to pair this with, because I think for the most part we've seen this in the off lane. It was a hero that was flexed a lot to mid, but it's been a while since I've seen this hero ran down the mid lane. So typically just plays this like really burly off lane initiator, which has been really successful in this tournament. If I'm not mistaken, he is still one of the most banned heroes. I think behind the Chen and the Dazzle, maybe. But
it's
either way,
pretty contested.
It's up there.
I think for me with Primal, nothing to say is happy to play it on mid lane. JT has already played it in this tournament in off lane. So I would be a little bit intrigued to know what's up with that. And also don't forget, Meepo has actually been banned out by a lot of teams due to the fact that JT likes to play it, right? So now the real thought is G2, when they've secured their upper bracket with this win. Actually, no, they have the secure upper bracket. Are they now looking at like, wait a second, guys, it's available, do we pick it? Or do you do like the smart kind of drafty, let's try and win the tournament play, where it's like, even if it's let through, you don't care about it to then surprise people, right? Because like some guy down the line is like, guys, in this game, they didn't pick it. Clearly, they don't really care about it. People are just scared. Like there's so much mental game around it, but it would be cool if G2IG do whip out a little bit of a curveball coming into this game.
Yeah, I would love that, man. I'm a big fan of curveballs, especially like when you have the ability to try something new. The Grimstroke obviously picked up here. I think probably the highest win rate hero of the tournament so far in terms of heroes that have like over 10 picks. He has looked incredibly strong, especially with a Primal Beast. This lane is super cool. They respond with a Rubik, which I can understand, right? Telekinesis is great at stopping the Primal Beast. You can obviously steal the Pulverize as well. So there is a lot of things that the Rubik will offer his team. But you also just kind of worry, like, if you get this Primal Beast on top of either of these supports, they're gonna die.
Yeah, it's gonna be food for them for sure. And they go back for the Mars. Okay.
Try to cage the beast a little bit, maybe.
I'm a little bit embarrassed to say this, by the way. It did take me a minute to clock, but earlier when we were talking about the teams, right? And we said that obviously SEA going home, right? Because the qualified team got eliminated. G2IG, as we also mentioned, they're 3 parts SEA. So they're majority SEA team from China. And also their players are all Malaysian. So if there ever was a home team, it would have been G2IG. So like, if they win this, and obviously now they're upper bracket, I think that means that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's top 6, which I would assume means at least a LAN game, like a that's hype. It means that you're going to see local talent, local players actually on the main stage in Malaysia. That's always the best thing about any like national tournament. So yeah, congrats G2IG.
That is cool. I actually like that a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
And we're gonna see the Chaos Knight actually picked up here. This is a pretty sick pick. I mean, it absolutely crushes both of these supports. The Mars struggles in lane with this for sure, as well as the game just in general. Dude,
this is aggro. All right, so the reason for the Clinks pick is obviously Enchantress, right?
Yeah.
So you can eat the creep, you can be super annoying. And then on top of that, you just have so much aggression, so much damage. You're going to Ink Swell the Primal Beast, Ink Swell the CK. Clinks can provide the vision. I'd assume it's a position for Clinks here. But yeah, I'd be scared if you were 9 Pandas. You don't have a lot of damage with your heroes right now. Like, if Ench goes right click, then you might. Rubik is more of like a enabling type hero. Or you get the right spell, but they do need some big damage from 9 Pandas or some big counter aggression, like some Kunkka +1 type of thing for 9 Pandas to be able to withstand what's soon to come.
I mean, I'd be okay with the Kunkka for sure. It would give you some more heroes to, or more team fight to work with. It's also super annoying for a Primal Beast as well as Chaos Knight, since Chaos Knight actually he can't protect his illusions. I'm pretty sure Kunkka is the highest. Well, okay, they go for Spirit Breaker, but what I was gonna say is I'm pretty sure Kunkka has the highest win rate of any hero against Chaos Knight. I think it's like the hardest counter in terms of the core matchups.
Would make sense. You naturally like to buy armor items. You also have a lot of AoE spells, which CK hates to play against, and you have ways to get off the illusion. So yeah, I can, the logic does check out. I think for 9 Pandas picking up the Spirit Breaker, it kind of feels like they're not playing for the early game timings of G2IG, because you don't pick Spirit Breaker to win a lane. You don't pick Spirit Breaker to win the first 10 minutes nowadays, right? Used to in the past, because you'd always be killing, but now because it's a farming style hero, it feels like they're looking to survive the early game and then play the macro game where it's like, if they're hunting us, we're always skipping the waves. I'm skeptical that this 9 Pandas draft should be able to survive. I think their lanes could just be run over. But of course, it is going to be a mid Spirit Breaker. So it's like mid Spirit Breaker against potentially mid Primal. But again, G2IG have the last pick. They have the flex potential of putting Primal wherever they want. So they can just pick up a mid hero that can punish the Spirit Breaker a little bit from the mid lane.
I would like to point out, this is 2 games in a row we've seen the Dragon Knight banned by 9 Pandas. And this was a hero that you mentioned is like could be a very good pickup in some of these games. And it would appear that 9 Pandas agrees. Like they are actually quite afraid of this hero getting a free game.
It's pretty good. And for 9 Pandas, they kind of need a hero that plays a bit more of the macro game. Like I could see like some Terrorblade type hero being good here, especially with like a Morph and a Naga ban. Like you have high physical armor to deal with high armor to deal with the physical damage of CK. The nuisance of Clinks, you can brush it off. Eventually it will be strong enough to stand your ground. You then have the covering of Mars Arena in the big fight, and I think Terrorblade it could be the big carrot to do it all, but it's then also very awkward and time-based, where it's like Spiritbreaker needs time, Terrorblade needs time. I guess the other option could be maybe like a Troll Warlord, potentially?
10 seconds remaining. Dire team.
That's fair. You could.
I just also realized I was
Bloodseeker.
critiquing G2IG bans as if that would help 9 Pandas. That was really silly. But yeah, it's been a long day. Bloodseeker, I didn't expect.
Yeah, I was gonna say I get this because of the Primal Beast, but it doesn't. To me, this hero doesn't do exceptionally well into Chaos Knight. You need a lot of items, whereas Chaos Knight just comes online with like 2 or 3.
Oh,
that is a good Necro pick, actually. Is it
mid Rubik?
Enchantress? Oh, mid Rubik. As like I saw the Spirit Breaker get locked, and I'm like, okay, so it's one of these spellcasters mid. It's
right,
a Kiyotaka Rubik. I mean, this kid loves to play like different spellcasters that are a little bit off meta for a while. Like he was playing the Tinker when people were not really playing it. And Rubik, I mean, I'm guessing has to be a comfort pick for him. In the Necro, I'm a little bit curious to see how well this is going to do, because I don't know if your damage is going to stick, but as soon as you get level 6, if you can steal the Death Pulse, it might be pretty sick.
This is the type of game where your carry player got told you have to play mid, and the only hero that he plays that isn't carry is normally 4 position Rubik when he has to play 4. So he decided to pick the same hero on mid. And it's very volatile. I think mid Rubik's in the right anti-spellcasting matchups, you can just become the better version of them, like the whole Rubik v OD mid scenario before he become like a big time right clicker. It's like you stood in prison, but you're just better. And I guess now I could see it being kind of cute, but I feel like eventually you're just going to get absolutely slaughtered by Primal on top of you, Monet on top of you, Baboka just appearing from the invis with some Orchid or something. But if 9 Pandas are able to just go, you know, don't care, no cares. Like this game, you're not taking G2IG away from upper bracket. You're not progressing yourself away from elimination. So just play carefree. This draft probably wasn't as structured as other drafts they had. So if they have this logic of just, it's fine guys, we know we're out, just let's have fun and play our aggressive style, then that could be a tempo that they weren't used to doing when they're trying to be more disciplined. And that could be enough to maybe deal with IG, but G2IG. Anyway, we shall see. I think I do prefer G2IG's lineup due to the fact that they are very strong in lanes and should, in theory, be winning, I feel, at least 2 of them.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm very interested to see how this like last pick is gonna play out. Ramsey's late game for him, sad face.
Yeah, last game.
Yeah. Oh, is it last game?
He said last game, yeah.
Unlucky. If only you had won some more games.
Oofed. That hurts. That hurts, man. There's like a time and a place, and
no, so
he's sharing his heart with you, you know, and you just fucking ruined him.
That's all right. It's all right. It's one of those things that like you gotta have fun with it every once in a while.
No, for sure. All right, a big wraparound from G2IG. Didn't find anything. Saw the same move from Gaming Gladiator, so maybe copying each other's homework there with the deep wrap.
The battle begins.
So they are playing Kiyotaka on support. Yeah.
Oh.
It's mid Spirit Breaker by AFO.
Oh.
I expected it to be mid Spirit Breaker when we saw the pick. I mean, where there's a fight breaking out on top. I don't think anyone's gonna die. So I want to talk about this lane here for a moment. When I saw the Spirit Breaker pick, I assumed it was going mid lane, and then with the Necrophos, I was like, maybe you can take Enchantress mid. But then they locked Rubik for Kiyotaka, and it looks like he's gonna be playing 5 Rubik, and we'll be seeing Solo taking the Enchantress to the off lane as the 4.
Maybe they're already leaking their roster changes. You know, it's like.
They're like, we've already moved the roster around enough. We might as well do it again.
But Alpha Ninja used to be a mid laner, right? So he moved from mid to then go to support for this team. So all right, sure. Last game of the tournament, they have some role swaps occurring. We'll see if they perform better with this setup. I guess that kind of leans into my point when I said the core has to play support. They go Rubik. Look at it. Oh god.
I'm a little bit curious to see how this one's going to play out, because I can't imagine that this lane is playable for a Spirit Breaker once he hits level 2, and NTS is just going to constantly bully him in this lane.
Yeah, it's a pretty miserable lane, right? Because like Necrophos will always beat pretty much any melee hero, because you're tanking the death pulses, you're in range of just constant right clicks. You go to CS and suddenly now they're getting healed up. It's so difficult. Of course, when Spirit Breaker hits maybe, let's say, level 4, Clinks does go down in the bot lane. You get some more points in like charge and bash, then you can talk about hitting some creep waves, but yeah, it's not fun. He has 2 CS to 11. Like this is... so he got 1 CS per charge right now. So every 22 seconds, he can get potentially 1 through to 4 CS. And his courier just died with boots on it. Oh god.
Well, top lane, we're going to see another kill come through with Bobika's rotation to the top side. They help bring down the Enchantress. So, good play from him. He can always just take the portal as well, so he's not under too much there. Or are they just thinking of leaving JT bottom solo? And I actually really like this idea. They have absolutely no kill threat on this Primal Beast. But, okay, it looks like X-Nova is going to come down. So they are just swapping lanes. And Solo is here now on the Enchantress, so the pull back. And the onslaught away, of course. Oh, he got hit by the tomato. That slowed him down quite a bit.
Very strange things occurring in this game right now from 9 Pandas. Like the last game, sure, they lost it, but there was like a competitive edge to it. And so far with their laning setups, what's happening, it does feel a very different 9 Pandas now coming into this final game of their tournament.
Yeah. Charge back into the mid lane as Afo will show up, gets himself a deny, and loses almost half his HP.
It's 21 for 10 to the 5 and 3. Like, this is such a... Well, this is probably worse than the Lina into Storm matchup we saw the other day.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely getting there. I mean, the thing is like, there's nothing you can do to push this Necro out of this lane at the moment.
I don't think there's even a rotation that can be made, right? Like Rubik and Ench,
yeah, exactly.
They're not going to move towards...
Oh, he forced the creep wave.
Yeah.
Oh, God. NTS is just mind gaming this Spirit Breaker.
Oh, the double for...
But, I mean, yeah, he's just getting so much sustain and out of this Heartstopper at the moment. Double Bracer and the boots. It is just, it's, I would say, problematic to say the least.
He's been back to base more times than he's got denies on Spirit Breaker, it feels like.
Very close. V-Tune almost falling in the bottom lane there on the tail end of that onslaught. As there is a Bobika. Just roaming around, seeing if he can find him at all, but it will be Solo trying to heal him up here with the spirits.
Oh, Spirit Breaker's coming bottom.
Okay, I mean, I feel like this is what you have to do. I don't know what other options you have at this point. He's just got to try and get active at these side lanes. The charge will come through, connect onto 2. There will be a Blood Right that does connect onto the Clinks. Afo needs some bashes, but he is not getting them. And mid lane, it will be the Rubik, who's like, all right, I guess I will play mid.
Kitar's like, guys, I'm sure I know we have more items at 5 minutes on mid. I don't know what's up, sorry.
Top lane, Ramses taking a beating here as he is left alone, and it's only a matter of time before one more auto attack. Ooh, survives for the moment, has the Fairy Fire still available. They're going to turn it around on the Monet. The sprites from Solo healing him up. And Monet will just go back to farming.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That was very close. The tower armor plus the stick, just literally a fraction of HP enough to survive.
I'm just a bit confused in this game, I'll be honest, boss.
Yeah, I mean,
9 Pandas aren't really playing Dota, they're just playing mini games.
Yeah. Some fighting in the bottom lane as V-Tune will be able to survive, but it's setting up potentially for a fight top as Afo finally coming in here with the charge, does connect onto the Chaos Knight as a spear back, will pin him against the tree, and they'll find the kill. Your mid laner is essentially a roaming Spirit Breaker now. I mean, they have fully committed to swapping roles at this point, right? Like, there is no option.
But now Rubik's back to mid, so Kiyotaka started as the 5 position, he's now playing the mid lane, and he's about 5 seconds away from having more CS than the Spirit Breaker who started in mid lane. Yeah, this is some very, very wacky Dota to conclude the Group B out, but yes, we need to expect Alpha Ninja to be very active on the map. There is no lane he can sit in. He just needs to try and find kills, but not overforce his hand. He can't force his team into bad fights.
Well, they're trying to go for X-Nova here, but it's going to cost you your Mars, so a 1-for-1 trade, and Monet just feeling incredibly confident in this top lane. Now that he is reset, come back with full HP, has Stick and the Lotuses to play with.
The Necroforce is 51 CS to 24 denies. He's 150 gold away from Boots of Travel. And then there's already a lot of side lane aggression coming out from the Primal and Centaur. You throw in some early TP in, that's going to be quite the entry to the mid game, yeah. He has Scythe available, he's not had to use it yet, so you got to be careful with your 9 pandas.
I feel like Necro is just one of the most snowbally heroes in Dota, right? Like, he's incredibly item dependent, which is why you don't really ever see this hero ran outside of the core role. But when you just have a start like this where you are basically uncontested in the mid lane, I mean, his net worth isn't insanely impressive compared to what we've seen some heroes, but it's the fact that he has completely removed the mid laner from the enemy team, and he has free roam to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how G2IG want to utilize him though. Like I just mentioned, he has the TP for side lanes, he has that Scythe. On the flip side, mid tower is already half HP, so they could just come to this lane that is relatively free and just unlock an early tower. Evoker, he's only 500 gold away from the Solar Crest on this Clinks, and some pretty good timings soon coming out if they want to start poking them.
Yeah, he can kind of just like farm, right? Like, what are they going to do? I will say the Bloodseeker is doing fairly decent at keeping up in net worth. We're going to see a jump here onto this Rubik JT with the Pulverize, though. Combine that with, of course, all the damage here from the Clinks. I don't think you're getting out of this one. One more auto attack. It goes to JT's Primal. And top lane, the Reaper Scythe comes out. So we're going to see the first rotation with those Boots of Travel like you talked about, and that will be enough to secure a kill onto Ramses.
Slowly progressing the map, slowly trying to pressure down. Right, you're taking away the enemy jungle, you're hitting on the top tier 1 tower. 9 pandas. V-Tune has to have an incredible game on this Bloodseeker. Already queuing up the BKB. He has the Maelstrom so far about to be completed. Maybe if he has like Maelstrom, BKB, Nullifier, kind of that category of itemization, then he might be able to play out the game, but a lot of time is needed for them to feel good. Maybe they could smoke up. They have Phase Boots on Spirit Breaker, soon to be level 6 on Rubik, plus the Arena. Heroes can die, they just need to be in position on 9 pandas to get that damage out. It will not be a comfortable game as we enter the kind of the middle portion of it.
And the good news is both mid laners from 9 pandas are about to be level 6.
Wow.
So you have that
I don't think
going
we'd ever
for
see
you.
dual mid in a competitive game before. Maybe this is new tech, the idea of like you give levels to one hero and then you swap them out real quick.
And we'll see how it works out for them. Bold strategy indeed. Meanwhile, top lane, we're going to see a fight break down as the... quick kill onto the Grimstroke is fantastic. If Ramses can get out of here solo, trying to hobble away, but there are numbers for the side of G2IG, and it works. Yeah, Bloodseeker with the Rupture. I think he might just settle here for the Clinks. But in comes JT. The cancel on the Onslaught. The Rupture will get thrown onto the Primal Beast, but he's like, all right, I'll just stand there. I don't really care all that much. The Reaper Scythe comes out. It's not enough to finish off the Mars, and Monet is in really deep. The Spear ends up pushing him to safety. As now it's green light for JT. The Rupture is expired. He's got an Onslaught in 1. He'll just use it to go to safety. A little bit of miscommunication there, potentially, from the side of 9 Pandas on if they want to fight or not.
They just had such a lack of damage as well, right? It's like they kind of want to fight, but then in the comms, like, guys, look at what we are. You think we should be here? And then they reflected and they eventually disengaged. Signs of life. V-Tune, though, he is one component deep towards BKB. They're trying to go into the Necrofrost mid. They have got the Stolen Death Pulse. They do have the Never Strike available. Are they going to kill him?
I think.
They got him?
Yeah. This is what I was talking about when I saw them go Kiyotaka Rubik. I'm like, it's fine when he gets level 6 because he gets Death Pulse, but they just didn't do that, so I was a little bit confused.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So,
Oh, no.
all right,
This could actually be the
dual mid
competition.
worked.
The player that played mid and has the highest net worth gets to stay on the team post.
This is your trial
This
period.
is literally a live trial by fire. Oh my god.
Has fallen.
What a ruthless team that we are watching. Ramses was like, okay, if you want to stay on this roster, the following must be done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. NTS really wants to finish off this tower. He had the Radiance queued up, now has the Yule Scepter instead, which I understand completely. This game, it is important, right? You want to be able to deal with this Spirit Breaker who's not going to have a Dispel anytime soon. Also buys you some space as well if you get stuck in like the arena or even just Bloodseeker's Rupture. So I think maybe to play a little bit faster.
Dire are scanning.
It also shows that the fact that he wanted Radiance was how free the game was. And there's a little bit of pushback, and he was like, wait a second, we could throw this game. Let's calm down for a second. JT on top of the Enchantress with the Inksword with the Trample. Hasn't gone for the Pulverize yet.
Yeah, nice cancel there from Ramses. All right, good stuff. Mid play there, he like enchanted the Mud Golem to try and like slow down the Primal Beast so he'd have like a boulder toss. That's pretty good plays there. No, I mean expected, right? Solo is a very good Enchantress player.
Yeah, he holds himself as probably one of the like top 4 or 5. If you look at like the history of Enchantress players, he's up there, 100%.
Top lane. Oh, let's see if they can make this work. Yeah, they will. JT able to get on top of Ramses, and just the Primal Beast Grimstroke duo is always so scary. So really smart stuff there. As Afo,
Radiant's middle tower is under
everyone throwing their hands in the air for high fives as he's just charging right into NTS. The high five is gonna connect, and there's the Yules. So he might not have known this Yules was available, as this will cause some serious problems for him. There's gonna be the Pulverize into a Reaper's Scythe as NTS will grab his second stack of the game. And Rubik steals Pulverize. Okay, there you go.
Big still. Yeah, I think G2IG there, they're now respecting 9 Pandas quite a lot, right? I think Monet's like telling the team, I can't really draw myself into too many of these engagements, but Boca is trying to set up top onto Ramses. There is no Scythe though. They have the Yules for a TP cancel, but they're in the area. They're right behind him. Have they gone too far?
We'll have to see. I mean, the arena doing some good work. The Rupture there. The stolen Pulverize from Kiyotaka is doing work. And V-Tune, of course, with the chase down. 2 nice kills. You got to be so careful when Rubik gets this spell. And Ramses show. I mean, I want to, point out that last game he also had some very good catches on the Mars. So this game, once again, just showing that you got to pay attention to this guy's placement.
Oh, JT with the Blink Dagger. Instantly getting cancelled by Rubik. So showing that they have vision there. It does actually just expire. The real question is, when's G2IG going to connect more heroes into their engagements, right?
Right about now, it would appear. as they grab Ramses on the top, Affo on the run. You don't have a Reaper Scythe available, but you got plenty of damage. So Pulverize to finish him off. The kill goes to NTS anyway. And now he queues up his Radiance. He's like, okay, I got my Euls. I'm feeling a little bit better now, but he does need to feel like he's doing a little bit more damage.
Yeah, it's like you buy yours, it's like, yo, Captain, I got one utility item. Can I go fun? He's like, yeah, right, boss, off you go. Enjoy yourself. They have Scythe up, so I feel like they should be setting up on the sideline. Ramses, he dies top, comes bottom. Primal and Grimstrike are in the high ground. With the TP or Necro, he could just die again. Yep, TP's coming in.
Yeah, into the Reapers, perfect timing. That's such good stuff, man. And the more and more that you can just keep stacking these up, like this one is level 2 Reapers this time, whereas the other ones were level 1. But I mean, that HP regen definitely matters. Becomes very problematic.
We'll see what their next move is for G2IG. Specifically the CK, right? Sitting at a scoreline of 1-1 and 2. He has Armlet, Echo Saber, a component or 2 towards Heart. So, well, he looked to complete that before entering. Of course, as soon as you get tankier against Bloodseeker, it just feels better. In the early game, Rupture is great to put on heroes that need to utilize mobility. As the game goes longer, you can put it onto heroes that do the most damage to prevent them moving in the fight position to do such damage. So it's like you would like Rupture Primal in the first portion of the game. As it goes longer, you then maybe Rupture, let's say, the Necrophos or the CK. But
yeah,
realistically, Rupturing Necro is also really bad because you kind of damage soak anyways. But the point stands, just don't Rupture Necro.
Yeah, I mean he'll eventually go for a shard as well, which will help do a lot of work against the tanky heroes of the Primal Beast and the CK. Of course, is both of them love to build Heart of Tarask, and Bloodseeker has always kind of been one of those heroes that can scale exceptionally well into them. It's kind of nuts that you can just buy a better version of Feast in essence. So.
G2IG, they continue the farm. 6,000 gold now at the 18-minute mark. V-Tune, as mentioned, he has the BKB. So a little bit of tankiness now in play for the carry of the side of 9 Pandas.
Radiant are scanning.
What will be their next move? Both teams are so content with doing nothing right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's favoring G2IG. And Kiyotaka needs a spell for sure here on this Rubik, but can't really find one. $7K gold lead on G2IG. I mean, it has just been slowly but steadily building here over the last like 4 minutes roughly. And do they have any intention of slowing down? Like, do they need to? NTS in the mid lane is going to catch the arena. V-Tune comes in as well. He gets the Ghost Shroud off, trying to heal, has a Euls to buy himself some space, and oh boy, he's still alive. Has a Reaper's Veil, but the stolen Pulverize will get him. Perfectly played there from Kiyotaka. Monet needs to be a little bit careful, but in comes JT on the Primal Beast. He gets the kill to skewer away. Won't push him into the tree, and now Ramsey's doing his best to run, but a beautiful Ink Swell there from X-Nova will help find the kill, and JT trying to get away, but the impetus damage from Solo. This guy started to transition to a carry. He's got a Growth Bow, he's got a Dragon Lance. V-Tune throws out the Blood Right, but it's not enough. Monet grabs the kill. So a 3 for 2 at the end of the day.
Just the pain I saw when I saw the CK kill the Bloodseeker. I've been there like a million times. It's like, oh, okay, oh, wait a second. He still has his ult. He has the reality. No. Of course, CK was so strong throughout TI, but yeah, G2IG. Necrophos was tanky enough to at least open up the fight to eventually go their way. It helps that they have this lead. And another time NTS changes build, but they go on to the Necrophos. He gets ruptured up, holds his ground, but with the stolen Pulverize, Kiyotaka stealing that spell multiple times now in a row. Of course, one of the easier spells to steal. No, it's just the time spent getting it is so many resources used, right? Alpha Ninja's dead, Bloodseeker's on a quarter mana, Mars is hit by the Soulbind, and Monet didn't have to use ult. It was of course on cooldown until just now. Comes back up, and V-Tune overstays his welcome and then also does perish. Well, Necrophos went from boot to travel Radiance to wait a second, I need Yules, to Yules Radiance, into wait a second, let me go Heart.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to say I think Heart's just better on this hero because you eventually just go Aghanim Scepter and that just does as much as a Radiance, or if not more. And there it is. Yeah, he just queues up the Heart Ags. So I like this a lot more. Okay, they're gonna smoke up here. Where is Afo? Okay, so Afo did end up going for the Shadow Blade this game, as Kiyotaka has the Glimmer Cape going for an Aether Lens. So he's still kind of playing as the support here. I mean, I guess they're both really just supports here. The good news is Spirit Breaker, even from a support role, does eventually scale really well. So he can still have a lot of impact this game.
Where are they going to be
tier 1
going
tower,
now?
it looks like.
Dire's middle tower.
It's like they're smoked up, but they don't find anything, so they go towards the mid tower. G2IG are also wrapped around behind them.
They are indeed, and there is JT with the blink right into the pulverize, and he's gone. No one there to save him. I mean, that was so fast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Clink's in real far. Okay, so a little bit of miscommunication maybe as they backed away, but meanwhile, a fight breaking down. The BKB comes out from the Mars. He does have the arena to work with. JT taking a beating here, especially under the face of this rupture, but he gets the TP out, and the Reaper side once again claims a kill. It's going to be the Rubik. Mars will just trap 3 inside the arena and try and just disengage. And she will be able to. Solo needs to be careful as well.
Doesn't it just feel like the slow walk down of the game, right? Like, 9 Pandas look for something, they don't really connect, and then G2IG just group up and go, wait a second, why are we like, making this fight so awkward? Like, the mid Spirit Breaker Asterix, not really very much mid Spirit Breaker, has no presence in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead again, it looks like, so... Not really any way out of that. Good plays there from both X-Nova and Nothing to Say, just making sure not to let this Spirit Breaker, you know, just like cut these lanes constantly, which is what we've seen them be a complete nuice at. And Boboka's going to chase after Ramses maybe, as we're going to see JT try and collapse on him as well in the mid lane. Will he find him? Oh. There's going to be a nice initiation. Great blink dodge there, as that will set up a free kill for them. Goes the way of the Clinks. As this dude almost has a Lincoln's now.
Yo, open up the items on all heroes, please. I need to look at G2IG real quick. What do you see on Monet?
I see a heart.
And what do you see on Nothing to Say?
Another red orb thing. Looks like a Heart of Trask.
And what do you see on JT?
That is a heart on the courier on the way.
Woo, baby!
Hey, by the way, we're out of the Heart Blade Mail meta, though. Meanwhile, inside the base they go. The BKB's popped out from V2 to try and survive. Afo takes a huge amount of damage there from Monet. The dust is there. They get the kill. Reaper is not expended as JT now thinking of just going for more, and why not? Who's gonna stop him? He just kills him. He doesn't even need vision. The trample's enough. Ramses with the arena trying to pin him down. The flak is doing some work, but these guys are just way too tanky. Nothing to Say, looking for an opening. He's got the Reaper scythe available. Ramses with the BKB said, dude, give me something. Monet, will he even die? It doesn't look like it, and there's the Reapers. Finally, Afa will find the kill. V-Tune, this base does not belong to you. This is all G2IG's, baby. They walk away, only losing the CK, forcing a buyback and getting 4 kills in the process.
And just the discipline from the supports from G2IG. They see their triple heart cores diving their base. They're like, wait a second. We don't have no heart. We're not going to be diving. So yes, the CK goes down. The Clinks to Grim. They sit right by the tier 3 area. Like, you got this, guys. We believe in you. Keep it up. 16,000 gold. 25 minutes into the game. Does 9 Pandas even have enough damage if they're to isolate a hero? It's like they need, I feel like, all 4 or 5 heroes to get a single kill.
Yeah, it's really starting to feel that way.
It's 4100 HP on CK, 3000 HP on Necrophos, 3300 HP on Primal Beast. You pair that with a Lincoln's and Solar Crest and Clinks that he can just throw into the mix, like.
And Inkswell.
And Inkswell. Whew.
Yeah, it just seems never ending here as Ramses will get a nice spear to pin down V-Tune, but the physical damage from the Clinks pushes him completely away. JT under the cover of the Rupture, though, needs to be a little bit careful. And it looks like they might finally have the damage to bring down this Primal Beast. They do. So a good find. The question is, can they get more? Bobica on the side here, just playing around on this Clinks. Feeling pretty strong, thinking of maybe looking for more, but they will back away. So a little bit overconfident as they didn't really have the numbers. But they do force a reaction. They get, you know, the BKBs out and Afo in the mid lane. Dude, this Clinks damage is absolutely wild.
It's just a fourth core at this point, right? Like, he's got more net worth than... Oh, actually, he's kind of going even with Ramses, right? But he has the same economy of a core player. Looking to go Deso after. First rotation of the game is going to be going the way of G2IG. This is...
I just want to point out it's the dual mid's not looking so hot at this point.
No, yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, I was real worried real quick, actually.
In case you guys were wondering. He has gone and queued up the Midas now on Afo. He's like, all right, our only play here is late game, right? Like, I don't think you can take these fights anymore, 5v5. Like, they are just far too strong. And I think you're lacking just too much damage here on the side of 9 Pandas now. So Afo will just be split pushing. That's the word. Instant cancel and instant steal. Pulverized now in the hands of Kiyotaka. Ramses forced the BKB. Maybe a little bit a little jumpy there potentially. Oh, mid lane. Spear will grab the Primal Beast. The onslaught canceled by the God's Rebuke. Very nice play. And Solo. Okay, let's be real here. Solo is going to be the other mid laner. He does a lot of damage here. Witchblade, Dragonlance, Grove Bow. Defending high ground will be quite good. I mean, that's a great find on the Monet, but can they actually follow it up? The damage, it's there. He has no BKB, but the Inkswell just gets him out of dodge. And the pullback instead, the Reaper Scythe onto both, but the BKB out from V-Tune. He's got to start finding his kills. There's going to be the Aegis. It gets claimed. And TS still has that. I mean, he's got so much regen going his way.
That's Manta dodge.
He's trying his best.
Dieback.
Yeah, that is indeed a dieback. Ramses gets caught super deep on the other side of the base here, and TS sitting so aggressive. Same with Bobica, looking for an opening here, seeing who he can find. Bloodright creating a little bit of space. Great charge through, but again, these Inkswells are just doing way too much, and V-Tune melts under the damage of this Clinks and Chaos Knight. And with 2 dead without any buybacks, NTS feeling so dang confident. Solo just dumping in the damage that he can. Inkswell will protect him for the moment. And Monet goes in. Do they have detection? They don't. I mean, they're just... I feel like 9 Pandas here is just kind of waiting for G2IG to try and go in the fountain, right? Like, there's no other real hope, I think, at this point.
Yeah, they're in this state of the game, which is just... Just you know what? It's about to end, boys. It's been a good tournament. Smile. We tried our best. Let's just click some buttons, you know? They're in there kind of the final vibes. I think so in the Tiebreaker.
I mean, the chain stun is there. Oh my gosh, the counter Inkswell from X-Nova. He keeps him alive. NTS back to complete full HP. And oh boy. That is a meat grinder there in terms of damage. They just get completely slaughtered. Everybody on 9 Pandas forced back into the fountain is G2IG here to celebrate with the team shower in the enemy team in base. So good stuff.
And victory to G2IG. Again, they lost the first series of the group stage against Tundra 2-0, but then they have not lost a single game since. They are looking mighty fine as they sit with their 4 wins and 1 series loss in Group B. And yeah, it's 2 Chinese teams now confirmed to be in the upper bracket of the playoff, Azure and G2IG. So impressive stuff from the newly kitted out roster. When you think about the post-TI shuffles, right, you're always looking to see like what's going to be like the biggest shuffle, the biggest kind of change up. And I think this team here in China is probably one of the, I guess, the biggest mashups that we've seen probably. And yeah, impressive stuff for them to look so good so quickly.
This has been a very impressive run from them, and honestly, they're just firing all cylinders. This isn't just like a one-man show like on this team, right? Like every single person has been playing super well, and yeah, happy to see that always. You know, it's just as a team, you know, like you pointed out, with having, you know, kind of a new roster, it's impressive to see how well they've managed to pull this all together so quick. Unfortunate for Nine Pandas, obviously, as they knew that they were eliminated already coming into this series, hoping maybe to get a couple games under their belt, but does not pan out for them today, and so they will go home with a final score, I believe, of what, 1-9? 9? Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's 1. They had 1 draw, and then they had 5 losses. No, yeah, 4 losses. So not looking too good for them. They will have to go back to the drawing board. They were second in the region because Eastern Europe had 2 invitation slots. BetBoom came first. They came second, beating out VP. So they're going to have to go back to the Bloodbath, which is that regional qualifier, and they're going to have to reassess their situation going forward. But yeah, we'll see what happens in regards to Eastern European slots as well, because yeah, the region not doing so well right now. Of course, BetBoom also are starting in the lower bracket, so potentially could get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. And yeah, it's going to be difficult. Some of these regions are struggling a little bit in their kind of return to international Dota since the international.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that's always like kind of expected. Like post TI, the shuffle just creates some complete chaos, and there's going to be some big winners in the shuffle, and there's other teams that are, you know, gonna, I don't want to say losers, but you know, not winners, the opposite of winners, you know. And this was an unfortunate tournament for Nine Pandas, as they will be making their exit on probably not a super exciting performance from them. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the stats here from this final game. As you can see, like, I think this a lot of goes back just to how much of a disaster this mid lane was. Like NTS just literally didn't have a lane opponent for, I think, 4 minutes at one point, because they were just constantly trying to just put the Spirit Breaker elsewhere on the map and salvage what they could out of the side lanes. And then just goes to Kiyotaka, and he's like, all right, I guess I will play mid. And, you know, you build as a support, right? You have Glimmer Cape, Aether Lens. There's just, like you said earlier, you weren't sure if they were playing Dota almost.
It was just a bit, yeah. It just felt like they know that they're already out. They put some weird role swaps into play. And like you look at G2IG and like their lineup, it is a killer lineup, right? You've got Necrophos into Spirit Breaker mid, you've got the Grim CK lane, you've got Clinks behind the big wall of a body that is the Primal Beast. Like the draft is incredibly strong. And I think G2IG's drafting today in this series has been exceptional. It also doesn't help that Nine Pandas in the second game was a little bit quirky to amplify this type of draft, but they are looking incredibly scary within the draft. And of course, it does help that teams are respect banning Meepo, they're respect banning Magnus, Slada's coming back into the mix. Chinese teams are loving Phoenix a lot, so I think we are seeing some like regional metas impact some of these other teams that aren't able to adjust as quickly. And yeah, we'll see how deep of a run they can actually make. But yeah, as you look at the highlights here, it really is just the G2IG show the entire time, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, name a more iconic duo than, you know, Chinese Dota and Phoenix, right? This has just been their pick for so many years that other regions just have undervalued. And I'm kind of with them on this one. I feel like Phoenix is an incredibly strong hero at the moment, and it's getting first phase banned against pretty much G2IG every single time, as well as the Magnus now, as they're realizing that there's just too many things that they are good at. And I am honestly super stoked for G2IG this tournament. I think they look incredibly strong. I think they have a really good opportunity to make this upper bracket run. And I'm really excited, obviously, for the SEA fans that get to see, you know, a predominantly SEA team, even though they're obviously coming from the Chinese region. But like you pointed out, there's 3 players on this team from the SEA.
Yeah, three Malaysian players. So they're going to be able to play up in front of a local crowd. And It's kind of funny to think that when you think about this team, they lost the first open qualifier to get here, right? Like they had to go through open qualifiers to get to the closed, to then win the closed, to then get to the group stage, right? So their journey here is probably one of the longest of any team. And they lost 2-0 to a team called Go Along, right? In the open qualifiers. And they're not here, right? They didn't really do too much in the closed either. But it's just one of the things that, guys, if you got a stack, guys, play the open qualifiers. You can make it.
Yeah, and anyone can make it. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, yeah, it is funny. Like, there's a couple teams that struggled in the open quals, right? I remember Blacklist. I mean, obviously they get eliminated here in the group stage, but they were, I think, first or second round eliminated by just a random stack in their first set of qualifiers. So that's why there's two. You get one pass. The second pass, not so much. You fail twice, you're out. So it's cool. I mean, G2 absolutely deserve the credit. That being said, that means both Azure and G2IG will be automatically in the upper bracket with incredible scorelines of 8-2. We still got some games playing out here in the rest of Group B, which will determine whether or not tiebreakers are going to happen in this group, because there is definitely potential for so. It looks like they just ended. Never mind. So, updates. Falcons get the 2-0, and that will mean they go to 7 wins, and there's no potential for a tiebreaker. So the only tiebreaker that is going to happen will be Gaming Gladiators versus Secret, which, to my knowledge, they agreed to do a 1v1 mid, which will be super hype, and I'm not really sure where that's going to be played, whether that's here on mainstream. I mean, I'd probably guess it'll be mainstream, but I'd be shocked if it's not, because that is going to be super entertaining to watch. So you definitely want to make sure to not miss that. But that means the outcome of Liquid versus PSG LGD, or just versus LGD, no longer matters in the placement for this group.
Yeah, groups are over. It's done. We're at the playoff time. The meaty part. I've got nothing else to say, man. That's it. I'm just.
Do we know if we have an interview coming? I don't
assume so. Or do we not?
I hope so.
I don't know.
I know last time we were waiting to for the interview booth, but all 3 games ended at like the exact same time, and they're like, okay.
I think the same thing happened again. I'm guessing.
Okay, so it looks like we do have an interview.
Oh, we do?
A POG, so we will have an interview.
Nice.
We're just gonna have a little short one here. So let's go and take a look and see who we got. I'm excited. Fantastic. Oh, JT. Hello.
Yeah.
Congratulations on incredible performance and here in the group stage. Just gotta ask, how are you and the team feeling?
Feeling good.
Fantastic. T-Gov, hit him with your first question.
Oh, I get the first question. All right, JT. I remember interviewing you when you played for Extreme. You were very smiley and you were always very happy. For DPC, you were. And I just want to ask now, what's the team like now playing with majority SEA players within China compared to playing like within the majority Chinese team of before? Like, is it changing your perception of the game? Or is it like helping you play better because it's kind of feels like closer to home or something? Like, what's the feeling like in the team now compared to before?
I feel like it's kind of same because like everyone's still speaking Chinese, but for now we got 3 like Malaysian. Maybe we like more comfortable like talking about Malaysian stuff, playing with like own country, hometown friends, like more enjoy, more chill. Yeah, that's it.
And to follow up on that, are you excited now because you're in upper bracket? You're going to be, even if you were to lose your upper bracket game, you're going to be playing in front of fans. Are you excited to play in front of a home crowd and have that kind of that local support?
I would say I've been waiting for so long. I've been waiting this for so long actually. I'm kind of waiting for this actually. Yeah.
I want to see some emotion, okay? Like when you're playing this Magnus, if you hit RP, you A-click and I need some hands up, I need you to like really get the crowd going, okay? Get some...
Yeah, wait for that. No problem.
Nice. Thank you.
Hopefully they give you the Magnus. At this point, your Magnus has looked incredible. Has he been the hero you've had the most fun on in this tournament so far? Or what heroes are you enjoying the most?
Should be Magnus. But maybe if they let me play Meepo, I think it's good anyway.
Heck yeah, the Meepo. Yeah, that's been respect banned against you guys quite a bit. So we were hoping to see it this game, but Primal Beast looked pretty dang good in your hands as well.
Yeah, maybe.
Tigo, have you got anything else for JT here?
I guess if going back to your first qualifier, you lost the open qualifier, the first one, and you had to play the second one, right, to get to this tournament. What was it like in the team when you first formed? You joined the qualifier and you lose to, I think it was Team Go Along. Like how did you recover from that? Because if you weren't able to recover, then obviously you wouldn't be standing here today winning the group and becoming like potentially a favorite for this entire tournament. Like what was the rebuild after that first kind of scare from that online qualifier?
By the time we did not like stay at the boot camp like for everyone, they're just staying at their house. So we play it on online, you know. So everyone is like not ready yet, and even nothing to say, still in holiday mood. So I will blame him actually. I will blame him actually. He did not carry me.
That's amazing.
Okay. All right. Do you have anyone do you blame anyone nowadays, or is it are you good? Like the loss against Tundra, do you blame anyone on the team there? Is it, or do you not care?
I blame everyone. They did not carry me. I blame 4 of them, except me.
Of course. Hey, JT, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure speaking with you. Congratulations again on an incredible group stage, and best of luck going forward in the tournament.
Okay, thanks.
Cool, congrats.
Have a great day.
Oh, God.
What a good
answers.
lad.
Yeah, good
yeah,
lad,
those are good
yeah.
answers. He blames everyone but himself, of course. I love it. Yeah, dude, he's a character. He's so funny, and just has a good spirit for sure.
I just remember like when I was doing some like a little bit of China DPC last year, every interview, like in the player cams, he was always like giggling and laughing, and the rest of his team was like so focused. And he was always like, yeah, I was getting told off for having too much fun. You know, I needed to calm down. But I feel like certain players, if they aren't having their fun, if they aren't bringing the energy, both as their personality and in game, they're just going to not play worse, but they're just not going to see their true potential, right? And I feel like finding the harmony of getting it to not affect the team negatively, but still give him like his outlet is perfect. And I think maybe this team, with the majority of Malaysians on it, having the ability to kind of have those memes like be reproducible, I think it'll be a very good stead to bring JT further into the limelight, because this is a player that has been kind of locked away in the region for a little bit due to some results, and I'm happy now he's kind of getting some main stage and some real kind of just eyes on him.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the excitement in his own eyes when he was talking about how much and how long he has waited to play in front of a live crowd in his home region, and I'm just so stoked for them. Like, that is such a cool experience that I'm glad he finally gets to have. So big shout out to him and the rest of his team, as they've well deserved. So for now, we are going to be going to a break though, as we again do have that tiebreaker between Team Secret and Gaming Gladiators coming up here real soon. And again, to my knowledge, this is a 1v1 mid between oh my gosh,
Quinn versus mid one.
It's Quinn versus mid one, right? Okay,
Yep.
I was like, I wanted to say mid one, but I like immediately was like, oh god, am I wrong?
No, don't worry. It is the showdown. Mid one's return to mid. Quinn, the 3-time major winner, TI runner-upper. Oof.
This is going to be sick. This is going to be super cool. So everyone stay tuned for that. We'll be back in a little bit here for the final series of the group stage. We'll see you in a bit.
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give it up. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways that I must say I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you can go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give you enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Scream out.
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still about. There's danger waiting, waiting, scream out. I see you turn around. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still about. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting, waiting. Danger waiting, waiting.
Waiting.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
Group stages may be finished, at least for the BO2s, but we have one little thing to settle. So we are back for some more action here in Kuala Lumpur for the ESL 1KL 2023 event. Thank you guys for joining us, Seek and Strike and Pilot Eye on the call. They brought us back, Pi, for day number 3, because our duty is not done quite yet, is it? There's still some more action for us ahead.
Yeah, no, apparently we're doing some 1v1s to decide the upper bracket team.
That we are. We're doing a bit of 1v1s. Let's go ahead and see how we got here, right? And which teams we're even covering as we looked at the standings very quickly, just to recap the entirety of the group stage since we are all wrapped up. Let's see who we've lost along the way, as we'll take a look at Group A, AR, and of course, taking the top spot, 8-2. Very strong finish from them, I think, as China continues to be successful in this kind of period of Dota that we're in. Secret and Gaming Gladiators, the team to focus on, as we can see there, fighting for an upper bracket slot here, as they both are 6-4 with a dead even scoreline. They've drew, beat, and tied against themselves and everyone else, so they've got the exact same score. Betboom are sitting down in a lower bracket, ready to face off versus their opponent, and Blacklist Rivalry and Wawitas, unfortunately, already eliminated. I don't know if we want to look at Group B even. I suppose we can, but that's been settled here already. I think the focus on for us in particular is going to be Secret and Gaiman. You know, Gaiman coming off of a runner-up finish at TI. I think no surprise to see them still in form, especially on a very similar patch, right? I think it makes a lot of sense for them to be there. But Pi, I think there were a lot of doubters of this Secret stack, myself included, that they would have even gotten through those European qualifiers, and already here they are fighting for an upper bracket slot. Is this kind of what you expected from the team when you saw them form?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't assume them to be weak or anything. I mean, they all have so much history, all those players. They've like Puppy did win the first TI ever, and then you have everyone else there like placing well in all sorts of tournaments. So like them doing well, it shouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of both teams' prowess has generally come from the mid lanes. I think especially for Gaming Gladiators, Quinn has been a real moneymaker basically for this team in terms of the amount of space he's been able to create early, his consistency in the lane matchups. Mid one back over to the mid lane quite recently. I believe it was ahead of the TI quals, wasn't it? Where basically he had moved from the off lane back into the mid lane. So, you know, it's going to come down to these two players in a mid 1v1 to see who's going to be able to go into that upper bracket. I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy, right? I'm sure this is how you guys used to settle beef back in the day, Pi, when you were still playing Dota 1 maybe. Settle a quick 1v1.
Yeah, no, 1v1 has a sacred history in, I think, all MOBAs, really. I'm pretty sure you do this, because I played a little bit of Haunt too, and I'm pretty sure they do this in League of Legends too. Like, whenever you have a problem with anyone in your team, after, like, it can be any sort of game, you just you ask them to 1v1. And, like, slowly, Shadowfiend triumphed as the hero. But earlier on, like, it could be anything. You blind picked. Or you would do like a best of 3 and you get to choose first, and then like you could play all sorts of things. And like the rules were never clear. It was just you win. Like if people were mad, they would play till the throne was dead, you know? So you could play like a 30-minute 1v1. Like someone picked Broodmother, go jungle. But yeah, it's a long-standing tradition.
That's crazy. That'd be a little bit much for even myself. But fortunately, we have kind of refined those rule set here, especially for this event. Teams were required to submit 3 heroes for basically nominating into this 1v1 hero pool. SF is permanently in the pool, so we had 7 heroes basically in the pool. Now, we're still only playing 1 game, so winner takes all here. But they each took a turn banning a specific hero. And, well, we ended up here with SF. Quite interestingly, though, I do just want to quickly run through these bans. Because Secret won the toss, immediately banned the Pangolier. And then Quinn took out the Bounty, bouncing back and forth now. Puck was gone. Lina, who Quinn played twice in this tournament so far against Secret, so he picked Lina in both their games, was banned by Gaiman. Pudge, and then finally Leshrac were all banned out. So we are going to be, keeping it simple back with the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, how it should be. As the hero, it kind of ended up, they ended up being the standard 1v1 pick, because, but it usually started because you wouldn't. I mean, the history, like the weight of playing Shadow Fiend 1v1 has like evolved. The reason it was picked first was because everyone would go like the Necromastery, so
right.
You would have like 40 damage, right? So it was like a skill of last hitting. And then like slowly it has developed where like if you're actually trying to win, like maybe you do go races first.
You bring mangoes.
And you don't, and you just buy region. You just spam by region, and you like do it like war of attrition, when whoever runs out of money first to buy mangoes loses. So.
Yeah, we'll see what the matchup's going to be. We did a little bit of research ahead of this 1v1 to take a look at the stats, just to get some numbers here to the mid laners. If we take a quick look at those, because SF, not a hero that's really been popular for basically 2 years already, if I'm not really too mistaken. But we can see here, when it comes to experience, these are 2 heavy hitters. Mid one with a very seasoned career, Quinn grinding it out for a long time as well, out in the NA region, and then most recently out in Western Europe. 29 SF games for mid one, so he does have a little bit of an edge there. Quinn with only 24. However, I will say, Pi, mid one's last SF game in an official was in 2019. I think Quinn's was in 2020 or 2021, perhaps. So
it's still that far away from Quinn?
It's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a while. I'll just go ahead and refine that, but I believe that's what I saw. And these lasted at 5 minutes is basically what it means. From there, 2 games that they've played so far in this tournament, I took the average of those, and we can see that here. Quinn did end up winning both of those lanes early on, which is why I kind of, in a 1v1 scenario, wanted to pull in some early stats. I will caveat this by saying Quinn was playing Lina in both games, and mid one played a Rubik and an Invoker versus him, respectively. So 2 tough matchups for mid one, and they did still end up winning one of those games. Mid one played a very, very big part in that as well, in that Invoker game. But when it comes down to the mid lane matchup, Quinn did seem to have it a little easier in this event, right? Just a microscope on this full matchup.
Yeah, and I think Quinn is more, I don't know, like analytical when it comes to these one-on-ones. Like even back when I was qualifying for TI7 and Fata was my mid laner. Like Quinn is basically the guy who trained them to become like good again. Because we were both in the same qualifier, the NA qualifier, and Fata hadn't played mid for a while. Like he was rusty in all matchups, and he just played one-on-ones versus Quinn like every day.
I can see that.
1 to 2 hours.
I see, pal. There's Cyborg Matt hyping up mid one. Quinn looked like he popped up from under the desk there, maybe plugging something in. But just to quickly correct myself, Quinn's last SF game was in 2022 in October, so just over a year for him.
Okay.
Mid one though, it's been some time.
Yeah, I mean, surely they have played it in pubs. Like it's like when you're kind of, I don't know, you feel like half griefing a little bit. You pick that Shadow Fiend and you try to have some fun.
Yeah, I know everyone's always kind of highly respected Quinn in the mid lane, even when he was still playing in a lot of those NA teams. You know, you played with him, as you kindly reminded me right before we went live, with him at TI9, right?
Yeah.
So you've got some experience there with him, got some experience as well with mid one. I mean, who do you think is the stronger SF? Just, totally from the pie bias.
Stronger SF. I mean, I would say mid one is the stronger Shadowfiend. Like he's
Okay.
probably played that hero more. He's like got a better feel for it. But it's not the same as who's like the better 1v1 Shadowfiend matchup player. Like I'm not sure that mid one would win out there. I would probably give that edge to Quinn.
Okay.
Like the way he approaches mid lane and like the way he analyzes matchups, I think he should have a slight edge, like early on here. And then if they start getting up to like level 7, like the game goes on, no one is dying, and it starts getting weird, I would give the edge to mid one. But like just early on in how they use the races and like creep aggro, I think Quinn probably has the edge.
Okay, that'll be really interesting. I mean, mid one's had a journey to and from the mid lane, hasn't he? For some time, taking a stint in the off lane and then moving back to carry quite recently. Whereas Quinn, as far as I know, has always been a solo mid player, hasn't he?
Yep. Yeah, mid one. It was when he was it after TI9 or TI10? I don't remember. But he joined OG right as off lane. And then he made his own team in SCA.
That's right.
Played carry, then played a little bit of offlane again, and then now finally back to where I believe he belongs.
Back
Should
in the
never
mid
have
lane.
left.
Wow, really never have left. I like that. The confidence here from Pylai. I gotta agree with you. I think even when he was playing that stint on SMG, that's the C team that he was on, and did attempt to qualify through, and did. Pardon me, they did make it to TI. Just didn't do so hot when they actually got there, eliminated in groups. But he was always still playing, even in the offlane, much more as a core and very active. He was one of the better NP offlaners that we saw. I think part of this was because he was just, there was a bit of greed there, not gonna lie, but he was able to keep that momentum up and was great at driving the team towards those early finishes, taking down a lot of their opponents. So, I mean, I'm excited to see him back in the mid lane, and a mid SF 1v1 is just a classic, isn't it? The two heavy hitters here.
Yeah. Now, mid one is more of a loosey-goosey type player. Like, as you pointed out, because they did play a best of 2, so they have played this tournament.
Yep.
And was Invoker Lina, which is a bad matchup for Invoker. But you could already see there that mid one probably hadn't like really thought about that specific matchup as much as Quinn. So like he got absolutely destroyed in the lane. Like he gets destroyed more than you should get destroyed. He had it was like really, really bad. But then mid one strength comes in later where I don't know, like he just keeps playing. He has 6 CS at like 5 minutes, but it doesn't matter. He just somehow he climbs back into the game with like really good rotations, just being in the right place at the right time, and then that's the game they win. So he's just a very aggressive player, and he's also like back when he played for Secret before and he played mid, like his most, I would say like his most prominent hero was Monkey King, where he would like sometimes just roam from minute 0, like or minute 1, would just run to side lanes and gank. So like he plays the mid lane a bit differently. He plays it more like the whole picture type mid.
Right. Quinn comes out of the NA scene though, where for a while, especially when DPC was up and running, you kind of were, I would say, conditioned into just being this lane dominating machine. And this goes across every single lane, I would say, mostly because the top team for a long time was EG and then Shopify, right? And this kind of like mentality ended up kind of forcing everyone to make sure that they could actually win their lanes. Otherwise, you just would never have a game versus EG/Shopify, and you could just never move on, right? There was just never any progression for you. And Quinn, I think that's really how he made his name the last few years he was in NA, with the Quincy Crew stack and what else were those called? I've got a Quincy Crew jacket myself. What teams was he on? I mean, your team.
Quincy Crew, Forward Gaming.
That's right. Newbie.
I think those were the 2 main ones, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair to say. But my point being is he's just such a lane dominator, right? He just ended up winning so many of his lanes, I think. And the different styles, I think that's kind of trained him and conditioned him to be a little bit more of the player that we tend to see today, Back when Gaiman was running their Lesh IOs, right? He was very much a core in that, always getting that Bloodstone online, really being a driving momentum. Where we hadn't seen mid one in the mid lane too much before this tournament, but it's that, difference of mentality kind of.
I mean, the mid one is definitely more comfortable losing the lane and winning the game, and like not putting as much emphasis on it. But it is kind of funny actually, NA probably being the smallest region in Dota, like even throughout history, have still produced like the best laners, I would say. Like RTC still today, but especially like just the past, I don't know, 7 years, I would say has been the strongest laner. And then you can't forget about Sumail too.
Right.
Definitely up there. And now you have Quinn. And then you obviously there's been players in other regions, but just like overall, they've had like extremely strong mid laners, just mechanically and like hitting creeps. And winning matchups, maybe you shouldn't even win.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. We see this a lot with other kind of, shall we call them hero specialists? Like, for example, Amar. You try and counterpick him, even if he gets his Mars, you can guarantee that he's played that counter, hundreds of times maybe. And he's kind of comfortable and really is knowledgeable about the matchup. When it comes down to a mirror matchup, though, with the SF, you're right, because there's that old play style of being like, my mechanics are better than yours, I'm going to out-CS you with the Necromastery, but you tend not to really see that too much. I feel like the last time we saw this, let's see, when was the last ESL tournaments where we saw this? It wouldn't have been Berlin, because that was DPC rules. Maybe Malaysia last year up in Genting in the Highlands. I remember we had, wasn't it? Who was it? We had a couple, didn't it? It was Sumail and I remember Cyclops
there was like a Russian tournament, like Betboom Gacha or something.
Yeah, Dacha did a 1v1 tournament. That's very true.
I think it was, or wasn't it for placement eventually because they like kept repeating tiebreakers?
No, that was a whole 1v1 tournament. They made the players do a 1v1 mid-tournament. Yeah, so that's why they kept repeating. But ESL in Malaysia had some tiebreakers last year. I remember, who was it? It was Cyclops. He made this joke. He said, who is the best? It was Sumail Armel. It was Sumail versus Armel.
Oh, yeah. Armel won, right?
I think Armel did win, if I'm not mistaken. But it takes a very different skill set, right? You've got to play to win. It's not necessarily indicative of who or is a better mid or not, but it's gonna come down to this very specific play style. And honestly, if I had to put my 2 cents in, I'd probably have to agree with you here, where Quinn is just a little bit more focused on getting out of the lane successfully, almost at any cost, whereas mid one does want to see more into that mid game, that macro game focus.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a lot of mind games because you have to like somehow try to take it serious, but also like not too serious. You have to be obviously because these you can end these Shadowfiend 1v1s very early with just manning up with your races, like the last second before the stack disappears, like you commit in a weird way.
Right.
But like if you take that too far, you will literally just feed immediately. So yeah, and it's also easy to go into this and see like, oh, it doesn't matter, like this is not real, and then you will also just lose.
Well, talk to me a little bit about like maybe the pressure, right? Because you know both of these players quite familiar. Obviously, a little bit more history with you with Secret, but like maybe the perception is, oh no, if mid one doesn't win this matchup, we're gonna get to see a remake of the TI9 Secret photo, right, in the booth. But like, what's the pressure got to be like? What's the support system like for you? Having it kind of all on the line for the upper bracket right now for your team.
I don't think there's any pressure from either team. I don't think there will be no judgment. No, not at all. Like, like the only pressure will come from themselves. Like how much their ego is involved in this. I don't think like if whoever loses, like the team will not blame them. So.
All right, well, we'll see here as we are going to get underway with our mid lane 1v1. Over on the Dire side, it's the undisputed king of the DPC. 3 majors under his belt, coming off of a 2nd place at TI. We have ourselves the Cabezon himself, Mr. Quinn.
And you see what Quinn did already? They have different strategies. He bought boots, so he would make it slightly faster to the mid lane. So he saw mid one put this ward down. Then he sent the boots back so you could sell them for full gold.
Oh, look at this. Asking about the block.
Yeah, this is good. And then if mid one wants to be, like really wants to win, you don't answer and you just block.
I think he has him. I think the answer to that block is yes. Mid one has him blocked.
Oh yeah, but literally. So see, look at this. Cheeky little D word.
Yeah. XD for mid one.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is Quinn even, I mean, obviously it's going to get dewarded now, but he hit it from low ground, which is, just make it that much more obvious that, yes, I saw you do that. I had a ward up here the whole time.
Yeah, but he's prepared. Yeah. But the mid one is going for his own little cheese. He has 2 blood grenades. So
See
he
how it
might
works
be
out.
looking to go aggro super quickly here.
The hometown hero, mid one, back over in the mid lane under the team secret banner. He's got a lot of history here on the mid lane. We'll see how he is going to do. Perhaps it's the return of the king to the mid lane. We'll see. As he is blocking pretty hard here. So is Quinn.
Yep.
I think they're just about even.
I think Dyer has slight advantage in the block, but mid one does well.
Let's see, those Necromastery. Mid one did take Necromastery. Look at this guy.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Dota 2
Respecting
Boomer.
the old rules.
I mean, it's got to pay off for him here. Hasn't found a single CS yet. Quinn's gone flawless on the first wave. There's finally one CS. So he does have a... Well, I mean, not too...
It's surprising, buying 2 blood grenades and then going Necromastery first.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I agree, because I was also just like looking at the stats, right? Because the right-click damage is still slightly advantageous for Quinn no longer now with at least 2 stacks of Necromastery. Because, you know...
Yeah, he's already level 2 though, so it's all good, you know. But usually this comes down a lot to who hits level 3 first. And then they will go crazy.
I like it, going crazy in the 1v1 mid lane matchup. Dragging the wave back on over. Mid one's going to have creeps on his own high ground. And is not going to be able to find the deny, but at least prevents Quinn from CSing that range creep.
And so far, Quinn ahead a bit, right? Yeah. More denies, more last hits. And he hits level 3 first. And, ooh, misses a race though.
That's pretty big. He's got a couple more mangoes delivered, so he's still just fine. But the net worth is about even just because of all the consumables that Quinn has already put down. Ooh, that triple raise there doing plenty of damage already to mid one, but he still has
this
a tango.
Is what you want to keep doing this and win in the region war. Like, hopefully they run out of money to buy salves.
Mid one kind of
like the more races you stack, the more gold efficient your damage is.
That's right, yeah, because that completely kind of shifted the SF 1v1 matchup, right? Having this move speed slow in the stack now on raises. It's huge change.
Now Quinn, see, he was ready for that play.
Yeah, he had prepped it. No one getting the banner creep there. But we are equal here as far as the Necromastery stacks go, so... Quinn, I don't know if it's lost more than 100 HP at a time in this match, though. He seems so far fairly comfortable. It's been mid one who's been popping lots of regen here.
Yep. No, he's slowly pulling ahead right now, for sure.
So salve still on Quinn, mid one ferrying out his second stack of tangos. Still holding onto those 2 blood grenades and the fairy fire. There's a stick now for Quinn that's just been delivered as he connects the mid and the long raise.
So hopefully mid one has a salve coming here.
It's kind of money for it, but it's...
Okay, so he's going for the bracer. Like, one thing that also gets weird is now when it's 3 minutes in, right? So you can buy raindrops, which does help.
True. Yeah, that's true. We also have these water runes, right? So I think I read in the rules that the 2-minute rune doesn't spawn, but the 4-minute rune will. That's all it said about runes. So as far as if they're going to take them or not, I think it's kind of just up to the players. Maybe there's some sort of gentleman's agreement, but we shall see.
If you de-ward their opponent's uphill ward, there's no... You're trying to win.
Mid one, we'll tank a little bit of the creeps here just to get some additional damage onto Quinn. Maybe trying to force him to use that healing salve, but Quinn just had his own bracer delivered, so he's going to be just fine here. We might have to settle in for a little bit of a longer 1v1 here, I imagine, Pi.
Yeah, I mean, this can explode at any moment, though. And mid laners are notorious for not reading rules, so it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't know that the runes will start spawning.
Well, they're there now.
It's like the old school 1v1s. Ooh, level 5 first, that's also huge. The old school rules is you don't get to take any runes.
Right,
but
no creeps, no runes.
Yeah. But here, you're allowed from 4 minutes on.
The Shadow Race did connect. Quinn has already used his long one. Did top the stick charges.
2 creeps. 2 creeps to level 5 for mid one. It's hard to play now.
Oh, it's scary, but
misses the raise.
Quinn didn't find the raise on that one, so mid one is going to be just fine. Now does find himself up to level 5. Another healing salve used. Are we going to run into shortages of healing salves here? No, not quite.
They're limited,
the shop's still balanced for 5v5, it seems, because they are limited.
No, but you could think about picking up a bottle here. I mean, generally it's too greedy. You do that if you get an early kill and you just want to finish them off, but... Mid1 has kind of clawed himself back a little bit.
He really has. Oh, but he missed the long raise, and Quinn walking on up to him. Still has the long raise. Mid1 going for the TP out, and Quinn's just going to have to let him leave. Oof, that's a heavy commitment, but he is going to avoid one of the 2 deaths that would have caused it to be GG. He's going to smoke back to the lane, but it's a free lane right now for Quinn.
Yeah, and you get to clarity up. It's definitely giving up a lot doing this. Obviously better than dying, but...
Yeah, it's a heads-up play, but Quinn's going to augment his CS by 4, denies by 4, and he's going to still have his wagon alive. Now remember, you lose the 1v1 if you either are killed twice or if you lose your tier 1 tower, whichever happens first. Usually the first death almost certainly condemns you in the match because the snowball is just too big, but you never know.
No, you never know. I'm pretty sure the one you're talking about, the old ESL 1v1, Sumel versus Armel. I think Armel got killed once. Sumel was like up so much, and then he has lost focus and got killed twice in a row. Especially when you start hitting level 7 here, a lot of weird things can happen.
Yeah, Quinn now with boots, by the way.
He's pulled far ahead now, far ahead.
So that's a little bit scary.
You look at the graph, right, with the win percentage, and he should be up to like 70-75% at this point.
It's a little bit broken. It says 100% for Gaiman. I don't know if that's quite correct. I think I think Mid1's still
but
in this.
mine is more accurate at this point.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, I agree. By Pili Die Plus.
Yes.
This wagon's still alive, but other than that, I don't think it's going to really be able to hit the tower here. Quinn up to 6, about to hit 7. Probably maxing those shadow raises soon enough.
Yeah, no, he's saving his mana. He wants to really pop off there when he hits 7. There we go. Let's see what he does.
He's just going to actually run in. Oh, Mid1 still has a blood grenade. 6 wand charges, fine. And a healing salve. Quinn forced to use his own salve.
But Quinn, 10 more denies, 14 more CS.
Yeah.
I don't know the net worth.
The net worth is still pretty nice for Quinn. He's like 500 ahead.
Yeah.
Between there, I mean, it's the boots, right? And actually, Quinn, does he already have? No, it couldn't be power jets. Oh my goodness, a DD rune is in the river. We haven't picked up any runes, but maybe Quinn is thinking about that upper bracket and might take a peek over at that rune. I don't know. He does see it with the ward, but not making any moves for it. Instead, choosing to be chivalrous, fortifying aggressively. Mid1 throwing back the blood grenade. Quinn kind of getting blocked by his own.
You can't run.
Getting blocked by his own creeps. Courier is about to deliver the boots, but Mid1 running for his life. Boots delivered, so Mid1's fast enough now as we are very far from the mid lane in this 1v1 mid. But Quinn with another shadow raise just finds it, but it's just barely not enough damage. Mid1 is still alive as Quinn decides, yeah, okay, I can have 1 bounty rune as a snack. That's legal, right? Oh, but he died to a neutral. He denied himself to the small camp.
Yeah, he denied himself. But he's also like playing a bit by old rules there. Like he could just have farmed it, you know what I mean? He could just go jungle and start cutting Quinn's creep away. I think that might be the play at this point.
That would have been what Envy had done, right?
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Quinn's
gonna get creative, because at this point you're so far behind. Like you're way too far behind.
It's not looking so good. TPing back right in the middle of the wave.
Oh, region rune.
Oh, Quinn
doesn't take it though. Okay,
what
so
a lad.
They do have some sort of.
Look at Quinn. You could see he thought about it though. He gave it a thought. It had crossed his mind.
Now, because they were allowed to take runes, correct?
Well, I hope so, because Quinn grabbed a bounty rune. It didn't say anything else. It said the 4-minute. It said the 2-minute water rune will not spawn. The 4-minute water rune will. That was the only rule I read.
So that was sort of a gentleman thing to do by Quinn there. Maybe he'll come to regret it.
I don't think so. I think he'll only come to regret it if Mid1 picks up the next haste rune or something. and given that Mid1 took Necromastery level 1, I don't think that's happening, honestly. Yeah. Quinn's already got power treads online, so he's got quite the advantage now built up. 1,000 net worth lead. It's pretty hard here for Mid1. Not impossible by any means. A little miscalculation underneath a tier 1 tower if Quinn's trying to get aggressive. We're right back to even.
But now you can start, like this. You just double raise the creep waves. And you can kind of just run home and heal.
Yeah, I mean, he's got another salve in the backpack ready to go. Quinn has that cheeky pointed presence of the Dark Lord, by the way, making his trades a little bit even more efficient. I guess that last point in Necromastery, I guess maybe he's done the math, it's just not efficient. Here's the second wagon already spawning in. Do you think we'll see another wagon in this mid 1v1, the way things are going?
It's possible. At this point, like, you might go for the strategy to try to kill your enemy tower, like the enemy's tower.
That's
instead
true.
of getting 2 kills.
That's
Just
true.
poke the tower a bit.
Quinn's got his flawless right now, 1200 HP. Mid one's lost about a third of his HP on his tower, as they'll both back up and salve up. Look at this. Quinn's just bought 2 more salves, building into the Dragonlance. This is... What is this? Do you think he's gonna...
No, go for the tower, you know?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. For me, I'm just personally a bit shocked. Now, this is important here. Quinn's got a wave, and he still has his wagon alive on a bit of HP. Mid one has Shadow Rays in 3 seconds, so should be able to clear it. But this is going to be, you know, all unhealable damage to his tower. So he does look to force Quinn back. Quinn is going to be fighting this one. Long raise, uphill miss, though, mid one! Who would have...
Oh.
Wait, what? It was first death?
I guess so.
I guess so.
GG's.
Okay, I thought it was always 2 deaths. Never mind. GTGY says mid one as that game has ended. I think mid one actually had him there with another right click.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I think that's the best shot he would. I think that's the best shot he would get in that matchup. Like, he was slowly as bleeding gold, and then like you getting that. Like, getting a chance, what is it, 25% chance to win there with the uphill miss?
Yep.
That's the best shot.
Looks pretty good there for Quinn as he's going to put on his jacket. It may be 28 degrees Celsius here in KL and raining, but Quinn, ice through his veins as he is going to be able to take down mid one in the mid 1v1 and get his team into that upper bracket. So Gaming Gladiators will be securing second place, Secret with a third place finish, and they are going to be into the lower bracket. That does mean Gaming Gladiators play again today, if I'm not mistaken, though. We do have our first round, which is why we needed to get these over as soon as possible. I think they're playing versus G2IG, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, okay. Well, it's a bit of a confidence boost. They always feel good to win these 1v1s. It's a morale boost for the whole team, even. Then losing, like, obviously not that fun, but at the end of the day, like, you can make a lot of excuses, and you can make a lot of, because at the end of the day, it's not indicative of like how really good you are as a mid player, like in the real Dota, so to speak.
Right.
But at the same time, you do want to win. You don't want to lose.
Yeah,
you don't want to lose these 1v1s. It's not good.
It's the old-fashioned rules. These are both very seasoned players, so they know very well what it means to win or lose one of these, and especially when there's this much on the line. You know, like you said, the team's not going to blame them at all, but Gaming Gladiators are certainly going to feel pretty good as they head into their first upper bracket match in just a little bit. That should be on one of the other channels, because I think there's now only 2 simultaneous streams heading on at the same time. So for us, that's just about it, because just a short and sweet little 1v1 here pretty much, wasn't it?
All right, all right. I thought we would get like maybe an interview with Quinn there. But if you say that they have another match coming up, then like maybe
yeah,
you don't wanna celebrate your
your 1v1
your 1v1 win and then go in and like embarrass yourself. So this is probably for the better.
I agree. I don't know. Maybe we'll get to see a little highlight of what the winning move there from Quinn, just kind of committing under tower. I think the thing that really forced that on was mid one not wanting the wagon to get too much damage in, and then Quinn also just committing, feeling himself there. It was close. It was close, but at the end of the day, Quinn's going to prove himself in this instance. Yeah, here we are. There's another wave incoming, right? Yeah. Let's see. I think he had him here. I think mid one turned around. Yeah. Maybe not. I think the attack speed...
Yeah, he had cooldown on his attack.
Yeah, the attack speed is too fast.
But and I wonder if he needed 1 or 2 more hits. I think he might have needed 2 more hits there.
That's true, right? On the power trade with the Agi.
There was still some... there was a probability for him to win there. If Quinn gets unlucky and misses, Misses once or twice? Maybe.
He missed the once already, so he would have had to miss a second time, which would have been some real NA luck there for Quinn, which you know, he's going to be able to get past here. But well played there. I mean, it was it's always a fun one when we get these little 1v1s, isn't it? Entertaining to say the least.
Quinn can be happy with that then.
And
I guess mid one, look at some replays or just get over it. You know what I mean?
Here we are. So we're going to have our bracket to show you guys just to wrap up for us today, because, of course, this 1v1 was over that second spot in the upper bracket from Group A. So Gaming Gladiators will move on to face G2IG. So G2IG versus GG is a little bit of a tongue twister, but make sure you guys catch that because it's going to be starting quite soon. I think they're going to have a 25-minute break before they get started with that best of 3. In the lower bracket, a classic here. Team Secret taking on Team Liquid. That's one I think the Dota fans are not going to want to miss. Some historic orgs going toe-to-toe here. It's always really fun to see those. And then Tundra, Esports, and BetBoom team in the lower brackets as well. We'll get to see all those lower bracket matches in the arena, but upper bracket is starting already here quite soon, folks.
Yeah, no. Looks interesting. Looks like all strong teams right there.
I agree.
It's, set up for some nice Dota.
I think my biggest surprise was not seeing Tundra in the upper bracket, given how they started. I would have, you know, if we had to make predictions after day one, I would have said G2 was maybe lower bracket and Tundra in that upper bracket, but not how it plays out here, as G2 bounced back, and we'll see how Tundra can continue to get on in the MyTech Convention Center a little bit later on Friday.
Yeah, for sure.
For us, though, Pi, that's already it. You know, we weren't sure if we were coming back today. There could have been, I think, a second 1v1 for Group B, but that group closed out here pretty cleanly. So for us, we are all done. It's Gaming Gladiators Quinn, who's going to take down mid one from Team Secret to get themselves into the upper bracket. They're already going to a Nux match, and we are already going to be taking off, folks. Thank you so much for joining us across the past 3 days. On behalf of Pi, myself, and the entire production crew behind the scenes, we thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed the coverage, and hopefully we'll get to see you at the MyTech Convention Center come Friday, where the playoffs begin. Until then, folks.
You see hero, they run. There's no real conversation occurring. It's just go, 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 get a kill, harpoon, grab back.
Yeah, the good old harpoon during Blink can be pretty interesting how that one plays out. And Knight goes in with an echo, tries to clip. It only connects onto Boom. Does he? Oh, it doesn't have echo for 30 seconds. Oh no. All right, there we go. Back into live we go. Oscar does get the time lapse. They take down the lone druid thanks to the ice blast, but Chrysalis, look at it, just finish this Weaver off, and he will do so. Lumiere looking for an opening once again. They're looking for an opening. Panic comes in. He finds 3. That might not be the target you want, as Chrysalis is going to chase him down with the Hex. He finds the kill, gets on top of Oscar as well. The lone druid getting ripped apart. And Secret close it out.
So close.
No way. Shaking their heads, man.
And they're winning this.
I mean, it was like a level and a half, basically. Oh, big arena comes out. Agent Apparition first to die, and he's got no BKB. Monet grabs the Aegis. The Skewer puts him back into no man's land. As V2 will go in, he takes down the Lion. The gems on the deck. The kill onto the Magnus. He doesn't get the RP. V2's BKB doing work. The Ice Blast clips him, so he needs to get out. Weaver with the Yules to buy him a little bit of space with the buyback from Boba. Meanwhile, inside the base they go. The BKB's popped out from V2 to try and survive. Avo takes a huge amount of damage there from Monet. The dust is there. They get the kill. Reaper is not expended as JT now thinking of just going for more, and why not? Who's going to stop him? He just Tiebreaker. I mean, the Chain Stun is there. Oh my gosh, the counter Inkspell from X-Nova. He keeps him alive. Entius back to complete full HP. And oh boy, good stuff.
Victory.
Good stuff.
Victory.
He's able to clear it, but this is going to be, you know, all unhealable damage to his tower. So he does look to force Quinn back. Quinn is going to be fighting this one. Long raise, uphill miss, no mid one. Who would have? Oh, wait, what? Who would have? Oh, wait, what? It was first death?
I think that's the best shot.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
niggas in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me.